What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Juneteenth, 2025. This is NCCTV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, however, whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in sometime in the distant chicken jockey. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, RIP to Comrade Casey Tron. We just call it, is that okay, chat? Will that confuse people if I say Comrade Casey Tron? Yeah, this is one of the people that Ethan is apparently suing, or probably maybe the least able to face like a giant lawsuit with super expensive lawyers and stuff like that. And what did Comrade Casey Tron do wrong, chat? She ripped the bong too hard. She ripped the bong in an anti-Semitic way, and Ethan's got to put her in her place. Ethan's got to put all the women's in their place, in our place, which is right over there in the kitchen, making... So chat, it's kind of a bittersweet moment here. We've been covering Ethan Klein and his shenanigans for probably almost a year here, and I gotta be honest, I'm getting bored. I think I'm not the only one out there. I think there's some of you that probably agree with me on this, right? Yeah, this is, don't expect anything like the content nuke. He kind of walked it back about this being a content nuke and said that the second content nuke is still in the pipeline, like with the Ninja Turtles and stuff. Is that what's in the pipeline, chat? Oh no, that's a sewer. It's in the sewer. Yeah, it's still chugging along in the sewer with his giardia laden human excrement that he calls a comedy career, that he calls a YouTube career, right? That's Ethan Klein for you. And it's getting desperate. It's getting sad. He's trying to get attention. How does he get attention? By parading women who are hated by the worst people on the internet, right? Denims, Casey Tron, Rogan, right? These creators all have a special place. Chat, if this was a few years ago, it would be Kira Chats. You know what I'm saying? It's that crowd. The crowd that's like, oh, femoid streamer wants $5. What if male goon not have $5? Classism, that's the wildest thing in the world. They saw classism from Kira Chats, right? You are awash in classism. You watch creators who call you brokies, right? Who make fun of you. Oh, you can't pay for my courses? You can't pay for sparkling water like Andrew Tate? Then oh my god, chat, did I just have Conor McGregor crawled into bed with Andrew Tate right there? I don't know what's going on, chat. That was wild. I didn't intend that. I'm not sorry, Ireland. Sorry, Ireland. For the record, Andrew Tate's accent is neither Irish nor it's American and British. It's what happens when you grow part of your life in America and part of your life in Britain, and you get this sparkling water. Oh no, I did it again. Chat, it's sounding too damn Irish. Alright, I'm not trying to, Irish should not be catching strays on my stream. Least of all. Attack of the Hank, I'm getting tired of him, even though I enjoy making fun of him. yeah, I mean, look, it's gotta end, and I feel like I'm not alone here, right? I'm just a little bit worried, chat, because YouTube's been doing this thing where if I'm not covering Ethan, like, it's like the YouTube algorithm is expecting me to cover Ethan Klein. And if Ethan is not in the name, you're not here. Let's face the facts, all right? Now, look, I don't know why that is. Like I said, a lot of it could have to do with the algorithm. A lot of it could have to do with what YouTube thinks that you're interested in, right? But what I'm seeing is that my numbers, if I'm not covering this drama slop, like, take a nosedive, right? So I'm going to ask you, all right, once again, I am asking you to enable notifications. Once again, I am asking you to check Discord, where there will be a notification. I mean, it'll lead you to the Twitch stream, right? But it'll tell you when I'm streaming. If I'm streaming on Twitch, I'm also streaming on YouTube. Once again, I come to you asking for any other places that you'd like to be alerted, right? Because I can't keep doing this, right? If I don't have a community behind me. And what I've noticed, right, chat, is that the numbers when we're covering some of this drama slop stuff are sustainable, are well within the range of sustainable, will allow me to live. The numbers when I'm not covering it, I will die. And I'm not prepared to do that. All right? I'm not going to go down with the ship. So I really need people to lock in on this. Make sure to set those alerts and make sure that you're here. All right? And like, let me know right now. All right? If you are just like, I am only going to watch you if you're talking about like Ethan Klein. I've got no interest in anything else. Goodbye. Have a nice life. All right? Because that's not, I am not resigning myself to covering, you know, interpersonal beefs and shit like that. That's not what this channel is about. That's not what it was ever about. There are some messy bitches out there in the world of political streaming. We will talk about them from time to time. Yes, I enjoy their messiness too, right? And I don't even think Ethan Klein is one of these people though, right? When we're talking about like Vosh and Destiny and all these shitheads, right? Ethan Klein is different than Vosh and Destiny in that Vosh and Destiny know a little bit about politics, know a little bit about history. In Vosh's case, knows a little bit about maybe theory, very little bit about theory, right? There's something there. With Ethan Klein, it's just some fucking boomer ass, Giardia infected asshole popping off about things that he does not know about. There's not, look, I mean, it does, like, in terms of getting Israel-Palestine content to actually see eyes, right? Ethan Klein's really good for that, right? But I feel like people are just getting tired of him. I'm getting tired of him. He's repeating himself. It's Groundhog's Day, all right? We cannot have too much of Groundhog's Day, all right? So I'm going to try to keep it interesting for you. I'm going to keep, you know, covering politics as long as I can, but I got to let you know, chat, if you're not there for me, I will not be there for you. All right? That doesn't mean that I'm going to disappear off the internet or anything like that. You know, my other option would be making content about migrating, immigrating, moving to another country, especially if that country is Thailand, right? That's actually a very lucrative field, right? So I do have options. But let me tell you right now, with 100% certainty, that my preference as far as options is to cover what I think is important right now, is to cover American politics and, yeah, the burgeoning online political scene, which, you know, a few years ago people used to make fun of, you know, used to treat like it was like, well, you know, that doesn't mean anything. If people think something online, you know, yeah, now we see. Now we had an election that the online space affected. I think it's pretty important. And I really, really want to stay involved with that. But chat, that is on you. Thank you to those of you who are here for my streams, even when they are not, they do not include an element of drama slop, right? Thank you, seriously, right? Thank you to those of you who support me, who give me that base of support. Speaking of which, Crystal Saphira, you are here right now. I I feel like I don't always get a chance to do this, right? But when somebody ups their Patreon, I'm gonna include that as part of the in part of the bonus goal, right? We're at 15 right now, chat. Thanks to Crystal. So thank you, Crystal, for upgrading your Patreon status, right? And just a reminder to everybody, this is the bonus goal. We got some cool bonus topics. Wait, is it the same as yesterday though? Did I change anything? No, it's the same as yesterday. We didn't hit it yesterday. We didn't quite get there yesterday because I was talking about politics, right? And I guess that's not interesting. I guess Tucker calling Ted Cruz a sleazy feline is not interesting to some people. I get that Donald Trump is scary to some people, though. I don't want to sound like I'm going off on chat or I'm angry at chat. I especially don't want to sound like I'm angry at those of you, who are here. This is also summer. A lot of people, they're doing other things other than YouTube in the summer. So, we're going to see some natural drop off because of that. But I also want to say that I do understand the fear, right? And why, I don't know, if I was just like to cover every single speech, especially right now, chat, Trump is considering tactical nukes, from what the reports say. Maybe the bunker buster bomb. Maybe the bunker buster bomb. The Buster Brown bomb maybe might not be sufficient to bust into the Fordo compound deep within Mount Doom in Iran, all right? And so they are saying, well, maybe we should use a tactical nuke. Chat, we were talking a few years ago about whether Russia would respond with a tactical nuke in Ukraine, right? Both in terms of like, if Ukraine is not an easy clap for them, maybe they're going to resort to that. If the United States starts, funding Ukraine's war effort, maybe they'll do that. If Ukraine strikes in a certain distance into Russian territory, are they going to do that? Like, right? And the thing about this was, the conversation was like, that this is unconscionable. This is unconscionable. I can't believe Vlad Putin would do that, right? Tactical nuclear weapons, although they are very different, they're on a very different scale, they are much smaller than thermonuclear warheads, right? It gets us right next to nuclear winter, right? It is a massive escalation, and it's an escalation that the world hasn't had ever since the world has understood what the fuck nuclear weapons are. Nobody has deployed them in war. Nobody has nuked anybody else since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? And even with a tactical nuke, which, yes, the impact of the weapon itself may not be anywhere close to as strong as its, thermonuclear, brothers in arms, but it's the kind of thing that, like, look, if it happens, you're gonna get, then that's not off the table anymore. That's gonna be a thing now. That's gonna be an option for anybody conducting a war. I don't know, should we use tactical nukes maybe? I mean, it's not gonna be this thing where it's like nobody's done that. Nobody would do that. Like, right, nobody's dropped a nuke at all, anything close to that, like, since, it's breaking the seal. And, oh no, chat, I'm not trying to say Book of Revelation stuff. Although low key, China told the U.S. to back off Iran. That makes sense, chat. Part of why the U.S. is going so hard, part of why Israel and the United States' goal is the same in this situation is that regime change in Iran, weakening Iran, it does put the squeeze on China, right? It further isolates China. That's what's in this for the United States. Lest anybody think that this is just the United States being dragged around, being wagged by the tail of Israel. No, Israel, maybe the 51st state, all right, but it's still got very much a seat at the table, right? And the United States and Israeli goals are one. That's the one thing that people don't seem to understand. Zoran was threatened? Wait, what do you mean, Cranberry Soul? Oh, Zoran got death threats, or talked about some of the threats that he's gotten. I'm gonna have to finally play Fallout for tips on survival, aren't I? I'm gonna have to become a Fallout streamer. Right, chat? That's the only thing to do in the nuclear wasteland. That would be so... Okay, no. Don't even joke about that. I shouldn't joke about that. There's a lot of rumors around, and some of them suggest that whatever is gonna happen this weekend, right? Which is great, because I will be in Vietnam this weekend. I'll be taking a short little vacation into Hanoi, actually check things out over there before coming back here. And once I do that, chat, I should finally have some time. I feel like it's been like years and years and years where I'm like, okay, you know, we've got a Discord, we got a you know, a premium Discord. In fact, we've got you know, I've got a Patreon, and you know, there's like, you know, there's more stuff I could be doing for you on Patreon. There's more stuff that I could be doing for members, and Twitch exclusive. Anyone? Hello? Want to see me react to some Jubilee stuff? Hello? Right? I haven't been able to do that because I dual stream on YouTube. But once I have some time, maybe we'll do a subathon exclusively on Twitch to finally react to all of the Jubilee craziness, right? And it's not just Sam Cedar. I know everybody's thinking about the Sam Cedar surrounded. There was a Jordan Peterson surrounded? We needed to gain independence from Israel. Wait, who does? Okay, the U.S. is not, I mean, I want people to understand this. The U.S. is not bad because of Israel. All right? It may be more true that Israel's the way it is because of the U.S. They're both bad, though. They're both bad guys. This isn't a situation where, you know, somebody's being influenced by somebody else, somebody's being controlled. Like, AIPAC is the secret weapon that Israel has that's like just completely got U.S. politics like under its thumb. The U.S. has been like this for years and years and years. Joe Biden himself in 1986 said that if Israel did not exist, we would need to invent one. We need an unsinkable aircraft carrier off the you know, right on the shores of the Mediterranean, right, up into the Middle East, right? The United States wants to control the Middle East for its strategic goals. At this point, mostly regarding China, right? It's another front on which the United States is trying to contain China. We got the two island chains, right? The Strait of Hormuz. Wait, am I saying that right? Hormuz. Oh my God, Chad, I'm getting so mixed up now. There's one that's in Iran. There was one that's like in like Indonesia, Malaysia kind of area. But anyway, yeah, there's so much that the United States has that is just absolutely preventing China from projecting any power. And at this point, people want China to project power. People want an alternative to the United States. Obviously, you know, China has its own problems and its own, you know, there's, you know, horrible things about China and its surveillance as well, right? You know, China's not like it's not something that it's not a country that I idealize. They have made, you know, some, I guess, innovations, you could say, in combining a command economy with capitalism in a way that's pretty fucking successful. This is part of why the United States is so hostile to China. This is part of why the United States feels so threatened by China. But as far as, you know, their projection of power, it's been pretty soft, right? And that's why people like them. That's why they are starting to replace the United States as the, you know, the pillar of the world community or whatnot, right? Israel is where we put all the worst U.S. foreign policy desires. That's a good point too, Davi. Yeah, Israel is a way to pretending that there's more of a distance between like Trump and Netanyahu, or even Biden and Netanyahu, is a great way to enact foreign policy that is disgusting without having the U.S.'s direct fingerprints on it. I think is yeah. And CC is joining the Hey, listen, I want one of those hats, all right? I want one of those. I want one of those helmets, okay? That shit is bad. That shit is bad. You know, I think that EJ and Luna, unironically, that shit is all. Wait, I could get one of those helmets. I believe that's military surplus. Now, I don't know if I want to do this, chat, because Vietnam and Thailand actually have a interesting historical relationship, and especially at that time, I don't even want to talk about, you know, too much, you know, get too much into, you know, Thai history as it involves the United States involvement in Vietnam and all the rest of it. I'm aware of it, and you know, some choices were made by Thailand, as always, you know, kind of to do their best to maintain their independence, their self-determination, right? But yeah, it kind of puts you in some strange company sometimes. And that strange company being the Americans, right? That strange company being us, right? Maybe the US wants to destroy Iran's nuclear sites to squash the idea that we can have cheap, clean power. It's an anti-nuclear, yes, it's that's the anti-nuclear lobby that has done that. But yeah, chat, hopefully I'll have more time for more stuff when I come back, right? Because I've been under this gun for this whole time where, you know, it's like I'm, you know, trying to get out of the US, trying to get a passport, right? So I'm having to cut stream early, having to not do stream on certain days so that I can go and take that stuff, get that stuff, you know, all taken care of. And then I move here, and then I've got to get like an apartment, and I'm under the deadline as far as that, you know, like I only have the hotel room for so long. And then my, you know, visa is about to expire, so I end up extending, you know, I have to go extend it for 30 days, and then it expires like for real, and now I have to take this little trip to Thailand. I was really hoping it was going to be a longer one, chat, but I fucked up. I should have booked the trip like a long time ago, because I didn't think this was gonna happen, right? But plane tickets in the immediate area, you know, plane like nearby plane tickets, they're pretty cheap. They're pretty cheap, right? And there are direct flights, you know, in between where I'm at and where I'm going. However, because I waited so long, I A, have to take a flight with a layover, and B, I spent more. I mean, it's not, I don't know, chat. We're talking about like a $200 ticket, $200 round trip ticket. I think that's about a little bit more than $200 probably, right? Which is not, that's a good deal. If you're like talking to people in the US, they're like, $200 for a ticket? Oh, please sign me up, right? I don't know though, is that true? I feel like you can find tickets inside the US for like way cheap. Like if you're going to like LA to Portland or something, even like New York to Seattle, or like Boston to, you know, Atlanta, right? I feel like you can get like under $100 tickets, right? But yeah, I think I just, either I waited too long, or I should have checked more than just Agoda, which is what I went with, because they package up everything. You know, you can sign up for a, you know, the whole, you can bundle your hotel and your plane travel, which might theoretically save some money. Yeah, last minute flight. Well, I didn't think it would. Here's what I thought, chat. I thought that, you know, we're talking about tickets in the hundreds of bahts, right? And that it might bump it up like 500 baht. So you might go from like 800 baht to 1,300. That's what I was thinking, right? In terms of, and at least from what I saw, like I wasn't getting a round trip ticket for under $6,000, because it was literally like the, you know, and it's tomorrow is when I'm leaving. I paid $900 to take a 3-hour flight across the country, one stop with a stopover. Oh no, that's rough. But what about, okay, so like if you buy like a ticket early though, right? You can go from like one city, you know, like I think I've seen specials and stuff like that where it's like LA to Seattle or San Diego to Portland or something like that, and it's legitimately under $100. Is that a thing anymore? Will you ever move back to the US? I've been thinking about that, Cranberry Soul. I don't think the US is going to look the same by that time, by the time that I would consider moving back to the US. But yeah, if things get better, I will move back. I guess. I mean, it kind of showed me how bad the US can get, and it's getting worse, right? On trans rights. Did you get into your language class yet, or your visa? Yeah, I put down the deposit for my language class, right? So I don't have that fully funded. We're up to 70% on throne.com, or a little bit more. We might be up to like 75% now. I still have that 25% that I need to fund. So if you want to help me out with that, go over to throne.com/nocommentchick. And it's the Thai visa fund that you're looking for. That is the money that I'm using to pay for language classes where I'll learn Thai. And through that, I will get a visa. I will get an educational visa for the period of 1 year. I will have to check in with Thai immigration authorities every 90 days, because that's what you do when you live in Thailand as a non-resident, right? You got to check it. You got to do the 90-day check-ins, right? But I won't have to, go anywhere, right, for a year. So, and also be learning the language, which is really, really important to me. Our Australian prices are whack, so don't travel to Australia, I guess. I don't know. Would I get stuck there? Like if I maybe the trip to there would be cheap, but I don't even know how it works. Because yeah, in general, chat, like I said, the cost of living is very low here. The pay rate for people in Thailand is very low, right? So people can't afford high prices. And so does that mean that, like, so for instance, like if you were going from Thailand to Sydney, would that be cheap? But then would going from Sydney to Bangkok be expensive? Is that how it works? Even after Trump, I have no enthusiasm to visit the US, even as a tourist. But I'm broke anyway, so that wasn't... Yeah, that's the other thing. US is so expensive. I mean, the only thing that would make something like coming back to the US, even as just as a trip, I mean, I have friends in the US, like I could hang out with friends in the area, right? But even doing that, yeah, Trump out of office, a completely different approach to not, what am I trying to say? To like the customs, right? Like no bullshit when you come into the country. No, like, we're going to look at your phone to see what you're doing on social media, all right? If there's any... And that's the problem with Democrats, is they almost always retain a few of the bad things that Republicans have been doing. Like, you got a Republican in there, they're being ridiculous, they're doing stupid-ass shit, right? And the Democrats get elected on, we're gonna stop the stupid shit. You don't like the stupid shit? I'll get rid of the stupid shit. And they're like, well, we don't want to go too hard. I mean, we want to be gracious winners. Unlike the Republicans, we'll leave some of your bullshit intact. No, motherfucker. No, you will not leave some of their bullshit intact, but they always do. Like the Reagan tax cuts, right? Even when Clinton Clinton raised taxes, right? The last time the budget was balanced, right? Partially through a Clinton tax hike, it didn't bring it back to pre-Reagan levels. It just brought it back to less unreasonable levels, right? Thailand to Sydney is like an 8-hour direct flight, right? I don't know. I haven't checked it. Australia is close, about 8 hours away in flight. Good for a holiday if you have cheap accommodations. Yeah. I don't know, chat. I mean, I'm used to very cheap. I shouldn't say that, right? It actually pisses off Thai people because, like, it's not cheap to them, and it's actually more expensive, partially because Thailand has become such a popular destination for tourists and migrants and the like, right? But compared to what I pay in the United States, it's very affordable. And it's henceforth, most places that I would go to would be expensive in comparison. But yeah, it'll also depend on if I'm able to save money, right? I am starting to have a bank account that is never approaching zero, which is really important. It's gonna become super important. In fact, I don't know, Chad. I might have to do some kind of fundraiser thing just to make sure that I have enough money in the bank. So here's the deal. As far as my visa goes, all right, I'm gonna leave the country, this weekend. Have a little tiny short vacay. I'm gonna bring my laptop. I don't know if I'll stream. I don't know if I'll have time to stream. But yeah, I'll try to. I'll try to stream something from Thailand, right? Or from Vietnam. And then I'm going to come back here. And then what happens is that the next time that I leave, so like, 60 days from then, I'll leave to Hanoi again. But this time my application will go to the Thai embassy for my educational visa. And it'll take like, a week or so to process. So it'll be I'll have a decent amount of time in Vietnam in August, right? And then they're going to do stuff like look at my bank account, right? And it's not the kind of strict, like there's other visas that require for you to have a rolling balance of like, 15,000, which I definitely don't have. But it's just kind of like, I think you got to have like 1,500 in the bank, which I do right now. And, if I can, keep my income up, if this continues to work out as a profession, we should be good. But I'm just afraid because, stuff has really crashed over the summer, right? I've been really struggling with numbers and also with my own ability to get to stream, of feeling like, when there's been some days where it just felt like there wasn't any content. And then there's been some days where there was a lot of content. There was a lot to talk about, but I couldn't really wrap it up in a bow. I couldn't really tie it into like, you can see from my streams that what I try to do is have at least a theme, right, of the stream, or at least like a major story, a main story to do a thumbnail on, right? But then on the days where it's like, well, Trump said something stupid, Elon said something stupid, Schumer was an embarrassment, and I don't know, Adam Friedland talked to somebody, right? It's kind of like on those days, like how do you tie that all together? How do you make that into a thumbnail? I'm by the coast, so it gets cooler too. Oh, in Australia. There's so many other destinations that would be cheaper and more convenient to get to than where? Sorry. Than Australia. Oh yeah, definitely. Like Vietnam is really cool, very affordable. Cambodia, has had its problems, but it's it's very interesting history of the Khmer kingdom, right? And yes, Chad, everybody, when they think of Thailand, when they think of Cambodia, they think of the Khmer Rouge, but Khmer are just the people. It's just like the group, the ethnic group there, Khmer, and that's what their kingdom was called back in the day. And you've got several kingdoms, historically speaking, in the area, and they're not even, like for instance, Thailand. Let me see if I can get this right. Somebody in chat correct me if I'm wrong, all right? What was it like? I'm trying to remember the order of things. The Sukhothai kingdom, and then the Ayutthaya. But yeah, there's been different kingdoms even like of Thailand. Or in amongst the yeah, Sukhothai was first, and then Ayutthaya. Right, so those are two big kingdoms of Thailand. The other one that people don't really talk about is the Lanna kingdom, right? Which is where located where the north of Thailand is now. Like, it was its own kingdom with major influence, right? With connections and alliances to to like parts of China. Trade routes. Yeah, it was a trading city. That's right. Chiang Mai, I think, was a trading city for a while. And like there was something about salt where they had like the monopoly on salt. So they were like really rich until people figured out how to get salt from the ocean. And then they were kind of screwed. But yeah, even in Thailand, there's like different groups of people. There's the Hmong, the Shan, who also exist in parts of Myanmar, what used to be the Burmese kingdom. But yeah, you got the Burmese, you got the Cambodians, the Viet. It's an amazing history. Oh yeah, and Siam, chat. The kingdom of Siam actually, I think, included present-day Laos, right? And I think they lost that to the French when the French came in and colonized Vietnam. And this was why Thailand wanted to go. This is why Thailand attacked France in World War II. France is like weak and stuff, and actually France is two different countries at that time: Free France and Vichy France. And so that was when Thailand was like, we're gonna get our shit back, and they did end up getting some of their shit back. You moved? You are so hard on yourself? Am I? I didn't realize I was being hard on myself. Oh, about getting things done. I mean, yeah, but it's been forever, right? I'm thinking of it from the point of view of a viewer. You know what I mean? Like, I know my life is complicated and that I've done the best that I can, but I also know that, I don't know, I just don't want somebody to, sign up for Patreon expecting for, what Patreon should be and what any kind of, membership or sub should be is like a fucking golden ticket, right? You get to go to Willy Wonka land, right? And I'm like Willy Wonka, but I have been like, I don't have time to give you a tour right now. You got your golden ticket, all right? But I'm going to ask you to wait. The chocolate factory is not quite ready. The Oompa Loompa, they're a little bit stressed right now. You don't want to be around stressed Oompa Loompa, do you? You want to be around calm and like mindful and like well, psychologically integrated Oompa Loompa, right? They're like, they've done some work, right? They've come to terms with all the stuff that they've dealt with, right? And the Oompa Loompa have dealt with a lot, Chad. I don't know if you know what it's like to be an Oompa Loompa out there, with the frumulous, there's all kinds of creatures that eat the Oompa Loompas and stuff. I don't remember. Does anybody remember what they're called? I gotta look this up. This is some Wonka lore here. Laos, Thailand, and Cambodia have long and shifting borders. But it's so fucking cool. I swear to God. Southeast Asia is the coolest place. I mean, I'm sure there's all... Look, every place is cool, right? But Southeast Asia, incredibly cool. And I'm fascinated by it. And I know so little about it. I didn't even know the geography when I moved here, right? I was like, wait, Thailand? That's like... It's like close to Cambodia? Maybe? Like, I didn't even realize how close Thailand was to India or how influenced Thailand has been by India. I want to be a blueberry? Oh, hell yeah. Blueberries are my favorite. That's what I miss about the United States more than anything, Moinoip, is blueberries. There is a berry here called a Thai berry. Some people call it a Thai berry. It's blue. It's a little bit sour. So it kind of sounds like a blueberry. Although I don't think it's like related or anything. Getting sucked into the tube, what, like in Willy Wonka? Oh my God, chat, I shouldn't say it like that because that makes it sound like I'm going to test my chatters. And only the best will get to will get to take over the chocolate factory. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I'm not trying to test you. I forgot how like moralistic Roald Dahl is sometimes. You know what I'm talking about? Roald Dahl, the author of Willy Wonka, James and the Giant Peach, the BFG. Anybody grow up with a BFG? That was the coolest thing in the world. That was the coolest thing. The fucking BFG. The guy can, he drinks soda water, sparkling water, right? But instead of the bubbles going up like these right here, the bubbles go down. And when he drinks it and the bubbles go down, they cause him to do a whiz pop, right? And a whiz pop is what apparently Ethan, the other thing that Ethan's saying that Casey Tron is doing. That she sits there ripping the bong and then she whiz pops. No, but his farts would let him fly. All right, chat. Yeah, Roald Dahl has this thing about flying, right? And he always connects it to like gas trapped in the body or something, right? You see it in Willy Wonka with the fizzy lifting drinks, right? They drink the fizzy lifting drinks and they're like flying up to the ceiling and they're like, how do we get down, Charlie? You've got to burp, Grandpa. But burping is rude. Oh no. Oh no. I guess we'll have to do the rude thing then, right? Then the BFG, yeah, the BFG drinks a fizzy drink in order to fart, and the farts, well, it's not really, I don't know, it's a flight, chat. He kind of does like somersaults in the air and stuff. It's not like he's flying. It's not like he can just go, like he can't, like, he's not like Goku of farts, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like Sun Wukong with farts. Although that I feel like Sun Wukong would, if he knew how to fly with farts, he probably would. But anyway, yeah, the Willy Wonka metaphor. I just like I don't want to make people wait too long because we can do some really cool things, and I do have a really cool community. I am super blessed by that. Even while I am frustrated by the Fairweather fans that are just here for the drama slop content and that never even talk in chat. I gotta count my blessings. And you are my blessings, chat. Because I do feel like I'm blessed with a with a community like no other, right? I've always said that the like amount of engagement that I get, the quickness with which chat moves a little slower during the summer times. All of my 4 grandparents share one bed. Oh my god. I forgot about that. The BFG was very nice. Yeah, he was so cool. The witches. Oh, I forgot about the witches. Have you ever seen that movie? I've been watching Political Baby video shorts. Political Baby video shorts? What are those? You only have to give us the scary boat ride and nothing more. I mean, I can do the scary boat ride for you. The scariest of boat rides. I never watched the remake? You mean the Timothy Chalamet remake? Did Roald Dahl have an inflation fetish? I feel like if you went through a book of fetishes and asked, inquired whether Roald Dahl shared these fetishes, it'd be quicker to mark off the ones that he didn't share, right? Fetishes that Roald Dahl didn't have, right? There'd be a limited number of those. I think Roald Dahl was just a bit of a, and I'm not saying this in a judgmental way, but Roald Dahl was a freak. In the best possible sense. I think the best possible sense. I don't know. Is there anything I'm forgetting about Roald Dahl? I'm always like tempted to be like, oh yeah, I love this author, right? And then like I forget about Wait, wasn't there racist stuff in the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? Burping is definitely worse than fanning your blended remains all over a sand. Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying they shouldn't have burped. Oh yeah, it's a food factory too. Like, yeah, all that danger in a food factory. My favorite childhood book was called The Magic Mash, about a sentient pack that reconstituted Deb Instant Potato. Oh, Fantastic Mr. Fox. I watched that movie. Wait, did I ever read this book though? I feel like, I don't know. Who was it? George Clooney that played Fantastic Mr. Fox? Sorry that I'm still at work. I'm trying to be low key. Yeah, you do you. You do you. My teacher read us Roald Dahl, and I love the stories. Yeah, I actually got to read my parent. I don't know why my parents thought. I mean, I liked Roald Dahl. I liked the movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. My mom read us The Witches at one point. But for some reason, my parents decided, it was like one of my birthdays or something. They were like, we're going to get you the autobiography of Roald Dahl, right? And it's just like, you know how into a author you have to be as a child to want to read an autobiography? Pretty fucking into, but like somehow I read it anyway. Like I don't think I read it I think I got bored at some point, right? Like they gave me these books. And they're like, you could read all about what it was like as a kid to be Roald Dahl. And I think he flew in the British Air Force too. Right? And there's like a book about him like learning to fly or something. But I got to learn all kinds of weird stuff. And he had a weird childhood. Chat, he went to a, I think it's a private school. It would have to be a boarding school is it's called a public school in the UK. I always get this mixed up, right? In UK, public schools are like Hogwarts. Basically what, yeah, we would call that a private school. We would call that a private boarding school, right? But in the UK, I think they're called public schools for whatever reason. And he went to one of these schools, and when he was like, I think a freshman, they had their like bathroom was outside of the school. It's England. It's very cold in the winter. I think they might have even had like metal toilets. And so little Roald Dahl like would get bullied by older kids because the toilet seat was always cold. And so the older kids would be like, we don't want our butts to get cold. Freshmen, get over here and warm this toilet up for me. Sit down on the toilet, sit your butt right down on the toilet and warm it up. I want you to warm that toilet seat up with the heat of your butt. And I'm just like, wow, that's an interesting way to be bullied. A little disturbing. I don't know what it is about that, chat, that's so disturbing. I think it's the heat transfer thing. I think something about heat transfer like disturbs me. Like the idea that you would transfer heat from your butt to somebody else's butt is just like a little bit uncomfortable. Just realized that in Willy Wonka they inflate and burp and fly, and then one of the girl bloats up. Oh, you're right. There is a lot of inflation. I don't know if Ronald... Wait, there was some abuse, I believe, but yeah, racism for sure. Oh, that Roald Dahl did abuse to somebody? He definitely got abused in that school. Blueberry Scene created an entirely new fashion on its... new fetish. New fetish. Wait, was that the first, like, appearance of the inflation fetish in popular culture? It seems very prominent in the furry community at the moment. Not that I remember, he may have had a product of his... He may have been a product of his time, but his greatest contribution was to help design a new value system that could be used in medical treatments to relieve pressure on the brain. Oh, wow. What? Wait, was he a doctor? Did I like not know about this? He was an anti-Semite. Oh my God, of course. I don't know if Roald Dahl has an inflation fetish, but it is for sure a fetish of the political class. They've been inflationing us left and right for years now. Nice. He's basically a complex human and a product of his time. Jameson the Giant Peach, Miss Spider was my love interest for longer than I'd like. Okay, maybe she still is. I read a memoir from Roald Dahl, and yeah, that's what I've got. That's what my parents got me, I think, in an aviation anthology, and it was about his time in World War II. I don't remember the flying, him talking about flying as much. Like, they definitely got me that book. I think the book that you're talking about, Random 3PO. But it was that's the most British bullying I have ever heard of. They wanted his butt warmth. Yeah, there's something so disturbing, chat. I would feel violated in a way that's hard to fully explain. Like, and also, you know, you'd think that what I'd mind more would be if I had to sit on a toilet after somebody and feel their butt heat. That if I'm just transferring my butt heat into the toilet, and then somebody else is sitting on it after I have, that I kind of, on one hand, I kind of feel like they're having to deal with the grosser thing of my butt heat, but the fact that they're not grossed out by it disturbs me. The fact that they're looking at this as a net positive of them not having to feel the coldness of the metal toilet seat because of my butt heat, it just... China inflates Willy Wonka? Wait, what? I also don't like heat. I feel like this is a weird thing. This is a weird phobia I have. What is that, right? Hello to you, Steve Saturnation. I also don't like heat transfer on heated car seats. Oh, it makes me feel like I've pissed my pants. I've only ever been in one car. I dated, someone who had heated seats, and it was so weird. They're like, you know, would you like to, everything was separate. Like, there's separate controls for like air conditioner. Like, I could have the air conditioner on and they could have the heater on, and also like the seats were like heated, and they were really like, you could make them go into all kinds of positions, right? Yeah, it was a really fancy car. I guess that's how you know a car is fancy, is because of the seats. There's nothing from a UK public school, public being private, confusingly. That's what I'm talking about. That confuses the fuck out of me. I don't sit on toilet seats other than my own. They wanted his butt warmth. Yeah. Roald Dahl. It is quite a name. It's almost like Dali, but without the E. Butt heat transfer is uncomfortable, but that's what's disturbing about it, chat, is it's like seeing like the upperclassmen like sit down on the toilet and be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you enjoying my butt heat? There's something so disturbing about that. It's so hard to explain. That makes me feel used in a way that I'm not used to. His autobiography is a children's book. I had to read it for a book battle. Yeah, I think I read that too, Funkmaster. Toasted bum, my lady. But you know what I'm saying? Look at the face of the upperclassmen, like being like enjoying your butt heat. It's just like, what are you doing? I've only been in a car with heated seats once. They can heat up from an app before you get in the car. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that too. My dad had a car with heated seats. It's okay, but it gets sweaty. I was freezing one time, and I enjoyed a hot car. Yeah, it is nice when it's cold for sure. Well, since private school kids are like 7%, it's like state school or the other rich fecker. it does kind of seem like a quasi form of sexual domination. Yeah, I think that's what's bothering me. I don't know if that's what Roald Dahl was experiencing at the time, or if that's what the, it just, yeah, it does feel like exactly that. That's capitalism. That's capitalism for you. You heat up the toilet seat for the rich. I just think of the piss that was wiped off that seat. It might not be wet anymore, but it's still there. Yeah, that's true. I think the butt heat story is more to highlight how weird and messed up boarding school was at the time. And if it's warm, they sat there a while. Oh yeah, so they, yeah. Yeah, I wonder, are you allowed to at least poop while if you're forced to sit on a toilet seat to warm it up, is it okay if you poop? Or will they get mad and be like, hey, I didn't say you could poop? The most normal thing about British boarding school is it's the most normal British boarding school homoerotic hazing experience, comparatively speaking. Is that where the whole thing about Cameron, is it Cameron and the pig? Wait, that was about his college fraternity, right? Is it David Cameron and the pig? Chat, there's a famous episode of Black Mirror about this. Anybody know what I'm talking about? There is a story that is as durable and persistent as the Richard Gere gerbil story in Britain about former, was he the PM? David Cameron? Yeah, the PM having a college experience, or having, like, because of his college fraternity, that everybody that was in that fraternity, which was a big important fraternity, like lots of wealthy people connected through this fraternity, right? Like, just the richest of the rich, the most powerful of the powerful, the clouded up of the clouded up, right? We're all in this fraternity. And he, supposedly, the story goes that, you were forced to make sweet love to a unalived pig in order to become part of their fraternity. Yeah. That's more rich wing of boarding schools, but yeah, it's the same, all the same weird stuff. I mean, like, I think this was supposed to be in college, right? Told her before the missiles started to fly. Wait, what? I experienced butt AC today. Whoa, when my mom, who hasn't spoken to me for a week because she's immune to facts, she reached out because she's feeling bad. Her no wars president is a liar. He's a liar. He's a dirty, rotten liar. He lied to her. The leopards are eating. Okay, anyway. He had sex with a head of a pig. And then that black. Wait. With the head? Why is that even more weird? Why is that even more disturbing? That hazing is more what happens to rich kids, straight up abuse to all others. Tabernacles spoken about everyone in politics went to the same 3 schools in England. I mean, it is similar, to the United States Ivy League system, but it seems a little bit more centralized even than us. Anyway, chat, with that, I gotta let you know about what we got on board for bonus content today. If you want some bonus content, if you're feeling the bonus content, let's see what are our options, right? You've been voting on these. Hopefully, let's see how many of you have successfully voted so far. 73 of you have placed your votes. And of those 73, oh my God, what is going on, chat? Okay, I'm so confused. Everything is broken. I am not doing my due diligence at all. Okay. Like I said, 73 of you voted so far. About half of you are voting for Ethan Klein roasted by NSR. That's North Star Radio. Comrade Casey, the other Comrade Casey, not Comrade Casey Tron, but Comrade KC. right? And that is, a work of art done by Comrade Casey that he's made out of all the abuse hurled at him from Ethan Klein. Second place, we have Trans Passport Update. I've got an update for you, or rather Mike Figueiredo's got an update for you on the Trans Passport situation, and it may be good. However, there's still a lot that I don't know about it, and so I want to just be really careful to tell you that, do research about this. Don't take Mike's word for it. Don't take my word for it. Don't take some trans influencer on Twitter's word for it, right? Because this is a complicated thing, right? The road may be open to getting your correct gender on your passport, right? Whether that's you want an X marker or you want your passport to correspond with your gender, right? That's if you're identify as male or female, right? That is, there's been a court ruling striking down what Marco Rubio, little Marco, and the Trump administration have been doing in terms of that. However, chat, I want you to remember that it's still the Trump State Department, right, that you're going to be sending your, request for an updated passport to. So just keep that in mind too. I'll try to give you the best overall view of the situation, but the situation is not clear to me. In other words, chat, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm affected by this too, right? My passport is all kinds of fucked up. I would love to get it fixed. I just don't know if I can. And the other thing that's making it really complicated, though, is that like this, there was a decision in the courts, right? There could be an appeal. This could get closed down. So maybe you should hurry up, or maybe you shouldn't do it at all, or I don't know, chat. Anyway, if you want to, we'll try to figure it out. That's the Trans Passports update. And then tied for third place, we have Ezra Klein's Abundance Dash Con. That's right, Ezra Klein, or the Abundance Movement, has held its own sad little convention, complete with ball pit. And we can take a look at that. It is unbelievably pathetic, right? Or Adam Friedland on Stavi's World, also with 14%. So that's where that is. Now, chat, as I told you a second ago, I have been remiss, or rather my, Gavi, I don't know what's going on. I swear to God, I'm not trying to ignore you. This didn't pop up. I'm so reliant on it going, I'm so reliant on that Tim Allen sound drop from Toy Story. You remember the part, chat, in Toy Story where Woody goes like, and then he goes and gets advice from his next door neighbor about how to stay in the a child's heart, how to stay the favorite toy, the favorite of the child, and not get thrown away. I don't know. No, I'm sorry. I'm like mixing something else up. Yeah, remember the part where Woody becomes Santa Claus, chat? Do you remember that? Good. And then he goes on a space voyage. Oh, I love that. God damn. I'm sorry, chat. I'm mixing up every franchise possible. Anyway, Davy Cliff says, remember, if you aren't a favored client state, and you probably said this like 20 or 30 minutes ago, why didn't I get an update on this? Remember, if you aren't a favorite client state, you need to get a 1. I can only see... Oh, you need to get a nuke? Is that what you're saying? If you're not a favored client state, you need to get 1. I can only see Iran getting 1 after... Khamenei passes. Yeah. So if you don't know, chat, Ayatollah Khamenei has issued a fatwa against anyone in the Iranian government seeking a nuke. Right? It's the formal dictate of the supreme leader of Iran that no one should develop nukes. Right? So if so what Davi's pointing out is that Iran's getting fucked over, and they're getting fucked over in a way that wouldn't happen if they had a nuclear weapon. If they had gone ahead and developed a nuke after Donald Trump got out of the agreement, rather than continuing to let inspectors in, which is what they actually did, then, you know, that they may not be facing, like Israel might have thought twice before attacking them, right? We have taught people, we have taught countries that if you want self-determination, if you want non-intervention in your country, that you gotta have nukes. That's the only way that you don't get treated like garbage, right? We're incentivizing countries to build nukes, essentially, through our horrible foreign policy, right? And the only thing that's stopping Iran, because people in Iran are talking about that. There is definitely a discourse on that, and they're aware of the, like, you know, that this is the reason they're being treated like that, right? So there's probably some interest in developing a weapon. However, yeah, when the supreme leader has a fatwa that says don't do it, you can't do it. So the only way that, yeah, the funny thing is that the you know, a targeted assassination of the supreme leader that the U.S. and Israel are talking about right now might be the very thing that facilitates them actually developing nukes. Because right now, that fatwa is keeping that from happening. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davi. Oh, no, you got another one here. China and the U.S. have to act better if they are in real competition with each to sell their ideas in the marketplace of ideas. Oh, to be more responsible in terms of Israel-Palestine, and maybe do some intervention where it's actually needed rather than as a means of domination. Yeah, anyway, yeah, I don't know what's going on, chat. I didn't see the super chats. And I feel bad. Anyway, we are at 35 right now, out of 100. All right, on our way to 100. If we get to 100, one of these topics will drop out of the vending machine. All right, and if you want to bang on the vending machine to try to get the product that you want out of there, you can do that, right? Every time you donate, this number goes up, whether it's a super chat, it's a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, which you should want a membership, because the membership has its what is that phrase? Membership has its advantages. Is that the phrase? God, membership has its advantages, right? And one of those advantages is getting to post weasels. So if you've seen people posting weasels, if you've seen people posting emotes of me with lasers in my freaking eyes, or the you know, the ukulele emoji, or any of those emojis, right? Those all come with a membership, right? So you can get yourself a membership if you want to be able to use those emotes, and you want to be able to see special videos that are marked in the members only section, right? And be a part of that members only community, right? You could do so by getting yourself a membership for a very cheap, I believe $3 is what it is, right? You can also give memberships to other people, which is that's how we get weasels, right? You want to know how we get weasels? This is how we get weasels, right? The most you know, of the time, people get gifted a membership rather than buying their own, and that's an awesome thing, because what you've done there, if you're gifting memberships, is you've not only gotten, you know, emotes for yourself, but you're spreading the weasels. You're giving the weasels. You're like a weasel evangelist at that point, right, chat? Which is a pretty cool thing to be. Some people say working class hero is a great thing to be. Nah, I say weasel advantages is weasel evangelist is something to be, right? So that is yeah, that's my pitch for people to make more weasels, because we've been going downhill on that, right? I have not been seeing the weasels around nearly as much, right? They also exist on YouTube, as Hydrogen is pointing out. If you have a sub, you can get yourself a sub for $6 on YouTube, or for free if you've got Twitch, if you've got Prime. If you got Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to your Twitch, use that for a free sub to the channel of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will get weasels, you will get jellyfish, you will get the whole thing, right? And yeah, the other thing that does that is if you get yourself a sub or gift subs on Twitch, that also makes the number go up. Also, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I am 25% away from being able to fully fund my tuition to Thai language school. So if you want to help me out with that, massive appreciation, because we're almost there, and a massive appreciation to everybody who's donated to that already, right? Or if you like Crystal Saphira, if you sign up for Patreon, right? That also goes towards the bonus goal. That makes this number go higher, right? If it goes to 100, we get to watch one of these things. It's the thing that is winning in the polls combined with the influence of money, the influence of the donors, right? If you're donating, in addition to getting yourself weasels or whatever else you're gifting other people weasels, whatever you're doing, you also have the ability to affect the poll, right? You can take your donation and turn it into a percentage and then tell me where you want to put that percentage. Like, you really want to see Ezra Klein's Abundance Dash Con. Nobody's voting for that. Well, maybe you could Bigfoot your way into making that happen. Maybe you can use your donation clout for that, right? And all you have to do is let me know in the chat. I want to see the Ezra Klein thing. I want to see Ethan Klein roasted by NSR. I want to know more about trans passports and the update on that. Or I want to see Adam Friedland. I almost said Adam Friended. Yeah, imagine more weasels, right? Whisper of a Dream. Look, we've had more weasels, chat, so that's a thing that you can do. What steps do I have to take to be a member? I'm on an iPad. I just don't see the option on the channel homepage. Oh, anybody know? Is it different on Apple or is it different on an iPad? The thing is, Israel has to know that you can't use nuclear weapons as a cudgel like that, right? It's not like you can actually use them. Well, they're talking about using a tactical nuke, right? They're talking about using a tactical nuke. Still haven't seen Toy Stories 3 completed the series so perfectly. I hate when they have to do one more. What is your preferred way of supporting you? Whatever way is easiest for you. I'm not trying to be choosy. I'm trying to just go with whatever's easiest for you. As far as what ways get most of the money to me, I think that is maybe Patreon first and Throne second. As far as less of the donation is taken up by the platform itself. It also, on Patreon, it's pretty stable because like I said, like I always say, platforms can get taken away from you for no reason, right? People get demonetized, people get banned on YouTube. Every day, President Sunday got hit with that for no fucking reason at all, right? Sunday, I don't, there's a lot I don't like about Sunday, but he didn't deserve that shit. And YouTube did it to him for, I don't even know why. He pissed somebody off or I don't even know how that happens, chat. It's it's legitimately scary to me, right? That somebody can just lose their monetization for over nothing, right? So thank you. I really do appreciate people that support me on Patreon for that reason. And with that, let me go ahead and thank my Patreons right now. Okay, it looks like that update on the cat ears from yesterday. Somebody fully funded the cat ears goal, and I was kind of freaking out, right? Because I didn't know the way it's right now. It's set up to go to my address in Seattle, which would be it's not going to get to right. It's going to disappear if it goes there, right? So I was freaking out about that yesterday. I talked to the company that does the cat ears, and they are now asking me for my address in Thailand. So they might actually, I didn't think they would send it to me out there. Looks like they may just do that. I don't know. I might have to pay extra for it, but whatever. I just want, look, if people are going to be nice and gift me cat ears, I want to make sure to wear them. Okay. Because I appreciate stuff like that. All right. Speaking about people I appreciate my Patreons, right? If you sign up for my Patreons, there are perks to that, right? The main perk right now, as I have been so busy, and the only perk that I've been able to reliably get to you is to shout out your name at the $5 level and above. So let me do those shout outs now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sater. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah Anderson. Shouts out to Nadia Yavat. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to, and a fancy shout out to Zero, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, so we got that taken care of. Again, sorry to anybody who is sending super chats. I'm on top of that now. I'll try to look for those, even though YouTube, it's supposed to make a noise. It's supposed to make a sound. You know, it didn't do it yesterday, but that was for super stickers. We figured out that super stickers don't make a noise. So if you do a super sticker, just let me know in chat, or maybe somebody be like, be like at me or something and be like, hey, there's a super sticker, right? Because I didn't see, like, there was like 2 super stickers yesterday that I didn't even see, and it was really sweet of people to send those to me. And I like to, you know, look at the stickers and describe them and stuff like that, and I wasn't able to yesterday because wasn't even now the super chats are like not working, right? I don't know what's going on. The only thing I could think of is that I logged into multi-chat through Twitch instead of YouTube. Maybe it's something to do with that. Maybe it's only making sounds for Twitch alerts right now. I don't know. Somebody do a Twitch alert and see if that's it. But we gotta, yeah, Occam's Razor. That's right. We gotta get going, chat. We gotta, Ethan Klein will not wait for us in his Nothing Burger Mind Palace. This is some good tunes, chat. If you like tunes like this, make sure to go follow Iridium Beats. I'm gonna give you the link to Iridium Beats right now. Yeah, you got the Nothing Burger. Nice. That's a rare NCC emoji. Chat, I barely even remember what the Nothing Burger. Oh, make Irene bounce. Oh my god, but I don't have a. Oh my god, chat. I gotta get a trampoline. I mean, I can bounce like that. But yeah, like that was when I had a trampoline, right? We got a cat ears, you know, point redemption on Twitch, and a make Irene bounce point redemption. And I don't have either of those things just for fun. Then I'll still bounce for you. But you're just reminding me I need to get myself a trampoline. It'd be nice to have one too. Good to have something to exercise on in here. Yeah, that being said, chat, yeah, we're at 35 right now. We're fully 1/3 of the way, a little bit more than 1/3 of the way to that goal of 100. If we get 100 by the end of the stream, then we'll get bonus content. Right now, it looks like it might be the Northern Star Radio. North Star Radio. Comrade K. I remember his name as Comrade Casey. I never remember him as North Star Radio. That's why it's confusing to me. We almost got you situated. I know, we need to make that situation situationable. H3 podcast. All right. I guess we're gonna do it this way. These tunes are really doing it for me right now. All right, so chat, I should probably talk to you about what we're about to see, right? So we expected the content nuke to be, I don't know, more clips of Hasan out of context where it sounds like he is, you know, glazing up Putin or something like that, right? It's kind of what you come to expect from Ethan Klein. Instead, what we're getting is basically a video that is just an announcement of how petty this guy is. He's so petty that he will sue small content creators for reacting to his content nuke. He's acting like he is 2 steps ahead of all of us in that he registered his video, his content nuke on Hasan, with the National Library, which makes it easier for somebody to sue for damage, right? And he's pulled the switch on this for a number of content creators, right? We're going to find out exactly who those are, and I am going to hope it's not me. We're going to see how close he got to me in this video too, by the way. We're going to see how close I was to ending up on, you know, this video, right? But yeah, he's going on a crusade, like basically treating Denham's, Rogan, and Caseytron, amongst others, we'll find out who, as if they were Sniper Wolf, right? Right, he's redoing the React gate, but specifically against the femoids. Those femoids do be reacting, chat. They do be reacting, and Ethan Klein, he's had enough of it, all right? And he has announced a lawsuit against some of these femoids. It just happens to be all women. It happens to be all pro-Palestinian people. It happens to be all targets of fucking online harassment too. Kind of interesting, chat. That might have been what kept me safe. Is that I am not, at least currently, a target of this kind of mass harassment. Although I've definitely experienced similar things in the past, right? But I giga Stacy'd that shit, chat, and I came through it, and my enemies, chat, people that talked so much shit about me only a few years ago, are in Discords right now being like, yeah, I guess NCC is kind of based. That's right. I was right. You were wrong. I'm here. Your shitty content creator has quit the internet. That's right. You don't mess with this bitch, all right? Anyway, chat, let's mess with this bitch right now and see what Ethan Klein has to say to us, all right? Here we go.
My friends, I come before you, but a humble man, a messenger sent from the future to warn you. I don't know. I'm riffing as I'm going. To warn those. I'm the guy from the Christopher Nolan one, Interstellar.
I think that was Terminator.
You're Sarah.
Okay.
Are you trying to
Slamming on the don't watch.
Are you trying to say you're Sarah Connor? Ethan, I am more Sarah Connor than you will ever be.
Watch the.
Oh my god, chat. My stream deck is fucked up.
Content Nuke.
Get down.
I'm trying to warn.
It turns everyone into RFK Jr.
Famous.
Ooh. I have.
Usually we do this for members on Thursdays.
Green tea to
Today
drink.
we are doing it for everybody. This is the People's Day. I have just launched.
You say it's unlocked, unleashed, and unhinged?
Unleashed, Unhinged. Why, is that a reference to something?
No, I just thought it was catchy.
I do like
I had
that.
it as the temporary title.
I'm
earlier.
Unleashed.
I
Yeah.
like it.
No, it's not. That's not the title, is it?
No, I said temporary title earlier.
Oh, Unleashed.
Yeah.
Ethan Unleashed.
Yeah.
I am unleashed, and I'm unrestricted, and yeah. So we're here for everybody because I just dropped the long-awaited. We're calling it the second nuke. It's not really the second nuke. There is a second Hasan video, but that's like down the pipeline.
Wait.
This is all part of my I have a 10-year
You're
plan.
calling it the second nuke. I've been hearing about the second nuke for months.
It's not technically.
This isn't it.
Dan,
It's
chill.
not technically a content nuke. It's more of a fallout, radioactive
chill.
fallout. I know. I'm sorry, Dan. Misled a lot of people, but I think people are really happy with what they got. I don't think I oversold it. You know, I saw lots of people saying this better not be a nothing burger, and I'm like, when have I ever? When have I ever delivered a nothing burger?
How to do the hamburger with your dick and your balls?
Never.
Even when I do dick and ball burgers, I go ham. Anyway, I do want to thank our members for being here today and supporting us so that we couldn't come live on Thursdays and entertain the masses. And it's especially nice to go live today because tomorrow, Friday, is our final episode of the season. And we are taking a 2-week break. Dan is devastated. Dan is going to miss work. He's going to miss seeing me.
Oh, poor Dan.
Everybody on the office is moping around because they're just so
Yeah.
devastated.
Yeah, it really melts
Dude,
my heart.
my mom got so mad at me yesterday. She was watching the show, and I was messing around. You said something like, you know, everyone hates their job, and I switched to myself for a second as a joke. My mom was fucking pissed. She's like,
What?
text him right now and apologize. I'm like, dude.
Oh my god.
I was like, let me
You
show
know
you.
what?
I was like, let me show you about this muffin, mom, before you say that.
Yeah, don't even get her started on the muffin. Your mom got a little snark-brained.
Yeah, I think so.
That's how they see it.
No, I like her.
I'm kidding, of course. She's
She's
a dream.
She's like, come
Not
on,
in like a
you're
weird way.
that's what you're saying on the show. I feel like that's something my mom would say too.
Oh no, chat. Oh no, what happened?
Remove the C next.
What did I do?
We could just call this a H3 show episode.
What?
Yeah,
I got to meet AB's mom.
It's Thursday.
I know
and
it is.
sister.
I know it is, Dan.
My sister said it was the highlight of her trip.
Aw. She's so sweet and cute.
Oh wait, it actually worked now.
How does
Wait,
AB
you
have
have
a
a
sister
sister?
that I never known about? Yeah, I couldn't get over that.
But yeah, she's very to herself.
What's she up to? What does she do?
She
She works for my
studies-
dad right now.
Oh, okay, so she's in law or something.
She's like a secretary.
She
for him.
dabbles. Wow.
What the?
Did she
No
say
idea you had
she
a
studies
sister.
to be a nurse?
Yeah, she's also studying to be a nurse, but
Of course she is. She wants.
as a child of Middle Eastern parents, we have to say that. So I don't know how serious she still is about that.
That's funny.
Gotcha.
Oh, I had no idea you have a sister.
I
What?
know.
Where is she right now?
Like
Bring
Luke
her in.
Skywalker,
That's
dude.
what I said. Literally, I said the same stuff.
Sister.
And I told him you gotta come on Friday.
I met your brother. He's awesome.
And his brother's
Mom
getting
is
married.
awesome. Your dad is awesome too. I saw him calling in. Oh, your brother's getting married?
Yes.
What the heck?
There
Yeah,
it is.
in November.
Just so much
Oh,
to
hell yeah,
celebrate.
brother.
Is she younger or older, AB?
She's younger. I'm the oldest. She's 4 years younger than me, and my brother's 5 years younger than me.
Ah.
Does that make sister
interesting.
sense?
See, I didn't even know that about you. This is new AB lore. You're the biggest
like you
brother. I didn't know but you had a sister.
We've talked about it.
Well, maybe I did
Yeah.
hear it
Maybe
sometime, but it doesn't mean I knew it.
You did once, and you had the same reaction.
Yeah.
It's just very shocking.
Oh, God. Okay, don't show me. If I had this reaction already, don't show me. I don't want to know.
Yeah, but anyway,
Did Hila just say
is,
if I have this erection?
there's so much chatter, and I would like to just talk about everything surrounding.
All right, there we go,
the video,
chat.
which is, if you haven't seen, I've announced that I have.
So does anybody want to? Oh my God, I RFK'd him.
Before posting my video.
Pause.
3
Pause. There we go. Okay, I have to press it extra hard now. I don't know. Chat. I'm taking some precautions. I'm taking a few precautions here. All right. Because Ethan is getting crazy. He fucking all but dared people to cover his content nuke. All right. Only to then use it to, to sue them. This guy is fucked up. This guy is, I don't trust this guy. I don't trust anything about this guy. Omega Star, you had a super chat. By the way, I forgot to mention, chat, we also have the butterfly goal. We're at 3 super chats right now. If we get 10 of them, then I'll put a butterfly in my hair. How about that? Wait, so yeah, of both of the clients, I choose Ezra. Also, happy Juneteenth. That is, see, Omega Star's showing you what I was just talking about. Look at that. So Omega Star said Ezra Klein, and look at what I do. I come right up here and I go B, and I go B, and look at that. It gets 5% added to it. You can do that every time you donate, chat. You can let me know which of these topics you want to see. And if you, I'll turn your donation into a percentage, just like I did for Omega Star. I told you it was booby trapped. Yo, Sarah, you called it. Were you the one that said that? I remembered a long time ago, a chatter said, I think it was Sarah. I think Sarah was the one that warned us, right? Before anybody said anything, that this was, I mean, people speculated that he was going to do this to Hasan, but apparently he does not want that smoke. He'd rather, look, so he's not doing this for money, all right? Obviously, he's got plenty of money, and he's going to probably spend more on legal than he does, get in terms of any award that he gets or anything that's due to him, right? But he's got I think what he wants is the clout of going against femoids. Now, why do I say femoids, chat? Femoid is incel speak for a woman. All right. And there are certain women who have become popular SEO because they are targets of hate, right? Casey Tron is an example, Denims is an example, and Frogan is an example. These are all people that Ethan chose, right? So I think he's doing it for views, to get the haters, to get the same people that would have been bitching about Kira Chats a few years ago, right? In his audience, because he's just that fucking craven. So I mean, that's my interpretation of why he chose the people he chose. Also, if they can't pay, well, you'll see what he says later, right? If they can't pay if they don't have the money, right, then he could ask them to do something embarrassing, or do something to fulfill his ego desires, right? He is also litigious. He is as litigious as his wealth allows. Yeah, basically. It's the femoids. It's the femoids. He sounds creepy there. Yeah, he's always a little creepy. But anyway, we got our protective cover up there, chat, that hopefully will save us. But yeah, the other thing about Ethan to remember is that he is known as a champion of free speech. The goodwill that he garnered from YouTube, the goodwill that he garnered from the internet, was for doing a landmark case where he was the one getting sued for copyright infringement, right? And he stood up for fair use. Now he is stomping on fair use, and he's stomping on all the goodwill that he had. And the one thing that I want to do with this, chat, the one thing I want to contribute to, is people realizing this is a bad guy, this is a hypocrite. Anything good that you felt about him, thought about him in the past, no longer applies. This guy's lived long enough to become the villain. All right, that's who Ethan Klein is. That's where he's at right now. He also mentioned that Asmongold and XQC both watched this video, but he doesn't want to ice the entire reaction community. Yeah, Asmongold, like seriously, bro, based, and XQC. Oh, bro. Oh, no, bro. Oh, wow, bro. Like, these dudes don't fucking react. There's no, if that's what he's trying to make this distinction between, like, the way that Denims and Comrade Casey Tron and Frogan react and make them out to be the worst actors. But they are not Sniper Wolf, and this is not 2022. And you cannot do ReactGate over and over again. Chat, are we not tired of ReactGate? I am fucking sick of it. I don't want to hear about it anymore. I don't care. I literally don't fucking care. What is going to happen is he's going to get kicked off of YouTube. Oh, Ethan is? YouTube can't be happy about their platform being weaponized. Oh, you mean for the suing people thing? I'm not convinced it was a trap, says JB. I think Denims pissed him off because he had to do... Oh, you're right. He did have to apologize to Denims, or he had to retract what he said about her. He had to make... he made sure that he found something. Whatever is the allure of XQC, I don't know, chat. I don't... Can anybody explain the allure of XQC? Is like I can't tell if he's a lol cow. Or it kind of seems like not, though. It kind of seems like people like XQC unironically. Yeah, speaking, we had advocate for content theft. I mean, look, obviously you don't want to see like smaller channels get predated on, right? Or cloned or whatever, whatever's going on, or hacked and turned into Tesla scams or what, right. There's a lot of, right. You don't want to see that, but at the same time, like, I don't know, unless you can show me some harm, like I literally don't care about somebody was reacting, but they weren't reacting hard enough. They went to the bathroom while they were reacting. Oh my God, I'm sorry. They took a dump. I get, yeah, let's throw them in prison. They took a dump while they were streaming.
Lawsuits. One against Denims, Caseytron, and Frogan for copyright infringement.
If you can see Jesus, subscribe
And you can
right now. And
right, and you can understand the coordination, the planning that went into all this. We had to write 3 complaints simultaneously. And by the way, these are no lazy complaints. These are monster complaints. And there's some nuance. I feel like I explained it well in the video, but there's obviously a lot of people who are going to intentionally misrepresent what's in it. The common refrain you're going to see is he's just targeting smaller creators. He's just targeting pro-Palestine creators. He's just targeting women, stuff like this. And this was explicitly addressed in the video, but I want to address it now to make sure that
Mopo says, show harm, look at him.
we all know how to enter the InfoWars.
Also,
He does seem to be harmed.
this is our first time suing somebody.
First time on the other side.
We've only ever
You lived long enough.
sued.
It's like I said, I was closing one
You lived long enough to become the villain.
front and opening another, and I got to tell you, for the first time in my life, it is I'm not going to say it is a nicer feeling, let's say, being on the
Being the asshole?
especially when you know you're
Being the villain?
easy slam dunks. These people are going to be begging me to settle.
Please, sir, make a deal.
So let me go see. We have some top of the show stuff. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. You know, it's 20 minutes long. But I think I'll watch it on the stream.
Why?
Because I want to address everything.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
You want people to watch the video?
honestly, what's important is the message.
Okay.
It's you know what I mean? What's important is what it says and what it means. And I feel that I can add upon that best in this format. I've thought about it a lot, Dan.
We don't have a full doc, so do what you must.
Yeah. Thank you, AB. And
Well, the thing is that there is a lot, I feel like, for Ethan to say, and I think there's a lot to explain beyond what's in the video, just because it's like
supplement.
the video is very concise. It's short to the point, but
I didn't want to get bogged down in legal stuff.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm gonna do you one better. I'm gonna say let's save all this stuff for tomorrow, AB, and I'll just focus on.
Oh, that's even better.
That's good, right?
Because then we have
I'm getting some questions here, like what happened to Noah? What happened to the case against Noah? That went nowhere. No, yeah, he doesn't seem to have. He hasn't talked about the Noah thing in a while. My guess is the case isn't very strong there. And also, like I said, what he wants out of this is not money or even necessarily to put pain to his enemies. What he wants out of this is clout, right? He wants the same way that Trump wants to be seen harming immigrants, right? Wants ICE to be seen harming immigrants under his direction because there are people out there that fucking love that. Asmongold, not the least of which, right? Ethan is wanting to be seen harming notorious femoids. That's what we're doing, chat. We're going. Is the sniffing back? I don't know. We're going after notorious femoids here.
for tomorrow.
Yeah, this is all good stuff. We'll save this for tomorrow.
Check this out.
Uh-oh, Caseytron has responded. Oh, there it is. She's calling me racist. You're white.
Well, it's read the message first.
Ethan KKK Klein is going to sue me for smoking too much weed. Okay, that's an interesting assessment there. What's great about
Keep
this?
reading. Keep reading.
Hold on, but
this is gold.
He is trying to take away my ability to purchase my medically necessary marijuana products. Okay, sure. Now here's the thing that's so great about this. They're being sued. It's not. I'm not going to. You are being sued. You will be served within the next couple of days. It's been.
Chat. I don't know Caseytron well enough to know, what level she is on at any given time. Like, is she kidding about like he's trying to take away my medically necessary? Is she seriously like she uses it for medication? Is she serious about this? Like, is she talking about like there's real harm? Like, you know, if he sues me, is she serious about that? Or it sounds like she's kind of playing a character, and that character is named Weedy McBongrip, right? Is that what's going on? Can anybody tell me? She's definitely joking. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's what I thought. She must be joking, and it is actually pretty funny. And for anybody who needs to know, this is how you handle drama, right? As a woman, as a femoid, you're not allowed to be angry about things, but you can be fake angry about things. You can you can make yourself a joke. It sounds like a meme. Yeah, she's memeing. I mean, I was pretty fucking sure. I hope you can see enough, chat. I'm sorry I had to put this filter over the video to obscure things, but once again, chat, I don't trust this guy. Right? He says that he's only coming after the worst of the worst. Bullshit. Bullshit. If chat, if I was to say something like, I don't know, if I was to say that I wish I had a magic wand which would shrink all dicks 1 inch, right? And somehow it got posted to LSF and it got spread around the fucking brosphere, right, tomorrow, then yes, Ethan would probably sue me too, right? If he found out somebody that one of your ops is has got this clip where she's man-hating, I think I would fit the criteria at this point, right? Right? It's just him being aware of me and me being a subject of mass harassment on the internet. That's the criteria for Denims, for Casey Tron, and for Frogan, right? But yeah, that's why I'm protecting myself at all times, as you should as well.
Filed. Casey Tron, by the way, is out of state, so on top of it, we had to go get local counsel. So we're working with a law firm that's licensed in her state that had to file it on our behalf, and there's so much coordination going on. This was a big operation.
Wait, keep reading.
She says, "We cannot let this happen. Donate to my weed fund."
Donate to my weed fund. Hey, donate to my weed fund. I wish I could smoke more weed though. I'm a lightweight these days, chat. I used to really like rip bongs with the best of them. But then I went back to school and like my tolerance went way fucking low because I didn't have time to get fucked up. But I do enjoy it. Every accusation is an admission. He rips on Casey for smoking, but he's sponsored by some shitty cheap weed delivery service. Wait, when you say shitty cheap weed delivery service, are you talking about one of those services where they don't deliver you weed, they deliver you some kind of dried herb that is infused with like, what is it, like THC Delta 19 or something like that? Like it's a THC analog that's legal? Is that what we're talking about? Is that the shitty weed delivery service? Yeah, he just too scared to smoke. That's a funny thing. People think this guy was like into weed because he did Vape Nation, but he was just making fun of people like that. I mean, he was literally, you know. I told people Ethan didn't change. I was right. Yeah, you were. I knew he is too chicken to go after Hasan, Noah, Casey. So he went back to harassing women, especially women of color. Yeah, and especially pro-Palestinian women. A reminder that Mood, a sponsored H3, willingly sends Ethan direct email addresses of anyone who complains about him. Wait, what is Mood? Is Mood one of those? Is Mood like a THC thing? I'd sooner donate to her weed fund than Ethan's genocide fund. Hey, what about my weed fund? Yeah, no, just kidding. I should have my Thai weed fund, Chad. I need to get I need to be able to see a doctor now that Thailand's weed system is going medical, so that the state of the country of Thailand knows that I am taking it for medicinal purposes to help me with my insomnia. No joke though, chat. That is actually what I use it for these days. So boring. So boring. I used to be a party girl. Legit. All right. I used to be, a ferocious, dangerous, unreliable party girl, all right? And school changed everything. Like, I'm boring now. I only ever even use it to go to sleep. It's not, I don't get like fucked up and do crazy shit. Like, I just take one hit and fall asleep. That's it. That's how boring I am.
Oh, I love that. Honestly, you go, girl. Live on stream
honestly,
now.
Queen.
Let's show KKK Klein how to really goof and gaff. She's not taking this seriously, but that's okay. Here's the thing about this. Usually, you have arguments online, and they call you racist and all this shit, and then you get this snark narrative, and then you roll with that. In this case, you can say whatever you want. You got to convince a judge. You got to convince a judge that my only point was that you smoked too much, and that's why I'm suing you. You have to prove in a legal document, a complaint, that's your legal defense, Casey Tron, if that is your real name.
I am not convinced it's about the judge. I still think it's about clout. I think it's about hatred of certain notorious femoids on the internet, and that he is literally trying to get incels in his audience, because those are the people that obsess about, Kira chats, back in the day, Casey, who else chat? Who, you know what I'm talking about? Who are some other hated women on the internet? I mean, like, obviously you could go back to Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn, but, I'm talking about the unique combination of thirst, jealousy, and hatred that some female creators get, and I think that's kind of what we're operating on here. Definitely with Denims. Ethan is too intimidated by men. Hila might be attracted to go after them at full force. He picks women because sexism. He thinks he can win a lawsuit against women instead of one against men. Oh wait, where did Casey Tron even come from? He's never mentioned her before. Oh God, I feel like I did see some kind of Twitter. Wasn't there some kind of Twitter dust up? I know that Casey Tron has been covering the downfall of Ethan Klein. I don't know if they had beef back in the day, and that's stupid sexy denims. That's right. But no, I remember her being really prominent a few years ago, right? I think I covered Casey Tron talking. Was she talking to Dream, or was she talking to Dream Stan? Didn't she get? Yeah, she had some conflict with Dream Stans or something. Oh, but yeah, I have not heard her name in a few years, to be honest with you. But I would guess it's because she's covering the content nuke. But then I wonder, why is she covering the content nuke? It kind of makes me think that maybe she's had bad experiences with Ethan for it. This guy is totally not a fatty. He totally doesn't look like one. Destiny is where she came from? Oh, you mean that's where she got into prominence from debating Destiny? Hey, chat, that's where I got it. That's how I got famous. Z-list famous.
You're muted there.
Oh shoot, am I open up?
Go ahead.
You had a comment that I wrote down because it was so funny. Too obliterated to comment on the nuke.
Yeah, that was my attorney. He really he's shining in this.
He's such a good author, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, but
he's
good with words.
He's the man. Honestly, like I always say, but he's the one who we worked together on the first Matt Haas lawsuit, and he is, in my opinion, one of the foremost experts on fair use on the internet, especially.
Yeah, and again, this is the guy that defended a landmark fair use case, and now he is flipped over to becoming a villain. That's where Ethan got her name from Destiny. Denims was a fan of Destiny way back in the day. Yeah, the whole Destiny thing, chat, I swear to God, it's it kind of creeps up on you. If you don't know, and especially back in the day, right? Now, if you bring up Destiny's name, a lot of people will bring up the sex pest shit, right? well, I mean, there's a lot to bring up about Destiny, right? People will be like, what the fuck, Destiny? What are you talking about, right? But back in the day, you know, you'd bring up his name and you'd hear some people, you know, that didn't like him on the left, but most people were like, yeah, I guess he's kind of effective. You know, he's the one person on the left that we have in blood sports, right? And, you know, so he didn't have quite as bad of a reputation. He was still controversial, but it depended on, you know, who you asked back in the day. And I had some friends on who wanted to come on and talk about some, I guess, Demon Mama said something about Scrub King. And he took it as she was calling him an incel. She didn't actually call him an incel, but, you know, he got all up in his feelings about that. And so I brought on him and Merrick DeVille, a name that I wish I had never known. Is Strone still good to donate to? Absolutely. In fact, I'm about 75% through 75% of the way towards the Thai language school, the Thai visa fund, right? The big thing that I'd say to do with Throne is maybe donate to the visa fund rather than the items, because I don't know reliably what I can get shipped to Thailand. I'm going to try to get the cat ear shipped here. It looks like they're maybe going to do it, right? So good for that. But like, it's very hard. It may take like a month or more to get the cat ears, right? Because anything getting shipped into Thailand is just it's so hard. But yeah, definitely. If you want to support me on Throne, you know, donate to the Whoa. Okay, I should have been ready for that one. It's not like I can claim that I was surprised, but it's always a louder sound than I expect it to be. Oh, also, Uncle Steve, thank you for signing up for my Patreon. You are awesome. And also, thank you, Play Something, for donating $20 to the Send Irene to School. Send Irene to Thai language school. Keep Irene in Thailand fund. So that brings us up to 60. We're now at 60 out of 100, just 40 points off of earning some bonus content. Is that a Jake? Is that an actual Jake? God, Jake's got some good emotes. I should ask Jake who does his emotes
on YouTube. Having to do with new media, I think he's probably the 4 expert. Like, he is so smart and so passionate about all of this, and it was really nice to work on a project that was like meant something to the both of us, right? In that way.
Oh wait, let me put the
you can see it's
Patreon sign up on there too.
Complaints, but yeah, you can say whatever you want on Twitter to make it seem silly, like you don't care. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to write a legal argument in a fucking complaint.
Okay, can I explain? Can I explain what Casey Tron is doing? It's not necessarily, chat, and understand this. Please understand this. It is not that Casey Tron does not care. If Chud Logic or somebody says something misogynistic about me, right, I am going to react in a similar manner. I'm going to make it a meme. That is not because I want to. That is because I have to. That is because as a femoid on the internet, I am not allowed to show my emotions. That is something that contributes to my dehumanization, right? So regardless of how I feel about some fucking bullshit that somebody says about me, right? I've got to come off like it's water off a duck's pack. I've got to be self-aware to an uncanny degree. I've got to, make fun of myself, not take myself too seriously, right? This is part of being a woman on the internet. We don't do this because we want to. We don't do this to flex. We do this because we have to. This is the only way to survive. And this is the only reason Casey Tron, look, chat, like Casey Tron, has been on the internet longer than I have. And the only reason that she's still a thing on the internet, despite the amount of harassment that seems to have come her way, is because she has adapted to, like, these are the techniques that you're allowed to use, right? These are the only ways to survive on the internet as a woman.
Judge and a jury. And guess what? You all are liars. And I'm the one that's always telling the truth. And that means it's not going to work. But there's no shot this gets to jury. You guys will see. These are the...
Dr. Drath over on Twitch chat says, how do you think we can try to fix that? Good question. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely like a cultural thing. I'm reminded of the famous words of Leah Alcorn, right? Fix society. But it's easier said than done. It's a large boulder to push up a very steep hill. But yeah, hopefully someday. Right? It's in the culture, right? This is in the culture. Like a guy that gets incensed about being mistreated is like seen as dignified, right? He's standing up for his he's standing up for himself, right? A woman who does the very same thing is a bitch, right? And once they've painted you as a bitch, you represent their least favorite teacher, their meanest babysitter, their right, you just take on all the baggage of all the whammons that they have hated on for their entire life. And it's overwhelming. And when you're getting that from not just one person, but from hundreds of thousands of guys on the internet, right? Yeah, Chad, I mean, I went through it too. It wasn't for calling out a male content creator, basically. And my harassers did not stop what they were doing for over 2 years. For over 2 years, chat, they harassed me, they sent me threats, they, threatened to swat me, or try to somebody even talked about putting me in a, what is the Britney Spears thing called? The if any of you are like big enough NCC fans to have seen this obscure shit, I don't know whether I should give you a reward or pay for some for some therapy for you, right? But somebody talked about, what is it, conservatorship? Yeah, somebody plotted to lie to the cops about me to try to get me put into a conservatorship, right? It's like fucking unbelievable shit. And it's probably because they probably saw me when I talked about Britney Spears' conservatorship, right? It's a former fan, in fact, right? In fact, you had one moment where like two of my former fans that had become like ops were fighting each other. One exposing the other for being a white supremacist, like a Asian white supremacist. I don't even understand what this girl's deal was, right? Or what this person's deal was, right? And then the other got exposed for being obsessed with me, essentially, and making weird plans to like lie about me and get me get me committed or something. I don't know what they were thinking, right? But they exposed each other, so those are two problems that took care of themselves. Luckily, I didn't have to deal with any of those former fans.
The most slam dunk cases delivered to me on a silver platter. They're going to be begging me. Once she gets a lawyer to look at this, he's going to be like, dude, you need to settle this.
Yeah. It doesn't look like anybody actually ran into the shit on the internet. Right?
Do you think they have a war chest or money to give you?
Listen,
this shit is in pretty obscure corners of the internet.
I I think Casey Tron and Denims probably have some money.
Okay.
Frogan is just I don't know. I don't know what Frogan's financial situation is. I mean, but like we can settle on other terms too. It's not only money. You know, there's a lot of things that we can talk about in good faith. You know, like I would want her, for example, to put up a giant sign behind her that says "Ethan wins, always wins," and she has to keep that there for her entire streaming career. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I would, but.
Honestly, dude, I will say Ethan is really funny sometimes.
Thank you. The thing is, in settlements, you can really get weird with it. Like Keemstar famously, as a settlement, required this dude's YouTube play button.
Yeah. Didn't he do that twice?
Was that
He
actually
did it
in
twice.
a settlement?
I think he has multiple
They gave him
people's-
his play button.
Yeah.
So
He's
weird.
collecting them like Thanos. He's,
So
Which
weird.
is just, it is frankly, as much as I don't want to give Keemstar credit, iconic.
That is funny.
it was pretty badass. I hate. Yeah.
And so you know, we can get creative. Is my only point. Monetary funds is not the only thing I care about. Also, it's this is really more about the principle than anything else. You know what I mean? And you guys will see here. So we're gonna make it about the video, and we're gonna watch that. And AB, we're gonna have a great show tomorrow, aren't we? Right, AB? We're gonna have a great show tomorrow.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have a great show tomorrow.
We always have a great show.
Right.
Every show is.
You guys want to
10 out of
celebrate?
10.
You know, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I've been working on this video for so long, and a lot of it was just writing the complete.
I've been waiting for this moment all my life, but it's not quite right.
Collecting the complaints. And every time one of these idiots would come out and talk shit and like, you know, I was just like, I cannot wait
Why does he always single out AB like that? Yeah.
to bust this out. And I'll tell you, something is about to bust, you know, and something has busted. Should we order some celebratory boba
Yeah, I
or
mean-
iced
oh,
yogurt or
oh.
whattever you guys want? Today's
Okay,
for
if you're gonna eat, I'm gonna eat.
for the
Always
people.
a fucking thing.
I would
Today's for the people. We can do both. We can do two.
love a
Fine, let's get
boba.
boba.
We the people.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
What do you want, though? What do you want, Dan?
Here we go.
Dan never wants anything, don't ask him.
Yeah, are you even involved in this conversation?
With boba? I'll get boba. I always get boba.
No, but sometimes
Okay.
you go, oh, I don't want it, and then you
I mean,
you steal
sure.
the attention away
And
from
he-
everybody.
And he says, no, let's not order boba. That's what happened last time. Love always says yes. Go to Love.
No, Love sometimes is like, I think we should wait till tomorrow because he just ate.
This right here,
This is it. It's happening.
it's happening already. We're just gonna discuss ordering boba for the next 20 minutes, and then I'm gonna get annoyed and be like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I
The
don't want
difference
boba.
between me and Dan is that I enjoy discussing the food.
I do too, actually. I think it's
I just
funny.
want to get.
But here's the
through
thing.
it.
Okay, Lena, are you here?
Yes, I am.
So let's just quietly in the back collect everyone's orders. We'll try to avoid drama associated with this, and we're just gonna have a good time. And this is for the people today.
Should we get muffins for AB?
What's your favorite muffin, AB? I like this, Zach.
Yeah, this.
It's probably copyrighted. It's probably copyrighted. That's probably why it sounds so good. Is there any way that his lawsuit works? I don't know, chat. He said he registered the video with the Library of Congress, and that there's some kind of thing where when you do that, you can get damages awarded. I mean, anybody? Do we have any lawyers in chat tonight? We did earlier, but I don't know if they're still here. Omega, thank you for the 100 bits. Free Olivia indeed. Getting us to 64. Ethan got offended because he hasn't buttered anyone's muffin in years. Wait, what was the buttering muffins thing about? Yeah, will his lawsuit work, right, is the question. So he's basing, I mean, you'll see this in a second, right? But he's basing it on them saying things like, thank you for joining me to watch this video in a way that doesn't give Ethan any views, right? So he's using that as proof that they are operating maliciously, meaning that they are operating with the intent of harming his channel. The thing that Ethan doesn't seem to get, or the thing that's a little bit pathetic, right, is that those are hate watches. Those are hate views. And what he's saying is that, like, I want the hate view money, the little bit of ad revenue coming from my haters. I want that money to come to me, not to go to you, right? And I don't know if he realized how petty that makes him look. I thought fair use covered copyrighted stuff. It's something about what they say when they did do some stuff that maybe might lend some credence to the case, right? There's several standards. One of the standards is that the content that you produce that's transformative cannot act as a replacement for the content for the actual video, right? So if I just watched, you know, if I just re-uploaded all of Ethan's streams on my channel, he might have he might have a case against me, right? You know, like all I'm doing is kind of like competing with I'm using his content to compete with him, right? The funny thing though is that like he's about to show, I think in totality, I think he shows the whole video on the stream. And so now Ethan is competing with his own content. So it's obviously not that he's worried, that he's sweating the competition. Then the letter they wrote, they admit that Denims made it transformative. Interesting. So he calls Denims the queen of cell phones, but while owning himself in some ways, it looks like.
Banana nut?
What she said.
I'm sorry, chat. I just got excited for a second.
Sorry, that's so.
Does streaming equal re-uploading? Well, look, re-uploading, it would be similar enough to re-uploading if what you did was just streamed. Like if I'm out of the picture, if it's just Ethan's, you know, like, right, imagine that instead of this screen that you're seeing and the jellyfish and Waluigi and all that stuff, it's just Ethan. Like, right, shrink me down and make the Ethan video bigger. And then, you know, that is close to a reload or a re-upload, right? Streaming something like that. And obviously when people stream stuff, a lot of times they cut out segments and re-upload those, so then it does get actually uploaded. But yeah, re-upload is just, it's basically taking somebody's content, not transforming it, and re-uploading it because you know it'll get views. And that shit used to happen a lot on YouTube. They have been cracking down on it to a certain extent.
I had to. I hate that.
Comes on the back.
Gross, love.
What?
It's fake. It's not. It's
That's
out of
AI.
that one's out of context. The other one is not.
I only take
that
it
one's,
right on
that
my
one's
chest.
That one's.
Pick a side, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Chest or back?
I am. Or both. The chest one is real.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's disinformation.
You know, I can really treat us too. Is we've talked yesterday about how expensive Taco Bell's gotten. Me being your great benefactor and here being about the people, I will spring today for this ultimate luxury food, Taco Bell.
I just stick to boba probably.
You ate? Did you just eat?
Yeah, I just ate. Yeah, we just ate.
I saw him bring bags as soon as we
yeah. Well, how about this? You can get some tacos and freeze them.
That's a good.
That's your shit, right?
Yeah.
If you get the
max of 3 though, love. Don't fuck me.
Oh, come on, man.
Love is getting like the family pack of 20 tacos. I'm like, bro, I said I'm buying you lunch, not feeding you for the month.
I don't go for the family packs. I go for the catering packs.
Please stay away from the catering packs.
Damn.
Yeah, please. We're not catering today, okay?
Fuck.
So for the boba, you guys want the huge?
The huge?
Oh, so we're doing taco? We'll do both.
Yes.
But the
Whatever
thing is,
you
Taco
want.
Bell has that slushy that we all love.
These are like totally different, like categories.
I agree. Dan's right. We should
Not
pick a
either
lane.
or.
You guys want boba or Taco Bell?
Oh, it's either or.
But you just sold it. You said they're different categories.
Oh God.
It's gotta be both.
Sarah just reminded me of something. Ethan was trying to be like Hasan and opened up his IP a while back. Yeah, I remember that. He thought that people would make videos like there'd be like an H3 industrial complex. He doesn't seem to understand community, right? Hasan's community is inherently different. The fact that they can do something like chat, there are other, you know, creators who this has been tried around. Like, I remember back in the day when Demon Mama had a fan channel, right? There was one Demon Mama fan that was uploading Demon Mama stuff, and that's where the video of Demon Mama flipping me off, you know, that's where that came from, and calling me the great value streamer, the great value version of herself, almost, and you know, all the while missing the really good joke to make, which would have been, you know, tell me how my ass tastes, right? Because I without really understanding it, I started talking about the whole meme of the content, the discourse human centipede, and it was like the meme where like the discourse gets chewed up by Destiny, who is human centipeded to Vosh, and then it gets shit out of Destiny and into Vosh, and Vosh takes Destiny's take and chews it up and processes it and then shits it out into Demon Mama's mouth, right? And there was something about, like, you know, Destiny's version 1, Vosh's version 2, and Demon Mama, when she had hype around her, right? Demon Mama there was a moment in which, chat, she was a breakout star, right? And, you know, somebody they had on a lot, right? She debated Destiny. Nobody expected that much from it, but she did actually have Destiny on his back feet for at least the first half of that debate. You can watch it on my, in fact, I think I might have 2 versions of it uploaded somehow. I don't know how I ended up reacting to it twice, but I think there are 2 versions of me reacting to Demon Mama, you know, debating Destiny. And so she did have a lot of motion on her back in the day, and people were talking about her as if she is the next big thing. Now, obviously, she fizzled the fuck out and, you know, is not even a presence anymore. But, you know, so for that reason, they were looking at her as version 3. And somebody in my chat was like, well, I guess you're version 4. And I was like, yeah, version 4.0 or something like that, right? And she was like, you even played the, like, I don't know, she joke scolded me, chat. I was making a joke about the version 3, version 4 thing, and she joke scolded me, when the real awesome thing to do would be, like, NCC, if you're going to play with this meme, you need to know what it means, because if you're version 4.0, that means I shit in your mouth. Right? That means that you're chewing up my discourse after I've chewed it up from Vosh, after he's chewed it up from Destiny, and I'm shitting it into your mouth. Like, right? She had the perfect fucking joke to make, but she was too much of a goddamn joke scold in order to land that very simple joke. So instead, she just got mad and she flipped me off, and she called me the Timu of Demon Mama or some shit like that, and she fat shamed one of my mods. I didn't talk about it at the time because I didn't want, like, more abuse to get heaped on this mod of mine, but since they're no longer a mod and I'm not going to refer to their name or anything, I guess it's okay to talk about, right, chat? She fat shamed one of my mods. Demon Mama fat shamed one of my mods. Not good, chat. She compared her to the, you know, the woman on Wife Swap, the Christian woman that gets swapped with, like, a non-Christian household, and then, like, she gets all paranoid about this woman being in her house because, you know, like, when you do wife swap, like, you go into the other family's house, and then the mom from that house goes into your house, right? And she was like, she's not a Christian. She's not a Christian. She fucking compared my mod to this woman to fucking fat shame her. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I'm just like, Demon Mama, are you sure you want to? But yeah, I just didn't want to make a big deal about that because it's like the more, you know, in fact, I think I left that off of the reaction just, you know, out of, I didn't want my mod to see that, right? I didn't want her to have to, did she quit streaming? Pretty much from what I've seen. She may be doing some kind of video game streaming occasionally with her friends and stuff, but as far as the content that she used to do, she quit. Yeah, she's dark-sided. They're all dark-sided. That's who she compared my mod to, right? It was wild. It was really wild.
Should we get Taco Bell? I'm like, these are.
Let's get both then.
Should
This
we
is for
get
the people.
a meal or dessert?
No. Today's for the people.
Yeah, I
we'll get
mean,
both.
I think both.
Whatever you
That's
want,
where
Dan.
I was
We'll
going.
get both.
There it is.
I've had such a relief today getting this video out, and I'll tell you something. There was a lot of concern just amongst everybody that was in the know on it that there was a real messaging risk there, because I myself and someone that is a reactor, I myself am someone that has set precedent in favor of reactions, and so the messaging on this was
All right, chat.
extraordinarily important to carve out exactly why I'm targeting these people and what it is they did that sets them apart from others. And I think I did that quite well. And you can see
All right.
the like.
So here's the deal. It's not a messaging risk. Ethan, you are an incorrigible hypocrite. And I've seen it, and this chat gets it, and more people are going to be made aware of it. In fact, I resolve to make any more content that I make about this man, Ethan Klein, about what a fucking hypocrite he is. What an absolute pale shadow of his former self he is. Ethan Klein has fallen off in a way that is hard to, that puts Demon Mama's fall off to fucking shame, to be honest, right? You know, he's fallen from greater heights, and he's fallen farther than Demon Mama ever could, right? Than a Vosh orbiter ever could. This is, yeah, no, dude. This is, I want this to be what people remember him for. He's full of shit. This guy is full of shit, all right? And he's going to say that there's a reason, you know, that like, you know, he's not against reaction content in general. It's, you know, and in fact, he mentions Asmongold and XQC that react to all of his shit too. And oh, no, they're okay. They're okay. Even though they're the ones that are doing like no react at all. Like if there's anybody doing a sniper wolf, it's people like Asmongold and XQC who really just aren't smart enough to have much to add. And I might add, Ethan Klein, he himself is a reaction channel. And often he doesn't have a lot to add either, right? But you know, the reason that he's able to sell this is because people already hate these women. These women already have targets on this is the only way he can do that. He couldn't do it with Hasan because Hasan doesn't have like a out of whack ratio of haters to fans, right? Hasan has a lot of haters, but he has a ton of fans too, right? Whereas like you know, people like Denims and Frogan and Caseytron, like their hate following probably outweighs their legitimate following, and it's all fun. It's all a bunch of incels. It's all a bunch of hateful, misogynistic douchebags, right? That's who Ethan is courting. That's what he's trying to build his number. That's what he's trying to buff up his numbers with. The reason will be antisemitism and anti-Semitism. Okay. Oh my God. I couldn't read that because of where the word cutoff was. I got so confused. Just saw one of his 50,000 stories. He called KC an orc. Wait, Ethan called KC an orc? I heard the dark-sided wife became much cooler in more recent times. So learns too much lore about one or two creators. I think I understand the entire internet. I hear more and I realize how little I know. It's giving your parents are just screamed the fuck out of you and feel guilty that they're trying to buy you off with a Happy Meal. Wait, what is? Oh, him getting food for the crew. Yeah, and being super like he's just. Did you see that weird thing of like, now don't get the catering, don't order the catering stuff. I'm not trying to feed you for a week. It's, you know, it's one meal only. What a weird workplace, right? Where that kind of discussion has to go on. Where he's like, you know, I kind of think people are buying too much food when I agree to spend money on food for everyone, right? People are taking advantage of me.
Ratio is crazy on this, and it seems to be being well received by the larger, broader internet.
Okay, so
47,000 likes.
I checked on. Oh my God.
200,000 views. That's crazy.
That's strong.
That ratio is nuts, dude.
This is not what podcast.
Okay, thank you, God. Can I get a fruit plate, please? This is one of my favorite fruits, chat. Nobody's asked me what this is called. I was just waiting for somebody to be like, what are you eating? Do you see this hairy little fruit? Oh yeah, off of Ethan. Can I get the fruit plate off of Ethan? Okay, I didn't know that's what you were saying. Fuck, what was I about to say? I paused it for a reason.
It is, man.
Horrible.
Bro, all you do is freaking you do a paywall podcast for like 10 people.
Jews are so funny when they get mad.
That's just outright.
I can't with that one.
I guess the one I like is the classic honey money some milk with no sugar added.
Classic honey money with the milk and the no sugar.
Oh, he's ordering. He's ordering.
Jesus, AB, that sounds crazy though. That sounds really good.
I keep thinking that Nate is typing from home.
Yeah, you can change
like
the
it's
name.
actually Nate in Discord.
I'm shooting ropes, bro.
Does he do that? I feel like I've been confused.
No, I guess it's AB.
He has done it rarely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this fruit is a rambutan. It's probably related to lychee and to like longan, right? You saw those longan, those nut things that was like brown, like round things that I would like crack open, and then there'd be like a little like fruit inside, kind of like this. And it's a little bit, I'd say both more sweet and more sour than a longan. I actually haven't tried lychees since I've been here, Chad. I should get some lychees, but yeah, and it has this little like this little fruit meat inside of it that you just kind of pop it out. And then a little white seed inside the fruit, and it's really delicious. It's almost like pineapple without the aftertaste, if that makes sense, right? Pineapple, but not quite as sweet, and it doesn't like leave a taste in your mouth. It looks kind of like that one weird fruit. Wait, which one? Oh, like the...
Anytime I say anything racist.
Like longan?
Always full of slurs, our Discord chat. I said, damn it, who typed another slur?
Yeah.
It was AB. No, Nate, I mean.
I would never.
Nate is going to be back, by the way.
When?
Yeah, right. He works
Which is
here.
exciting. Yeah, Nate
Forgot
works
about
here.
that.
He's on... yeah, I'm typing it to you. Grilled cheese burrito and 1 taco supreme. Actually 2 in case I don't like the burrito.
Crispy chicken, that's actually legendary. It's one
Chicken?
of my favorite meals on there. Yeah. Spicy ranchero crispy chicken taco.
I also want a Baja Actually, no, I'm getting boba. All right, so anyway, Casey Tron, you're killing it. We love you. I'm sure you're doing a really great reaction right now to my video. Good morning. Oh, so good, isn't it? It's so good. So with all that being said, oh, the GoFundMe is up. Let's see. It's back up. Denims, you man. Yeah, this dude. The fallout from this is so fucking funny. This is the greatest thing ever. She made a GoFundMe to sue me, and then when she realized that she had no case, she refunded everybody. And
she said also, I realized I'll just do it on my own. I don't want to take your money.
Yeah, what's this?
Didn't she say that?
Yeah, no, she did. I'll do it on my own. This is my own personal project, right? Because she didn't want to be seen as a coward, which is what she was. Now, at the time, by the way, I obviously knew about these lawsuits that we were working on. So I knew that she was going to have to remake the fucking, the GoFundMe. And she looks so dumb.
You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
Maybe.
Ethan, you were saying that she looks so dumb right as we're looking at a picture of you. All right. And look, this isn't even the worst picture of you. You got, look, I'm looking at a Comrade Casey, stream, like a thumbnail, right? A video thumbnail, right? Where you look worse than there. You look worse on my thumbnail. You give so many, every other freeze frame I do of you, you look incredibly stupid. What are you talking about? Denims look stupid.
You do.
No.
So anyway, like I said in the video, though, go ahead and crowdfund because, that's the best way to ensure that there's money left over for me once I win. Genuinely. I think it's terrific. I plan, or even better, I think Hasan should be paying for their legal defense. I mean, these are all people that, in defense of Hasan, committed copyright infringement brazenly, hatefully, out in the open, right, maliciously. And I think Hasan, he's like Smog sitting on a pile of gold.
I'm sorry, dude. This guy, like, he needs to get chased off the fucking internet for this shit. This is so disingenuous. This motherfucker that's sitting here like, hey, react to my video. I bet you can't react to my video. React to the content, Nuke. React to the content, Nuke. Please react to my video. And then he fucking copyrights that shit and sues people? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy, chat. This needs to go fucking viral. Like, this needs to be a bigger story. We need to make Ethan famous for being such a fucking asshole. For being such a disingenuous shit. Like, this is everything that YouTube used to stand against, right? Get me Gokanaru on the phone, chat. We are gonna rock, all right? We are gonna rock. I need Vadim, Gokanaru. Let's get the fucking posse together. Let's ride, chat. Let's chase this fucker off the internet once and for all. Fuck this guy. Oh my god, the fucking balls on this asshole. The absolute bullocks on Ethan Klein.
You get that reference?
Because that's from The Hobbit. That's
yeah,
not from Lord of the Rings.
I explained it very briefly.
Yeah, no.
Motherfucker, you are the Hobbit.
A dragon.
We don't talk about those movies.
And you know how I feel about dragons.
Yeah, you
didn't fuck with the dragons at all.
Don't like dragons.
They don't belong there.
Yeah.
Well, so the first book was all about a dragon.
It's just a different type of magic.
It is.
It is.
Have some.
Expect her to throw up a crowdfunder already so fast. This is great, So, let's see what she wrote. Ethan Klein is suing me for reacting to his video on Hasan. This crowd raises to cover any and all legal fees associated with his complaint. Okay. Including, by the way, settlement payments or verdicts. Right? His video. Oh, she linked my video. That was nice. She's getting it. Should I get one of those spicy ranchero crispy chicken? What a title. That's a long title. Spicy ranchero crispy chicken taco.
It's a spicy day out here in Los Angeles.
I'm going to treat myself. Get me one of those too. We're celebrating out here, guys.
Oh crap, chat. Vadim is... I don't know if this is going to happen. Do you remember Vadim issued a challenge? Oh my god, chat. I swallowed like a little bit of Rambutan juice. Look, let's see how Vadim's tweet is doing. I showed you this yesterday. Oops. Where are we at? We're at 914 likes. I don't really do Twitter anymore, chat. Let me link the tweet if you want to boost this. There it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. Oh, wait, where? Oh, my God. All right, so, careful, Irene, we need you. I just signed up for Patreon, so don't choke. I will try not to choke. All right, there's Vadim's tweet if you want to boost this, right? But yeah, he got challenged by Ethan. Ethan said that he wanted to debate Vadim. Vadim's been ready to debate Ethan, and Ethan is now dodging him.
Hey, it's Vadim, guys, and this message is for Ethan Klein. Recently, you invited me onto your show, and I accepted. But then you made up some lame excuse about having to meet last minute with some billionaire who was suing you for defamation, and you was down. Now, I'm not all that great of a debater. In fact, during my last debate, I made this genocide-denying farthead that you praised on your show do this.
Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea. The most popular faction in the Middle East.
There's a pretty decent argument that I should just stick to scripted content. But then I've also managed to get under the skin of every single one of your sycophantic, propagandizing, human colostomy bag foot soldiers. So I think I can take you on. And you even said yourself.
Now, Vadim, I'll tell you this. I'm here with open palms, open mind, in honor of the friendship we once had. I would love for you to call in at any time.
Well, then, any time it is, Ethan. Or more specifically, this Friday. Hey, it's Vadim versus Ethan Klein. Be there. Or be a pussy.
So yeah, that's Vadim's challenge to Ethan. You can go boost that post if you want it to get more traction. I don't know if that's going to be happening. Friday will be Klein's last stream before his 2-week break. So this is kind of the last chance for this to happen, right? You know, if this doesn't happen, then this is definitely Ethan running away like a coward. But
hey, it's Vadim, guys.
Anyway, Friday is tomorrow, chat. That's the day that I leave for Thailand. Now, yeah, it'll be Saturday for me and Friday for you. I may still try, if this goes down, if Vadim does actually talk to Ethan, I will try to pop on really early, right? Just remember, like, what is it? Like, my plane leaves at, I think, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I have to be in the airport 3 hours before it leaves. So that puts me at like 2 o'clock. Yeah, I gotta be, so basically, yeah, the stream can't go on. I won't have a lot of time to stream, but yeah, if this does go off, I'll try to cover it. But then I'll be, heading off to Vietnam from there. So.
This is how I feel in my mind right now. When I finally put that video up, and all of my hard work, all of my planning has culminated from the minute I worked so hard on that content. Exactly. So someone previously made, I guess I made this joke before. Or is this new?
This is fresh.
Okay, I feel like I've seen this image before.
Maybe,
but
okay,
yeah,
maybe
here
it's not fresh. I lied.
Smog, he
Wait,
lives
hold
on top.
Hold on.
Hold up.
Standing back.
There it is. Okay. Now talk about it.
Oh my god, this is so cringe.
Smog, he basically sleeps on a mountain of gold and jewels that he's plundered over the years. So that's how I see Hasan.
Ethan? If Hasan is the dragon Smaug, and you're richer than Hasan, what does that make you? What exactly are you, Ethan, in this world, right? Is Hasan bad because he has money? Did you forget who you are? Oh, it's definitely boomer humor. It is definitely boomer humor. Keep on jamming.
He said it himself. What does he do with his vast wealth? Nothing.
Yes.
That's not what he says.
The biological reality of the drag.
Muted.
You gotta click your button.
I gotta click my button.
It's not that important.
Go ahead.
Come on. Okay, there we go. What the fuck was I even pausing it for? Oh my god, chat, I hate this. I hate this. Look. I gotta fix this. I gotta somehow reset my stream deck. Okay. Oh my god, why did they make this so hard to do? Oh, there we go. All right, here's what we're doing. We're popping this out. We're popping the power out. Oh my god, I can't get it to... There we go. All right, we're going to power cycle this. Power cycle, power cycle, power cycle. How long does it take to power cycle? You take Vyvanse for what yourself? Almost there, almost there. All right, we're power cycling, chat. We're power cycling. All right, and then plug it in again. I think I've got it power cycled, right? That's a power cycle. How long is a power cycle? Is it 15 seconds? I feel like it's been long enough. All right, plug it back in. And let us see if we now have a functioning start-stop button. We do. There we go.
I was saying, isn't Hasan communist? So it shouldn't be a big deal to give away his wealth, isn't that?
That's what you would think, especially to his comrades, to his three comrades.
Absolutely. That makes too much sense.
I think that'd be
You're
great.
making too much sense.
I mean, why should they have to beg for money when...
Pausing to say something? Well, no, it's because, like, look, if I can pause it like this, I know exactly what I want to say and I just say it, right? But if I hit pause and then it goes... You know, and then I hit it again, and it like unpauses, and then I hit it again, it goes. You know what I mean? That's what was fucking me up.
I don't have thoughts on that specifically, but I do. I want to go back to this.
Yeah.
Why did she post this meme?
So she's posted. Okay, is this her only post so far?
What is
this? 2025, and Ethan Klein is suing creators for fair use. Legal defense fund below. Stream coming soon. Image unrelated. We're all trying to find the guy who did this.
What?
Why did she post that? Like, usually the image unrelated is supposed to be a joke. It's supposed to be like misdirection.
Wait.
Did she not understand this meme?
Do you not understand sarcasm? That's sarcasm. Image unrelated when the image is in fact related. When, like, I mean, I guess, like, that, you know what that is, chat? That's like, I think you should leave the sketch where a Wienermobile crashes into a building. People are trying to figure out what's going on. They're like, oh, I can't believe a Wienermobile just crashed into here. And they're talking about it, right? And then all of a sudden, the next person to speak up is a guy in a hot dog suit. And he's like, yeah, we need to find whoever crashed that Wienermobile into this store, and we need to spank their little naked butt. We need to spank his little naked butt for it. Yeah, we're trying to figure out, and everybody's like looking at him like, yeah, you're the Wienermobile driver. And he's like, what? Right? So anyway, that's Ethan Klein. We're trying to find who did this, who ruined fair use on YouTube, I guess. I mean, it's a little bit of a strained reference, but yeah, it's related. And saying picture unrelated when something is actually related, it's just a little bit of sarcasm, which is well within the realm of boomer irony. Right, according to JRAG, right? That's who I'm going, my irony expert JRAG, right? That's well within the realm of boomer irony. Simple sarcasm is understandable by every generation. Okay? This is not some kind of wild Zoomer humor that you can be like, okay, well, Ethan was, he's too millennial coded for this. No, he should, this is simple. This is simple sarcasm. This is very easy shit.
She doesn't understand a lot of things.
What is this meme?
This is from a show, I Think You Should Leave. And it's from a sketch where a guy in a hot dog costume crashes his car into a store.
Dog.
And it's too much to explain. But the point is that I don't understand. It's not relevant to this situation.
Yeah.
This is our greatest crime.
This is a joke crime.
That is a crime. We gotta add that to the lawsuit.
But I mean, so far everything.
New crimes.
Yeah, new. Well, yeah, I can amend it. This joke was
This
terrible.
is an assault on comedy, Your Honor.
Crime.
Let me tell you guys something in chat privately.
And you know we're doing a show right now.
I know. I'm sorry.
We're doing a public show. The show is not in Discord.
You see what I said?
Sorry, I had to step away for a moment. That was the police calling me back about the robbery.
Oh. Yo, Ready Tomato, thank you for the gift sub to Galaspar. Galaspar, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Ready Tomato.
Yeah.
Any progress there?
So supposedly someone submitted some footage, but they can't give it to me. They have to give it directly to the cops.
Okay. Okay.
That'd be great. I hope you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I hear him.
I wasn't able to get in contact with the police when my shit got stolen. It's like impossible.
Maybe you got the police on
They're
the
probably
phone.
busy.
Yeah, they're busy. What the fuck?
Tom got in contact with the police.
Can we watch your car getting broken into?
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
If we get it, I'd love to.
I wish.
I
Yeah.
got a guy.
We'll show people how it's done.
I really want the footage of me running after them. That's what I really fucking want.
Let's
I went
go.
after them. I know it's stupid to chase after people who are robbing you, but
No.
I wasn't going to stop them. I was going to get a better look at the car, but
Yeah.
it looked like, in my mind, it was like Captain America. I don't know. It probably looked really stupid. I was in Crocs.
I get it.
Anywho.
So yeah, let's see here.
Wait, his car got, is this the expensive apartment that they just moved into, or is this the previous apartment? Yeah, he's trying to break a lease at one of the apartments, and that's where his car got robbed?
Yeah, so the culmination of this from the beginning, it's just been so much work, big plans. And so there's another big video in the works, but I'll be honest, I have a scripts, somewhat scripting, planning and source, but I'm like months away from finishing the second content nuke on Hasan, so don't even expect that anytime soon.
Ever. A month?
Ever.
Jordan, more.
That's a little, you're pushing it.
Chat, doesn't this look like a little baby pineapple?
Let's just pop on over to my YouTube channel. Yeah, and guys, by the way, I'm gonna watch it with you guys here because there's so much to unpack, but take the time to enjoy
I can't tell, chat.
Because we want the
most of them don't have this little top, this little pineapple top to them, and it makes me think that maybe this one is sprouted, right? Maybe this one's starting to grow a little rambutan bush out of it.
views as
it is cute, isn't it?
You know, I don't want to
it's
cannibalize
okay.
my own views. I'm gonna sue myself.
You are cannibalizing your own views. What are you talking about?
Hey man, I have no idea what you.
Creamy dreamy. Here it is. I'm suing these 3 content creators. So guys, it's 20 minutes. I'm gonna like my own video. Dude, that ratio is like not even close to bad.
Ooh, mama.
That's even better than my content nuke.
Oh, lordy.
I don't think, and this is the thing.
Okay, so we talked before why dislikes, right? You don't see a dislike on YouTube unless you're using a third-party app. Those third-party apps are unreliable, right? Also, yeah, look, if there's anything to brag about, it's like the, what does he say? Like he had 20,000 views and he has almost 50K likes, right? So that's a good ratio. That's a quarter of your views you got in likes. But again, chat, this shit is brigaded. Ethan Klein is the exact kind of narcissistic fool that would pay for somebody to bot his own fucking video, right? And I'm like, there's a limit to what those bots can do. YouTube's supposed to be on top of that and making sure the bots aren't manipulating that shit. But yeah, no, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care, Ethan. It's not, anyway, you'll see. You'll see why it's not a good video. More crashing out, I know, right? Well, enjoy it while it lasts, right? This may be the last of it. This may be the like he's going on vacation. This is not the Hasan Nuke. This is a 20-minute video complaining about women on the internet. The women, they do be reacting, and when they react, sometimes they go to the bathroom. Sometimes they say, stuff like, thanks for watching it with me, so you're not giving Ethan views. And he thinks this is like actionable, litigation bait, right, that he can go for. More than that, he just wants to be seen as harming women who all of the incels hate, to try to mine more of that. And chat, it didn't work for him, all right? When I saw this going off this morning, towards the end of the segment about, towards this react, right? He had 32,000 viewers, which might sound impressive. That's a lot for a stream, but compared to what he used to get, which is around 50,000, it's not, right? And compared to what he got, like for instance, when he did the debate with Hasan, 100,000, it's nowhere close, right? He's falling the fuck off. He's falling off the fucking face of the earth, right? With this shit. And it's a bad video. It is not interesting. You're interested in it. You're here, right? But I'm telling you, chat, don't get too excited, right? Because this video is an absolute nothing burger.
I feel like my case, on face, you go, wow, this guy, the Mr. Fair Use is suing 3 creators for fair use. What a hypocrite.
Right.
Like on face, that's it. So my challenge in making this video was obviously to show what copyright infringement actually looks like. How egregious this is, to the point where nobody's going to be on their side. Anyone reasonably minded will not agree with them. It's that brazen. And you guys, most of you know, I set the legal precedent for fair use on YouTube. You can see it on
chat. We got to put ReactGate to bed. We need some of that old energy to fight for YouTube so that it doesn't get in shitified too, because that's what Ethan is doing right now. He's in shitifying, YouTube. If he gets his way, it's going to make it so that everybody's afraid to react to anybody's content, right? This makes YouTube worse for everybody. No, dude, we got to go after this guy. I am bound to make sure that he never fucking lives this down. That this is not a scandal for Rogan and for Denims and for Caseytron. This is a scandal for Ethan Klein, and this is going to define him. What is the definition of Ethan Klein and his social media career at the end of the day? Massive fucking hypocrite. Somebody who broke the rules of the internet and will be appropriately punished for it, right?
Copyright.gov. And
we've seen people, they use it when they teach now. We've seen it in school.
It's important precedent.
Well, yeah, if that gets taught, right, in school, now it's going to be with a big caveat of what a hypocrite you are. Of like, yeah, while he was the one being sued, Ethan Klein was principled and stood up for fair use. But when he got mad at whammons on the internet and they wouldn't go and make him a sandwich in the kitchen, he decided he took the ring to himself and he said, I will use the ring to defeat Sauron, actually, and the Palantir stones too. Yeah, this is all very good. This is all very good strategy. He's threatening a slap suit. I don't know, chat. So there may be something different about the suit. Again, if we have any lawyers in chat, a great time to speak up. But like, the difference is he's got Denims and a few of these other people on tape saying, thank you for watching it with me, so you're not giving views to Ethan. And he's going to use that as malice, as evidence that they are maliciously reacting to his video in a way that harms his you know, his YouTube channel, right? That takes views away from his YouTube channel. And it's pathetic because these are hate views. These are not real views. And, you know, if you're a real content creator with an audience, with a community that actually gives a fuck about you, then, you know, this shit is minimal. Like the fucking ad money that you'd get from hate views, that's really what he's on about? No, he's so full of shit. This guy is full of shit. He just wants to be seen as punishing, you know, uppity whammons on the internet, right? Punishing the femoids, right? That's all he's doing here. He's getting clout from incels.
To be. So this one is, I don't feel that it's hypocritical. I feel like it's operating kind of on the same.
So wait, that's the difference. And the other difference, I guess, is that he says he's registered that video with the Library of Congress in order to make it easier for him to receive damages, I guess. Again, if we have any lawyers in chat, a great time to speak up.
Same battlefield from the other side. Like, I showed what is fair use, and now it's time to show what isn't fair use. And this is a project that I.
So this, do you see that? Do you see this? He's trying to manage. He's trying to create a narrative. Why this is okay? Because the real truth about fair use is sometimes it's okay, and sometimes it's not, right? And then, you know, these women are the example of when it's sometimes not. And what we're going to do, we're going to cherry pick, you know, them leaving the, you know, leaving, like getting up from and leaving an empty chair, stuff that Hasan does all the time. We're going to cherry pick them saying, you know, thanks for watching it with me, so you're not giving Ethan views and shit like that, to try to make it look like it's different. But it's not. The only thing that's possibly going to fuel, you know, his bullshit against these creators is that they are hated femoids on the internets.
You know, since this debate, this whole conversation went on, I don't know how long it's been, years ago now.
And it's time for ReactGate to go to the fuck to bed. It was stupid to begin with, and it is stupid now. Like, look, you might have had a point with Sniper Wolf. You might have had a point with XQC. Right? There are probably examples of people that don't do a lot of transformative work. But yeah, again, show me the fucking harm. Show me the harm. You know, if it's a small creator being harmed by, you know, like Sniper Wolf. You know, I had a video that was popping off until Sniper Wolf watched it, then everybody watched her video instead. Yeah, take that fucking case to court, right? But nobody has, because the people that got harmed like that, they don't have money to take Sniper Wolf to court. So the person that does have the money and the time and the fucking vitriol to see this case to fruition is the one guy that is the least harmed from any of this. He is literally bitching about the fact that he didn't get hate views on his video. Some of the hate views watched other people react instead of him.
The Producatons post? Yeah. Of course.
Her, so Producatons.
Oh, she baiting Casey Tron? Producatons baited Casey Tron. Dude, she, whatever. Producatons is...
They, because we don't know.
The commitment is crazy. Producatons tweeted out, thank you for tweeting it out. Y'all thought I was playing. Well, your time is up. And if you have a problem with it, you're next. I'm suing these 3 creators. Good luck to the 3. And then
the fact that people still fall for this account is so funny.
What does she mean? Well, I'm suing you too? This isn't like this isn't like... you know you're actually getting sued, right?
No, you are.
I guess.
No, you are.
No, you.
No, you.
No,
She hit me with that no, you.
No, you, though.
And then Producatons hit her with the Sudi's nuts, which crushes it.
That always works.
Wow.
Crushes it.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Casey Tron's so dumb, she's going to probably write a complaint using Producaton.
I think they just outed Producaton's real pronouns. I think they know who this person is, and they're supposed to refer to them as they because they don't want to do anything that's identifiable. But they just told us that Producatons is a she/her.
Tweets as me.
Oh my god. OMG, that's gonna happen.
So anyway, let's get into it. But yeah, to me, it's not hypocritical at all. I'm operating on the same plane of caring about fair use and content and property rights, content IP rights. And so,
chat, we need to Gokanaru. I need to talk to Gokanaru. I need to talk to Vadim. We gotta like we gotta make this happen, chat. I am messaging Vadim. Vadim, get in here now and bring Goka with you. There we go. I'm sure Vadim will be able to decode my cryptic message. We gotta ride. And make sure the internet never forgets what an unbelievable hypocrite. How do you spell hypocrite? Hypocrite, right? Ethan Klein is. God damn, dude, chat. Gokanaru started it. We need Goka. We need Goka to finish it.
So it's important that people know.
I like Producticons because she sometimes rips Ethan too. Yeah, I feel like yeah. Producticons is funny.
What constitutes fair use, and it's equally important, especially now as this has gotten so out of control. I think all of us wouldn't have trouble admitting just how insanely out of control this reacting meta has gone.
Ethan, you
that also
bastard.
needs to be defined.
This guy's only relevance is through reacting. Oh my god. Joel Severwood with the 5 gifted subs. Ready. Oh, wait. Wine growers of the pudding? Wine grower of the pudding, you just got weaseled. Agarthul, you just got, sorry, jellyfished. You just got jellyfished. Kelly Voicer X, you just got jellyfished. Lobos Hayes, you just got jellyfished. Good Samaritan, 1025, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to everybody. We got look, Twitch is doing it, chat. Can YouTube keep up, chat? We might actually have, should I check? I mean, this is going to be an embarrassment for YouTube, right? YouTube obviously gets the bigger, you know, most of my viewership is on YouTube, right? But I think that Twitch might have caught up. I think Twitch might have close to the same number of subs as YouTube has memberships, because the memberships on YouTube have gone way down. People used to be very interested in those. People used to like to share the weasels, and that's just, the weasels are falling off on YouTube, right? But the jellyfish are definitely coming up on Twitch. I think they might have actually passed with that round of community subs. I think that, I'll have to check, but I think that that Twitch might have just passed YouTube. Wow.
Find. And the way that I define it is extraordinarily, basically as, what's the word? It's as a light as possible, light touch as possible. Like the bar that I set for copyright infringement is basically unattainable unless you are the most bad faith,
right?
Worst intentioned loser, you know. As you guys will learn. But yeah, go watch it here. People are raving about it. People are going crazy about it.
The incels.
And there's another thing too. There's so much I've been wanting to talk about, but I haven't been able to. I kept this a pretty good secret. You guys, I usually can't do that. Actually, I did talk about it a lot, but nobody expected this. Nobody expected a copyright.
No. I saw the closest was people thinking that this was going to be about the Reddits.
Nah. I mean, it is slightly.
Which is slightly close because...
Well, so the moderators of the snark that I show in this video, they posted They colluded with these creators to help create a market substitute for my work. And
a market substitute.
Moderators. So these moderators are
NSR is getting that.
And now that we've filed a complaint,
NSR is getting that clout.
Subpoena Reddit for their to see if they have any identifying information, so that we can also sue them. Yeah.
Huh.
What?
Wait.
It's just.
He doxes their real names? Wait, who's? Wait, are you talking about like Denims and? He doxes Denims and Frogan and. Are you serious? Who gets doxed in this video? No, this guy's out of control. He's a danger to everyone on YouTube. This is one of those moments, chat, that whoever you are, whatever side of politics, whatever side of the issues, whatever sphere of content creation you are, we need to band together. We need to band together and take this fucker down. All right? As long as he's on YouTube, he's a danger to all of us, chat. I'm saying it. Gulliver needs to get fucking tied down. We need to end Gulliver's travels, all right? Let's band the fuck together.
What does that mean?
I'm being sincere.
But why did you say "huh" like that?
Just because I don't think that they expected that that would be happening. To
Okay.
them. Yeah.
I was worried I was gonna have to add you.
No,
that's
like,
what,
oh shit, I got some things to delete.
Yeah, so that's the good thing. A lot of these people have already tried deleting evidence, which is no bueno. Right.
I was gonna say it's funny that you assume Dan's not already.
In the lawsuit, the first page shows it is the actual lawsuit video. All right, let's take a look at YouTube again. Type in Ethan Klein. Okay, so here's the serfs. Ethan Klein, just a few years ago, would be completely this is what I'm saying, would be just completely disgusted with the Ethan Klein of today. Suing multiple women critical of him, of smaller audiences, so he can try to get away with bankrupting them in the process. Yeah, and so he can get more incels into his shitty little community. This is Dexertonox.
That I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety.
Did you hear what he said? They'd react to it immediately, right? Thus not giving them a chance to form a meaningful opinion about it, right? This guy doesn't understand React streaming. He does React streaming, chat. He does, right? On H3 and in his members content, right? He does React streaming, and yet he doesn't this fucking boomer ass clown doesn't fucking get it, right? You often watch a piece of content without having previewed it. Now he's looking at that as like, well, that's not a lot of work. That's slop, right? No, that's what the audience wants. They want your initial reaction. They want to see how you react to that. And if you're good at what you do, you can form an opinion, without consulting ChatGPT, which is what, Ethan would do, right? No, this guy does not fucking get it.
Immediately after it was published. Now, the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her
He is jealous that she, relative to him, smaller streamer on Twitch, has more concurrence than any of his live streams at the time. That's what this is. He's fucking jealous of Denims. Because as he, circles the drain, her career is lifting off. Her career is getting escape velocity, right? He's fucking jealous of her.
Viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the Nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly.
What do we have here? Oh my god, chat. So I haven't seen anything in my back end. I haven't seen anything in my I haven't seen anything in terms of my own analytics to suggest that I'm getting views from the subreddit. That's H3 Snark, right? So there's also leftovers H3 or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm not on this list. There are some people either smaller than me or like tangential to me that are on this list, right? It's mostly Twitch streamers, it looks like, with a couple of exceptions.
Directly or citing our post in their critique of H3. Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the Snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite...
I don't know how to feel about this, chat. Does Snark not like me or something? Have I offended them?
Streamers and serving them.
I mean, maybe it's a good thing, because, like, I don't know if I want, my name being shoved in Ethan Klein's face in this way, but...
up on a golden platter, so...
I'm actually a little surprised.
You, Snark. It's one thing...
Because it does feel like that's a list that's just kind of missing a name.
For a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement. But how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
It turns out they just do it for you.
Ethan Klein reveals he created the content Nuke to bait Hasan into watching it so he could sue him for copyright. Because Hasan never finished the video after spending 9 hours reacting to the half, Ethan is suing 3 smaller female streamers instead. There's Caseytron. Claims he isn't suing Hasan because he gave him presumed license, but he gave license to more people than just Hasan.
Oh, I want to say a little show note. Okay. Here's to all the industrial entrepreneuring spirits out there. I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
Chad, I'm accidentally...
That's not what I mean.
I've left my Rambutan in the bag so long that I'm accidentally making Rambutan hooch.
That's not what I mean. No, gotcha. You can't make a fake H3 podcast. Although you probably could actually, because I don't think anyone would.
I wonder if I could still eat this one though.
Do whatever you want.
Anyone would mistake it. So our IP is open. I got inspired by Hasan. He has the Hasan Industrial Complex. So I want the Ethan.
Ethan's like, I want that for me, Lord. I've seen what you've done for Hasan.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And it's actually crazy how like many people are seemingly making a decent living from having their own clips channels of him.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to cut up clips from the podcast,
no, that is re-uploading. He is inviting people
with me,
not just to
Go for it, man.
He's inviting
Monetize it.
people
I'll
not just to react, but just straight up re-upload his content.
Do anything. I mean, to be fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim or remove anything really at all.
But now you're making it explicit.
Yeah.
Isn't the guy that made the big deal about fair use after he got sued a few years ago? Yep, same guy. Oh, I love that soy milk. God damn it, Thai ads. You're making me hungry for soy milk. Is that the one that has milk in it though? Yeah, there's some of the you got to watch out in Thailand, like, right? You get protein, or you get tofu, and sometimes it's got eggs in it or fish in it. You got you know, soy milk, and sometimes it's got milk in it. But damn, these ads are persistent. Who is Kaiser Kenny with the Ukraine flag and the it pays $8 to Elon? Saying, I've read through the lawsuit, they are cooked. Why is the lawsuit so like playful? Right? Like they got like a little caption here, "Nightmare on Denham Street." It's not. It's incredibly corny. Hairball removal, geez, fucking ads. Is there a plugin to get rid of Twitter ads? Anyway, that's the Dexerto Nox. What is this? Despite Ethan Klein practically describing how Hasan and XQC have done the exact same thing as Denham's Frogan and Casey Tron, he's chosen to sue these three women's. I said women's, god damn me. Even I need to get back to the kitchen, chat. I need to make myself a sandwich here. Even though Hasan and X's reach is far greater than theirs, this coward is a bully. This coward and bully is choosing to go after a smaller content creators. Loser. Absolutely. And we should never let him live it down. Comrade Lamb, former editor for Hasan, or maybe current editor, I can't remember. Does Comrade Lamb still cut videos for Hasan? Ethan Klein is such a pathetic bitch for rehashing ReactGate as an excuse to sue small creators. What's somehow worse is that he doesn't earnestly believe what he's saying. Oh wait, chat, I've just realized something. Is this making Twitter hard to read? Like, is the overlay that I've got, is that making Twitter hard to read? Can you still read Twitter okay? Let me know if that's a problem, and I'll take it off.
ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hasan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. In the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hasan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as...
It wasn't a problem to begin with. It was just a fucking lull in content and people made up fucking drama, right? I mean, with some notable exceptions like Sniper Wolf and XQC, there was not really a problem. ReactGate is a nothing burger. Chat, I got hit during ReactGate. Do you know that Vosh's people came after me for reacting to, I believe, a couple of Vosh videos and a Xander Hall video? And you know how I react, right? If I'm watching a Xander Hall video that's 45 minutes long, my version of it is going to be 3 hours, right? That necessarily does not compete with Xander Hall's content, right? If somebody wants to watch Xander Hall and they think he's fucking based, they can do that shit in 45 minutes. If they want to watch it through me, they're going to have to sit there for 3 hours and listen to some bitch that they fucking hate tell them that their favorite content creator is a worthless ass clown, right? So obviously, I'm not out competing Xander Hall's. I'm not competing for fucking Xander Hall's audience by reacting to his videos. But White Nervosa, Vosh's sysadmin, tried to claim that I was not reacting hard enough. tried to do some tabulation of the like time that I was watching the video versus the time that the video was playing. YouTube told her where she could shove that, right? YouTube told her exactly what she could do with those complaints and actually sent me a warning. Hey, this fucking crazy, B word is coming after, might sue you or something. Like, be aware of this. Like, we did not accept, her claim because it was so, and chat, they accept everybody's claim. YouTube is famous for somebody making a false copyright claim and them just taking down the video. They didn't do it. She tried to get my channel taken down. She made 3 complaints at once. 1, 2, 3. That means 1, 2, 3 strikes. That means you're out. That means your channel gets deleted. Bosch's fucking minion tried to get my channel deleted because she was afraid she could not take the criticism that I was offering to Vosh and his network, right? So I've dealt with this shit too.
Chair reacts when Hasan gets up to go to the bathroom or to eat or to talk to his mom or to do whatever. Disappears.
Wait, I thought his mom didn't live there.
And leaves the video play.
I thought his mom didn't live there. Ethan, who cooks the chicken? Who cooks the chicken, Ethan? Who cooks the chicken? It's Kaya.
For his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it. Even though
no one called it that.
Could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars. But the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. So I reached out to Vince Vintage.
It's watching the entire thing. What's the difference between XQC and Asmongold? They watched the whole thing and they said based, right? Denims watched the whole thing and she said bullshit. That's the difference. You're saying they're allowed to watch your video in total as long as they agree with what you're saying. Ethan, you're a massive fucking hypocrite. You are a Trumpian level hypocrite and a fucking narcissist to boot.
And I said, hey, I'm just curious, did XQC get permission? And I'm going to read you the message he sent me, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
He said, really appreciate you reaching out, Ethan. I've never been contacted by XQC at all for any of my Iraq videos. My personal take is this. I love big streamers watching, like XQC, Hasan, Mizkif, Moist Critical, watching my videos on their stream. It's a big ego boost. But when XQC does it, it's different. When he watches my video, he always re-uploads the whole thing on his YouTube channel with his insightful commentary as, wow, chat, isn't this crazy? Compared to when Hasan watched my stuff, he shouted me out and he says he loves my stuff and he sent a bunch of subscribers to my channel. A fair exchange. Here's a video. He showed me a video of Hasan doing that. And then
so yeah, chat, in general, like if I watch somebody's video, that if I'm featuring somebody's video because I think it's good, I'll shout them out, right? I'll link you to their channel, just like I did earlier for Iridium Beats. We were listening to some music from the Iridium Beats YouTube channel, and so I shouted them out, right? Because I think if you like what you're hearing, here's where to get more of that, right? When I'm criticizing somebody, when I'm criticizing Vosh or Xanderhall or Ethan or Destiny or whoever, I am not shouting out Destiny. I'm not like, hey, if you want more cursed takes, here's Destiny's channel, go check it out, right? Because I'm doing that in a critical fashion. And criticism is covered under fair use.
XQC, he really just steals my shit.
What is this? My response to Ethan and the haters?
I'm a dad, I'm a husband. You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
We're on the sidewalk, Joe.
I don't give a if you're on the sidewalk. I'm a dad, I'm a...
Okay. Ethan Klein is suing his enemies for reacting to his content nuke on Hasan Piker. However, he explicitly stated that out of goodwill, he won't sue XQC and Asmon. The fool just admitted it's a malicious lawsuit. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's from Ethan Klein's lawsuit. It's supposed to be about... So here, what I'm looking for here, chat, why I went over here is somebody said that there's names shown in Ethan Klein's video, right? That he's showing people's like Denim's and Frogan's name, I guess. I'm looking to see if I can find somebody complaining about it, maybe giving a timestamp so I can like avoid that. Ethan Klein is going to sue my cats for not reacting hard enough to his video. That's right. Oh, those cats though. Oh my god, chat, we have an orange cat in front of my building. The like security guard at my building has adopted a cat and like keeps it in the little security pavilion outside. And it's like it's one of these orange cats. Oh, you're so cute though. Look at you. You're making a bed. Look, making it soft. Making biscuits. Gotta make a soft bed. There we go. Now it's soft enough. Now it's soft enough. Oh. Oh my god. I can't take how cute these cats are, chat. I cannot take it. They're too cute. Oh, look at you. Aw. They love each other. Look, I'm gonna clean you. No, don't clean me. I'm gonna fight you. Rawr, now we're gonna wrestle. Rawr, bite, 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 bite. Aw. Get back here so I can groom you. Anyway. XQC admits that he's not sufficiently reacting to Ethan Klein's content nuke. Instead of just watching, Ethan Klein says he respects and acknowledges him for not reacting sufficiently to his content nuke. He is now suing 3 women for not sufficiently reacting. Yeah. Massive hypocrite.
1 minute, 36.
Yes. This is Force's analogy, but yes, it's also true. People said react this, react that. We don't hate reacts. It's lazy. I actually invented watching. I invented watching. People think reacting on stream. No, watching. I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching this. What about it?
He's taking his time to analyze. Well, anyway, my criticism isn't that he's like watching. It's that he's watching terrorist propaganda. But it's a little different. But I hear your point. And listen, I respect it, man. I acknowledge you.
We hear you.
I acknowledge you.
Oh my god, you're so ridiculous, Ethan. Okay, so here's the post from Wish You Would Leave, or whatever we think you should leave. It's 2025. Ethan Klein is suing creators for fair use. Here's the legal fund. Ethan Klein pooped his pants to trick everyone into smelling it. Owned. Yeah, pretty much.
That I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist? They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it.
Anyway, we already saw this. Kind of starting to think Ethan Klein really doesn't like women or Arabs. Ethan Klein admits he's using frivolous IP lawsuits as a pretense to dox mods of subreddit in retaliation for criticizing him online. His attorney risks sanctions for abusing the court system for harassment and improper purpose.
It was pinned by moderators. So these moderators are named as co-conspirators. And now that we've filed a complaint officially, we can subpoena Reddit for to see if they have any identifying information so that we can also sue them. Yeah.
Huh.
What?
It's just cool.
What does that mean?
It means you're the fucking villain, asshole, and not in a cool way.
Being sincere.
But why do you say "huh" like that?
Just because I don't think that they expect.
Because he's like, this is my fucking job. I didn't sign up to work in Dr. Evil's volcano, but here I am.
That would be happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was worried I was gonna have to add you. No, that's
like, oh shit, I got some things to delete.
Yeah, so that.
Chat, should I look at YouTube to see? I'm scared to look at YouTube. I'm scared to see how far the memberships have fallen, right? I legitimately think at this point, yeah, Twitch is somewhere around like 120 subs on Twitch, 122 actually, right? I low-key think that I'm going to look at YouTube and I'm going to somehow see less than 120 members, which is crazy. It has not been that low in a long time. But I mean, this is why, you know, if we have more jellyfish than weasels, this is why. Ethan Klein, wait, well, this part is hilarious. Ethan Klein is swinging for the fences. Denham's made the completely unsubstantiated claim that, like Frogan and Hasan, Ethan also made jokes about 9/11. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm sure this guy's never made a 9/11 joke. Oh, here it is.
I just, fuck you all. I miss not caring about things, you know?
Take a break.
You remember how blissful you used to be as a kid? You're like, the world is ending. Iraq, nuclear weapons, and massive. And then you're like, I don't give a fuck. I'm on my bike. Fuck that shit. 9/11, you're like, fuck this. Woo. You're on your BMX. You're like, I don't give a shit.
That one was a little traumatic.
Chat, I low key, when 9/11 happened, like, I couldn't have. Look. I knew it was a big deal. You know, I knew that, like, you know, something major and traumatic had happened in New York City with the buildings falling and everything, and that, like, you know, 3,000 people lost their lives. But I kind of expected it to just be another news story. As a kid, I was a little bit tripped out by the fact that people were still talking about 9/11 a week later. And then I was like, wait, people like George Bush now? Wait, what the fuck? You know, like, I didn't get it. I was just like, seriously, like, right? It's a tragedy. It's a news story, but why is this one thing like taking everybody's attention? Like, why are people? Why did people were acting like that they were going to be next, right? That like, you know, somehow Bin Laden's just going to blow up the whole country, right? They're going to be out in Montana, you know, on the lake fishing. And the fucking the Al Qaeda nuke is gonna, you know, come over the hill and turn them into irradiated skeletons, right? And I was just like, what the fuck?
I mean, I didn't understand the gravity as a kid.
I was in LA.
I was
if
like,
I was in New York, I'm sure it would have hit me harder. I was young. I was a young kid.
I know. You were older than me.
Wait, we're the same age, I thought.
No, you're 2 years older than me. I mean, practically.
I'm just making a joke. Don't do the math and be like, Ethan was actually 17. He should have cared. I'm just making a joke. I just, fuck you all. I miss.
Oh, there's Ethan's basement, friend of the VOD. Ethan Klein announcing he is opening his IP. We already saw this. Cheers to Ethan Klein for being a little bitch. True. Ethan Klein is the Alan Dershowitz of YouTube, a pernicious, loathsome, litigious little freak with no redeeming qualities. He allies himself with PDFs and repugnant sociopaths whose only purpose is to act like a smear merchant for institutions he's too stupid to even grasp. H3 now running running defense for what? Abstiny? Why exactly do we not like Destiny again? Well, for a start, it's a whole revenge porn thing. I believe Destiny was one of the victims of that revenge porn. The hacker leaked 90% was him and 10% was by association. He was the main target. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Nobody would have those images if Destiny didn't fucking unauthorized share them. To be clear, Destiny was the one that was a victim of revenge porn. Okay, yeah. That's on the H3 subreddit, by the way. Yeah, there's the opening the IP, Bad Empanada. Claims that Ethan Klein's goal with the lawsuits is to dox people. Okay, let's check. This is what I was looking for.
This is going to backfire on him comically. For one, he just outright says in his dumb little video that his whole intention here was to sort of bait people into supposedly infringing on his copyright. That's going to go incredibly badly for him in court because it shows that he's not making a good faith defense of his copyright in any way, shape, or form. For two, he claims that he pre-registered his supposed content nuke with the Copyright Office. This is something that's not needed at all. This is something that probably seems impressive to people who don't really know what they're talking about, but when you
that's why I was hoping. That's how I was hoping. That's why I was hoping we could get one of our lawyers in chat to comment on that. I get that, you know, it's your job. You know, you get paid for it. You know, you don't want to do like half-baked analysis in YouTube chat. So totally understandable if you're keeping mum because of that. But just like a little insight on, you know, what Ethan is talking about with registering with the Library of Congress, and if that actually has the effect that he's saying, where it allows him to go for damages. Is any of that real? Like, I just don't know.
Actually registered to it. That's just pure bravado. The man has literally on multiple occasions outright stated on his channel that he's opened up his copyright. He has said this multiple times and he has never retracted it. So you can just literally cite that in court and you win. I mean, even aside from the fact that obviously reacting to a video that in of itself is a reaction in the first place, half of his fucking video is content taken from other people, is clearly not copyright infringement. This is a guy whose entire supposed career is him just lazily reacting to content, other people's content on his podcast, whose entire career before that was making shitty reaction content for 12-year-olds on his supposed React channel, whatever they used to call it, you know, the thing that was supposedly so good that made him YouTube royalty. This is just pathetic. Like, this is nothing. This is just an excuse for him to dox people, basically. That's what the whole thing is. You guys have to realize that a huge part of the reason why he's doing this is because he wants to dox the people involved. He wants people to know where they live. He wants to know their names, their real names. Denims, for example, he hired literal private investigators to stalk her, track her down, like follow her in real life, find where she lives, her real name, stuff like that. He's done this to other people before. I've been contacted by multiple other people.
Adam Panada just got a text. It was actually him being served with paperwork, right? Ethan, it's Ethan suing him too now.
Have told me that Ethan has randomly started calling them by their real name and telling them their address, their location.
What?
Stuff like that. So this
wait. So chat, what is going on in this video? He's doxing people?
It's something that he does literally all the time. This man is like obsessed lolcow. And I feel incredibly sorry for the people who, because of their political alignment with him, are going to have to pretend that this is anything but pathetic and that he is anything but like an obsessive stalker who is just completely like unable to handle any criticism to the point that he literally hires people to stalk, harass, and threaten anyone who criticizes him. Okay. So I know I said I wouldn't talk about Ethan Klein anymore, but this is just kind of have to. So his big reveal is that he is trying to sue people for reacting to one of his videos, the so-called content Nuke on Hasan Piker, for copyright infringement. The original video, you know, the so-called content Nuke itself is a reaction video. And this is someone who is only really known for successfully defending themselves in a lawsuit against a false claim that his reaction video infringed on someone else's copyright. This is the biggest wet fart I've ever seen in my life. And I genuinely feel sorry for all the people politically aligned with Ethan here who now feel like they have to pretend that this is something.
All the Nick Diorios of the world.
Special.
Like, Nick should know better, right? Occasionally you will see Nick Diorio call balls and strikes the way that you had recently saw Chud Logic and Quimon, you know, just to admit that Ethan is more cringe than the people that he's going after, and you know, dip out of defending him because he's fucking indefensible, saying the obvious, right? Sometimes you'll even see, you know, that's a thing that Nick used to be known for. Like on this one, he's just got I don't know, he's still playing team sports with this.
Or good, or not just totally embarrassing, and also not just frivolous. Jesus Christ. Okay, look. So I know I said so just to know how this is going to backfire on him comically. For one, he just outright says in his dumb little video that his whole intention here was to sort of bait people into supposedly infringing on.
He's using copyright claims to, well, he's suing people apparently to dox them, and people are telling me that in this video, in the content Nuke Part 2 that he put out, that he's got some names. So I'm trying to figure out how do we like avoid. I mean, it's already out there, and if he publicly announced he was releasing his IP, I think the women would have a good faith basis to believe it was relinquished. I'm not a lawyer. Tay says, I've never heard of Casey Tron. Ethan just made me a fan of her. Well, Casey Tron is known for fat bong rips, so that's pretty fatter than mine. I can't. I used to be a party girl, Chad. I was telling people earlier, but I cannot. All I do now is I take one little hit and I fall asleep, right? All I do now is treat insomnia with it. In the lawsuit video, Ethan has links to the lawsuits in the lawsuit video, and in it with their real name. Oh, the links are in the video, right? So it's links. It's not him showing them on screen, right? Addresses are not redacted. So wait, so just to be clear, chat, the if I watch the rest of Ethan reacting to his own video, I'm not gonna see. We're not gonna show like Denham's or Frogan's or Casey Tron's real name, right? Or real information, right? He shows the first 15 page of the suit 15 minutes into the video, which has Denham's real name. So it does make it into the video. God damn. Was Denham's name publicly out before this? If he I mean, not that that makes it better, but like, if he publicly announced he was releasing his IP, yeah, they should have a good basis. Apparently, if you register IP with the Library of Congress prior to infringement, there are statutory damages, not just actual damages. So he probably filed in federal courts. This React crap is bound to affect Ethan's allies' bottom lines. I can't wait until they start turning on him because it was... Well, this is what I'm saying, chat, is that the correct thing for... The way that shit is supposed to run is that if you touch the poo as hard as Ethan has done here, you are supposed to get run off the internet. That is YouTube justice. That is the way that YouTube functions, right? That is the precedent that we've set. And it's like an organic process, chat. Like the way that, if a larger animal dies, it's eaten up by worms and insects, right? And they come around and they lay their eggs in the corpse, and the babies hatch out with a nice full meal there, right? All the what do you call them? Like hyenas, scavengers come out, right? Ethan's social media, corpus should be picked clean by morning with the bones to bake in the sun. That is how YouTube used to handle its shit, right? This kind of thing scares everyone. And when somebody does this, it used to be the case that we all banded together, regardless of your political affiliation, regardless of whether you like each other or not, you all band together and you fucking take care of the threat, right? And I just don't know if that's, I don't know what's up with YouTube lately, right? A little too much team sports, I would say. 15 minutes into the Denham's, is Denham's docs? Oh no. I need to take a pee, chat, but now I'm afraid to let the Ethan video run, lest I mean, look, like obviously you're not gonna fuck with Denham's, and I don't think we have like a whole bunch of hate watchers today that are gonna only see that video through me. I mean, it's not like the worst thing, it just doesn't feel good. Their names, releasing their names on screen is insane scumbag shit. Yeah, fuck yeah. The internet will pick his fucking carcass clean. Metaphorically speaking, of course, right? The old internet would fuck this guy up, would turn this guy into motherfucking compost, right? And raise a whole new generation of slop tubers out of that compost, right? It's a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful system we had. Might be wrong, but when I watched it earlier, I thought something off of Rogan's, some private information of Rogan's. He thinks he can avoid that by going after 3 individuals. Yeah, with a bunch of weirdo haters. That's the thing. That's the clout that he's chasing. He's trying to get incels, right? He's trying to beef up his numbers with anything because, he tasted it for a second, right? When he debated Hasan, he had like 100,000 people in his chat, and he thinks, well, I could be 100K streamer like every day if I just lean into the drama hard enough. And what he doesn't realize is that he just saturates the fuck out of everything. And now, you know, even with this Content Nuke Part 2, he's got 5K more viewers than he has when he's not talking about any drama at all. He's banking on the hate for the hate for them. Yeah, outweighs, short circles people's brain. And you know, that often works on YouTube. There is a lot of misogyny. I guess we all know who won the Klein do. Yeah, Ezra Klein wins. That's right. Abundance wins. Sims mostly chilling here. No integrity and hypocrisy on overdrive.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
It's what's wrong with the internet in our country. It's no wonder we are in free fall at the bottom. It's not about only going after women, Russian name. It's about, and sorry, I just don't know Cyrillic, so I'm not even gonna take a stab at pronouncing your name. But so only women. Yeah, no, it's not about only women. It's certain women, right? It's women who are the target of hate campaigns. It's specific women with a hate following. The same reason that he goes after iDubbbz, because of the gargantuan iDubbbz hate following. He thinks he can take these hate followings and just kind of funnel them into his community. And if he just like immerses himself in all the haters, some of the haters will be like, hey, I like this Ethan guy. He hates the femoids that I hate too, right? That's what he's going for. He's going for those guys, right? He's going for incels, basically, right? He's going for Asmongold's audience. If I was Asmongold, I would take this as a dagger to the heart. How dare you betray me, Ethan? You're going after my core audience here. These are my people. How dare you? Revealing someone's full name when they have a nom de plume online is the same level of invasion of privacy as stalking or breaking into someone's house. Yeah, you shouldn't fuck with that. Like, when people touch the third rail, we used to fry them, metaphorically speaking, right? We used to make it impossible for them to function as content creators because we see the danger in somebody that operates like that. If you operate by nuking people's channel with fake copyright claims, you're gonna fuck around and find out. That's how YouTube used to operate. We would all band together to take down the threat, so that we don't have another adpocalypse, or we don't have we don't end up in a situation where everybody's afraid to react to anybody else's content because there's content claims flying back and forth, right? Ethan Klein has violated so many rules of the internet, and the only thing that he's skating by on is that his victims are people that are, that have fairly large like hate followings, right? So that's what women do be streaming and women do be reacting, and that is I guess unacceptable for a guy like Ethan Klein.
His copyright, that's going to go incredibly badly for him in court because it shows that he's not making a good faith defense of his copyright in any way, shape, or form. For two, he claims that he pre-registered his supposed content nuke with the Copyright Office. This is something that's not needed at all. This is something that probably seems impressive to people who don't really know what they're talking about, but when you upload a YouTube video, it's copyrighted to you by default. You don't need to actually register to it. That's just pure bravado. The man has literally on multiple occasions outright stated on his channel that he's opened up his copyright. He has said this multiple times and he has never retracted it. So you can just literally cite that in court and you win.
See, I don't know. Listen, Bad Empanada, makes some good videos from time to time, has a lot of knowledge about history. He may not be the guy that you want to consult for your legal advice, right? Because I think he's missing the reason that Ethan's doing those shenanigans with the Library of Congress is, according to some of my chatters, now we're going to have to look into this. We do have people in the community who maybe have more legal insight that can spell it out more succinctly or more thoroughly, right? But it looks like there's something called statutory damages that become available if you register something with the Library of Congress prior to the copyright infringement, right? So if you've registered it prior to the act, prior to Denham's watching, his video, then supposedly the case is eligible for statutory damages as well. I don't know how much money that translates into. I don't know what the effect of that is, right? But there may be something, that he has a danger that he sort of added for the people reacting to his videos.
I mean, even aside from the fact that obviously reacting to a video that in of itself is a reaction in the first place, half of his fucking video is content taken from other people, is clearly not copyright infringement. This is a guy whose entire supposed career is him just lazily reacting to content, other people's content on his podcast, whose entire career before that was making shitty reaction content for 12-year-olds on his supposed React channel, whatever they used to call it, the thing that was supposedly so good that made him YouTube royalty. This is just pathetic. Like, this is nothing. This is just an excuse for him to dox people, basically. That's what the whole thing is. You guys have to realize a huge part of the reason why he's doing this is because he wants to dox the people involved. He wants people to know where they live. He wants to know their names, their real names. Denims, for example, he hired literal private investigators to stalk her, track her down, follow her in real life, find where she lives, her real name, stuff like that. He's done this to other people before. I've been contacted by multiple other people who have told me that Ethan has randomly started calling them by their real name and telling them their address, their location, stuff like that. So this is something that he does literally all the time. This man is like obsessed lolcow, and I feel incredibly sorry for the people who, because of their political alignment with him, are going to have to pretend that this is anything but pathetic and that he is anything but like an obsessive stalker who is just completely unable to handle any criticism, to the point that he literally hires people to stalk, harass, and threaten anyone who criticizes him.
Mike from PA is going to end up losing a slap lawsuit.
I'm like, why does Ethan Klein know of me? You know why? It's because I pissed off that.
Oh, we were wondering about this.
Destiny sex pest freak. And I know that Destiny's viewers are probably in here right now because they're Ethan's viewers too.
They're obsessed. The second they hear your name, they come running.
And I've been calling Destiny out on being a fucking freak for, I don't know, longer than anybody else. I'll tell you that. And guess what? I was proven right. Your little fucking sex pest god or whatever, he's a freak. And he's not as smart as you think he is.
The last time I heard him,
So Ethan said that he heard the fart sound alert that KCTron has, and he thought that KCTron was like legit ripping farts. I kind of doubt that. What's the thing about the muffin?
All right. Yeah. Let's see, Brad.
Oh, keep it going.
What is this? You brought me a muffin?
Ooh.
Why did AB bring me a muffin?
That's cute.
I don't know.
AB just brought me a muffin,
but I have a question.
You're gay.
This doesn't have to do with me being gay, does it?
Well, that means you're gay.
Because you're my muffin.
Why did you give me a muffin?
Because I got groceries for the office, and we got muffins.
What do I look hungry? You just bring me a muffin?
I think it was nice.
We put it on your card. I figured I offered you.
But you didn't
one.
even buy it. It's not. I bought this muffin as part of a regular grossing operation.
Well, why are you getting upset? I mean, it was a nice gesture. He bought you a muffin. You just say thank you and move on.
Yeah.
No, but you guys can't just come up here and bring me shit whenever you want.
Why?
It's
Why
gonna
not?
be relevant to the show.
I can't give you a gift. I can't get you something.
Is he mad because he's trying to keep the weight off? What is this about?
You're kind of ungrateful.
What are you gonna?
I think you're kind of ungrateful.
What are you gonna bring me? What are you gonna bring me a bowl of chips?
Did you know
Yeah, here's some
gift-giving-
chips.
Sometimes I do
It's a
that.
love
Sometimes I do
language.
that.
I didn't ask for this.
It's a love language, gift giving.
Yeah, it's a Middle Eastern thing. Like whenever
It's
you
not a
eat,
gift. I bought
whenever
it.
you eat, you gotta offer everyone else
What an asshole.
as well. I don't have enough for everyone else, but you're the boss.
Wait,
so
yeah, I
offer
was
you
about
first.
to say, where's my?
And you know what? Muffin could stop us.
No,
Let me make this
wow.
clear.
He's on a roll with these puns today.
AB, I paid for these, right?
Technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, technically you did.
And
Not
how
really.
many are there?
There are 4. Now there's 2.
No kidding.
Well, we paid for them. We did.
In no way did you pay
we
for it.
kind of
Well,
pay for
when
them.
we ordered them on Instacart, we put the payment through.
Right, yeah.
Using whose money?
We work here.
The company.
the place-
Again, the company that we are all
employed by.
A part of.
I didn't realize he was sweating.
Yeah, and guess what? I also own it.
I have not seen him sweat like the food budget this much. This is a new thing for Ethan. Anyway, chat, with that, I feel like we got to get back to the okay, so we're nowhere close to the part where he doxes Ethan, where he doxes Frogan or Denims, or like shows people's names. Please let me know before that happens. I'm going to take a pee because my bladder is bursting at the moment, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of the H3 crew and Ethan Klein. This is a mistake. Yeah, he's gonna get me for this. He's gonna put me on the list, right? She went to the bathroom. She went to the bathroom, and whose content was entertaining her audience? That's right, it was mine. It was my content that you were entertaining. You didn't put on a classic NCC video where you make fun of Peter Coffin or Infrared Haas or something like that. No, you put on my video, and hey, don't threaten me with a narcissistic time chat. I will absolutely show you classic NCC if Ethan or anybody bitches about this. But yeah, I'm gonna put him back on. I'm gonna pee. Wait, can I maybe I can try to listen while I am in the bathroom peeing. All right, and we may be talking to Vadim tonight. We may be talking to other notables, but yeah, I mean, like we gotta get the gang together. We gotta get the band together, and we gotta ride.
So, oh yeah, and the other funny thing is like iDubbbz, right? He's friends with two of the people I'm suing for copyright infringement, Denims and Frogan, were appeared in his content, Nuke. This is the guy who made a video about Jinx, who was doing what they're doing now years ago. He made like the most insanely racist, mean, crazy video about him. If you go back and watch it, it's genuinely shocking. And I urge you guys, by the way, to keep an eye on the Ethan Klein channel of The Break, because I am going to be doing Content Cop, which I'll be reacting to his old Content Cop.
All right, I'm gonna pee.
That series, yes.
Hopefully nothing
Try to
disastrous
stop me.
happens while I do that. Hopefully I don't get sued off of the
But
internet.
he
We
comes
don't
out
have the
so hard against him.
the Thai
Never
police
apologized
bust
to
into
him when
here
they showed
over a complaint that Ethan Klein has registered. Something. He's not like trying to dox me. I don't know, chat.
He's friends with them now. Has not apologized to Jinx, which he did definitely. Dude, you know, I mean, justice for Jinx, honestly, because all his friends are doing the same fucking thing now. You know?
You've chosen essentially the Keemstar path.
That's right. I'm gonna get that play button. Anyway, let's just get right into it, huh? So here it is. I'm suing these three creators, and let's start from the top. Please watch it Please watch it. Also, open it on another tab, and just let it play. You can just mute it.
In fact, why don't you mute it here so that we can ensure that they really do it? Because they'll want the audio. So you mute it here and tell them to have
Watch
a
it
second
there.
tab.
That's what I mean.
Right.
So that
but we will be playing it here, but you'll be watching it in your own.
Yeah, I mean legit views. I mean,
Yeah.
go put a legit view on it. So like, watch it there, but then also listen to this audio so you get the commentary. That's all I mean.
Did you smoke that stogie?
No, dude, I knew if I lit that in the basement, that smell would never go away.
Yeah, it takes a minute.
I was like, hell no. So I kind of tried to make it look as. But anyway, here it is. Without further ado. Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today, I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney. By the way, when I was like, hey, just so you know, I made this joke. But like, I love my lawyer, and he definitely charges me fairly. So I was like, just so you know, I love you.
Just keep playing it.
Yeah. So yeah, I knew. I anticipated that as well. They're reporting me to the FBI for burning money. It's not real money. You fucking morons. But the funny thing is, like, I knew they were gonna do that. Burning a $1 bill.
Oh my
I
God.
knew they were gonna do that. It's not real money.
You criminal.
It's like,
How dare you?
Take a look in the mirror. Are you being serious? Is that something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine the FBI. Yo, there's lots of chatter today. Oh, somebody burned a $1 bill on YouTube. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Like, look at yourself in the mirror. Look at the state of the world, right? Look at everything that's happening, and you are wasting the FBI's time for someone burning $1. Okay? Like, please, this is a good time for
I
self-reflection.
think it's the Treasury Department, anyways, right? Would handle that.
It would be a federal crime, I
Secret
think.
Service does money, I think, right?
Yeah, money is like they got their own.
You think
coffers.
the FBI is not involved in that?
Well,
let me ask
what do I
ChatGPT.
The Alan Greenspan's gonna come get you.
Yeah, rise from the grave.
Who would punish someone for burning U.S. money? It would be under the U.S. Secret Service. I didn't know that.
Interesting.
Oh my God, Alan Greenspan is not dead.
He's still kicking?
What? I guess he won't rise from the grave. He'll just.
Yeah, Alan Greenspan's gonna come get you, dude.
Come on over.
He's going to be tarnished.
How old is he now?
Rise ye tarnished.
Rise, Greenspan.
Yes, but guys, of course, the people who like were so fucking committed to being like, no, he deserved to be reported to the CPS, are now reporting me to the FBI for burning a $1 bill. So let's please just enjoy the own self-report there, guys. This is the best.
They're investigating you, homie.
Yeah, I know the FBI. They're on their way. The sirens are on. They're actually parachuting in to our house to stop. Get down! What? Who's burning $1 bills? FBI, open up! Hands up! I will open fire. Yeah. So here's a federal crime, guys. Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today, I invite you into my home. I knew that. I knew it. That's so funny. And it's just the funniest bait ever. This whole thing has been about just how easy to bait these fucking fools are. These guys reacted to content nuke. The snark freebooted the fuck out of it. They basically served them up on a silver platter to me. And then in making this video, it's so obvious about the shit that they're going to try to hit me on. And it's like so pathetic. Yes, burning a $1 bill. Send me to fucking prison. To share my favorite. You know what's the penalty for burning a $1 bill? You have to pay $1. I don't know if that's true. I made that up. I made that up.
I think it probably is more serious than that. But.
I made that up. I don't know about that. But anyway, the money's not real, so good luck out there. Time with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney. Let me tell you guys a story. About a year and a half ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hasan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream.
Yo, Ethan.
They would rarely add to...
I'm gonna run to the restroom. Don't sue me, okay?
Bro, he's erasing evidence. You know, have you seen police stuff? How they follow them in the bathroom? So can someone follow him in the bathroom, please? Make sure he's not destroying evidence. Thank you, AB. AB's gonna follow you. About a year and a half ago. Sorry, I want to watch the chat. I'm just having too much fun. Just fun, guys.
Jamie L said 37 months, but have been here since the Matt Haas lawsuit. Even used it for my media law final in college. Peace and love.
Love that. Yeah.
Peace and love.
Now, I don't know that this one's going to set precedent because I think most likely they're going to settle before it ever goes to like an opinion. But if a judge writes an opinion on this, it could. I mean, yeah.
Lots of thirsting for this, Ethan. People are liking.
This is what I mean. When it's business time, when it's time to show up, I got it all set up now.
Got the Burberry shirt on and all, man.
The real, dude. I paid like $50 for this. You know, this thing retails probably for like $800.
No free ads, bro. No free
Burberry's.
ads. I'm trying.
Only one free ad for
All right,
Burberry.
that's it. Just
I
a
do
teaser.
gotta ask, in the video, the suit you're wearing, Are those suit separates?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Got it.
Because I'm doing it. I'm not doing it like the official way. Some of it is mix and match pants. There were some suit jacket pants I got, but they're being hemmed because the sizes are kind of crazy.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're both nice. It's just
no, they're different. You're
they're
right.
too close in gray to not match. I feel like.
I totally agree. I didn't like that they didn't match. AB, you're so right.
Very nice fit though.
Thank you. No, you're so
We're,
right.
we're gonna take that into account.
Yeah, please.
Going forward.
But I'm so serious about it. I'm going to I went to the tailor and I'm getting all of my other jackets. I have 2 that fit me really good, and I got 4 other ones that I'm getting fitted. You know, people listen.
You're a suit guy now.
You're not off the rack. You're custom.
Hell
Custom
no.
fit.
That's right. No longer off the rack.
Good in that suit.
There's a Gucci jacket I got that is so freaking nice. The sleeves are a little long, so it's being hemmed. And again, Gucci jacket, what's that cost retail? Like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000?
Easy. Oh my God.
All right, thank.
I come back and he's basically doing watch chat. How are we doing, chat? I got some, I made myself some rice with the good boy sauce. I think this is like legitimately what this stuff is called. It's like this mushroom, like glaze that they have here in Thailand. I think the name translates to something like good boy sauce. And it's vegan, right? That it's got the J sticker on it, right? So I know it's like doesn't have meat in it. In Thailand, that's a rarity with sauce, right? You know, usually the sauce has some shrimp flakes or some fish sauce in it. This time, this one's actually clean.
Yeah.
And it's so nice. Even the tailor was like, "This is beautiful," and it is.
Jesus fucking Christ! He's so scared of actually becoming a precedent-setting case, so he's desperately trying to manifest a settlement. Yeah. Look. I'm never gonna let this asshole live it down, right? I've talked to Vadim. Vadim feels the same way. I'm sure a lot of people feel this way too, right? We gotta do what YouTubers do. We gotta band together, and we gotta bring down this fucking giant before he hurts somebody. Not even Voosh talks about his clothes this much. If anyone he is a lot like Vosh with his like clothes glow up thing. Like, you know, he used to be a slob, and now he's a now he's a little bit of a hype beast on Ozempic, and so he's like, no, I gotta flex. Oh no, I'm like he's bro is literally feeling himself here, right? He's like, how sexy am I now? Is that forbidden rice? Kind of. It's really similar. So when you're talking about forbidden rice, you're talking about like a flavor of like black rice. This is actually purple rice. I think it's kind of a product of Thailand. I think the purple rice is a Thai thing. But what I do is I mix it with jasmine rice because it's a little the purple rice is a little bit more expensive, but I mix it with jasmine rice and it colors all of the rice like a nice purple like this. So you don't feel, yeah, it's I'm sure it's kind of good for you too. While you were away, Ethan claimed that the snarkers tried to report him I was listening to the FBI for burning a fake $1 bill on the show, and he somehow knows about this. Yeah, did he not show any receipts of it? That's hilarious, right? Yo, Joel Silverwood, thank you for the gifted sub to Stock Photo Samoyed. Stock Photo Samoyed, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And you know what's really a good thing? Is that we hit our goal. Oh my god, chat, I haven't been checking on the... Aw. I always forget to remind you about the butterfly thing. I feel like a bitch for doing... Oh no, we're only at 3 out of 10. Ooh. Time ended before you reached the goal. God damn it. That's like a few days in a row. Oh my god, and here it is with Twitch putting you to shame. Putting YouTube to shame. Oh my god, Joel Silverwood with another gift sub. This one for Mapache 1312. You just got jellyfished. Grab yourself some peanut butter and make a banger satay with that rice. I'm so confused. I've had so many different things like sold to me as satay. I thought satay was like a shish kebab thing. Let me feel my oats. I'm outraged. He must be ousted from YouTube. He can go wallow with the other hogs on Kick. Yeah, that would be the good ending. H3 show on Kick and like nobody watches it. Next episode, no comment.
Super chatted $9.99. Is Ethan Goo to make war with Iran about him and Hassan's beef? He's like Israel as a person.
Is he going to make war with Iran about him and Hassan's? Oh God. Yeah, that is kind of sick, actually, and not in the good way. That's kind of fucked up. No, no doubt. I mean, he already has. I've covered a little bit of what he said about Iran, and basically implying like, look, we all know that Israel's bad. I don't approve of what Israel's doing. It's an apartheid state, and they're probably doing a genocide. And that's bad at everything, but Iran, oh my God, Iran is even worse, right? Did you know that they say death to America and death to Israel in Iran? Did you know that? And it's like, it's one thing to say death to a group of people. It's another thing to enact death towards a group of people, which is what Israel's literally doing right now. And soon coming to, what they did in Gaza is any indication of what we have to expect for Iran. We're going to have a several huge humanitarian crises on our hands, right? And I would be surprised if somebody did not unexpectedly step up and, say FAFO to Israel. If anyone from YouTube land had reported him, it would have only reached the level of the health department. Strangers cannot make a claim on CPS that CPS would follow up on. Give me a break. The suit actually kind of underlines how childish he is. Yeah, I see what you're saying. By way of I see what you're saying. Like, he doesn't look right in that suit because it looks like a child wearing an adult's clothing. Yeah. He pays someone to dress him, but it doesn't help. Yeah, like that's something that Vosh never did. Satay is the sauce. Oh my God, that makes so much sense. Yeah, because I've had it served to me as a soup. I've had it served to me as a shish kebab. And the commonality, I guess, is the sauce, the flavoring, right? If you have a Thai red curry paste, mix it with water and simmer. Nice.
Joel Siver, super chatted $5.85. I like YouTube too, though. I just don't know how to gift memberships in the mobile app.
In the mobile app. Hey, don't take it all. You don't have to be Atlas on this, right? We appreciate you do a lot for the stream, Joel, and I do appreciate it. And look, YouTube will get its shit together. All right, I have great faith. I'm not worried about YouTube long term. YouTube is going through kind of a summer lull right now, and I'm getting a little histrionic. And, I do this whole thing where I start to worry where, I can feel shit slipping away and I'm like, no, and I start to think like, no, I'll do a travel channel instead. Or like, right. And in reality, it's just like, the numbers crash and I freak out from time to time. We've always gotten through it. But yeah, thank you for the North Korean dong. Just kidding. It's okay. That's not North Korean. Sorry, I just had to make the joke. Oh my God. I don't know. I would take North Korean dong. Wait. Why did I have to say it like that? Oh my God, chat. I didn't mean to. I did everything. Chat, it's because I'm so innocent. It's because I'm so innocent that everything that I say turns into like everything that I say turns into being about sex somehow. Right? It's so embarrassing because I'm actually very innocent. In reality, those Euros would have a heart attack about the refugee crisis, refugee crisis war. Oh yeah, the war with Iran would cause. Oh, absolutely. But they fucking love that. They'll use that to elect more right-wing politicians. Fry for some tofu pop. That on top some bird's eye chili. Oh, I got those. And spring onions. I need to get some spring onions. Wait, fry up some tofu pop. That one on top. Wait, so you're talking about the satay thing? Yeah, the satay, how to make peanut butter, soy, garlic, ginger, and red curry paste. Ooh, I had some for a while. Wait, curry paste. There's chili paste and there's curry paste. Are these not the same? Are these the same thing? I'm not even sure. Either way, chat, I gotta add something to the goal here. It looks like we are now at we're at 120 out of 200, right? Meaning that we got some bonus content already. Oh wait! Somebody told me. Oh no! I did. Okay, yeah. Ethan Klein roasted by NSR. That was what they wanted. There's going towards. Wait, it was.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Local docsmith Camille's son going to teach everyone the power of Juche.
There we go. I just had to tease about the Norwegian currency looking like like that. It's like okay. It's like, is that North Korea? I'm from America. I don't know much about the rest of the world, y'all. But I think that there's some North Korean dong being sent my way. Okay. Is that North Korea? You're getting Southern Irene. You're getting look, this is an Irene that I could have been, though. Legitimately, if I had been raised in the South the way that my sister was, I would probably have some variation. I mean, it'd probably be like a very dignified. It'd probably be like, oh no, I'd have like a debutante, like Southern accent, I'd have I'd declare. I'd be like fanning myself with a, you know what I mean? I'd be like that bitch. I would be that bitch somehow. Satay variations of dishes are everywhere. Oh wait, so it is different. It is different. Yeah, because I think I've gotten chili paste before, and I tried to use it as curry paste, and I realized it's not the same thing. Yeah, actual curry paste, chat, when they make that here in Thailand, what they do is they get a mortar. They get a, wait, which one's the mortar? Is this thing, and then the pestle is this thing, and they take the chili peppers, they take some shallots, they take some garlic, they take some fish sauce. What else goes in there? Sometimes like coriander, sometimes coriander root. In fact, coriander, yeah, like just a whole bunch of stuff, and you mash it up, and it's a lot of work. It's very labor intensive to make actual curry paste, right? You could do it. You could do it in a blender too, chat. But the traditional way is to just smash it up, right? And which is really cool, because then when you get things like Shan cuisine, which is a region of it's like a region of Myanmar, and there's Shan people both in Thailand and in Myanmar, kind of exist sort of around the border area on both sides and stuff, right? Shan cuisine, they'll take this stuff and I got one of these, right? So chat, when I first got here and I got my first groceries, I didn't know how to read anything, so I was like translating everything, and I translated one thing and it said soy paste. And I'm like, oh cool, soy paste. Yeah, let me get some miso. So I order the soy paste, right? And it comes, but there's no soy paste. And instead what I've got is these three little tortillas, these three little dark burnt looking tortillas, right? And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I didn't get any soy paste, and I got these tortillas. Oh well, let me dip them in some sauce and see what they taste like. They taste horrible. They taste burnt. There's like a terrible food. And I threw them away. I didn't realize, chat, that in the Shan culture, that's miso. That's how you transport miso. You take soy paste, you make it into like a flat little like tortilla thing, and then you cook it, and then you take that wafer and you smash it into stuff with a mortar and pestle, right? So like that's actually how they do miso in a lot of Shan cuisine. I like Thai red curry paste based curries and soups. Never gotten into green. Yeah, I need to really I think the difference in that is the pepper. Is that right? I think it's the pepper that gets used, right? So usually, chat, green Thai chilies are hotter than red Thai chilies. All right, but I'm not sure if that's the case with I feel like the red curry paste and the green curry paste, I feel like they're both kind of hot. In the UK, it doesn't get too adventurous, but I know there's more to Thai cuisine than that. Oh yeah, there's like mushroom curry. There's all kinds of stuff. His video has 614K views, but 101. Ooh, see, he's bragging about this ratio, but I gotta say, I agree with you, book lover. The ratio is kind of sus. Now look, as far as the ratio of likes to dislikes, ignore that. All right, that's done with an app that estimates this shit, right? In other words, it's probably not real. And but as far as the number of likes, I guess you usually you assume that is real. And yeah, like 1 like for every 6 views is a pretty good ratio, but it's a little bit, look, when you get up to like, the better part of 1 million views and you have a 1-to-6 ratio, that shit sounds fake as fuck. That shit is botted. I'm going to call it. That shit is botted. Rave just posted the redacted lawsuits to the Discord. Nice. Is a video about Ethan Klein suing people, or did you already go over that? No, we're in the midst of that right now. So we're watching Ethan Klein promote his video on H3 Productions by showing that video on his live stream. In reality, look chat, the real is that nobody watches this shit. It's a bad video. It's boring as fuck. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to rehash like ReactGate. That video may be botted or something. All right, that video is behaving strangely. Let me take a look at it again. I have a tool that I use from time to time, and it lets me know the comparison of. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure to watch that Hasan video with you here. Let me copy that. I gotta copy this URL here. All right, so yeah, let me.
The entire VOD to you.
So yeah, okay, so what this tool shows me is it shows me Ethan's video, this video, I'm suing these 3 creators, right? His new video. It shows me the performance of this video based on the, or compared to the average for the channel, right? And to really understand if a video does well or does bad, right? You don't look at the numbers, you don't look at the likes, you look at the comparison to the channel's average. And I can tell you, chat, that at this point in the video, with the video being released for as long as it has, most of Ethan's videos, in other words, the average, is over 1 million. It's between 1 million and 2 million. That would be how many views an average Ethan Klein H3H3 Productions video has. This one has 616,000, which sounds like a lot, but yeah, it's not performing good for the channel. And you would expect by now, with all that he's posted on this channel, since the content nuke, you would expect by now for those numbers to be starting to, climb up, and they're not, right? So it's purely off the weight of the size of the channel. that this video is getting any views at all. And like I said, I think it's a boring ass video. Green is superior, says Alino. Yeah, God, I need to do a deep when I come back, chat, I'm gonna do a deep dive. Cajun NCC would be funny. Oh my God. That would be funny. What if I was speaking French with a southern accent? That'd be hilarious. I got the vapors. Yeah.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. This is really hilarious. Ethan trying to sue someone because I didn't know he was the person whose case was the one who set the legal precedent for death.
Oh, you didn't know about this? Yeah. Davy, we're trying to discern, and I don't know if you know about this or not. I don't know if you can render a meaningful opinion on this, but he said that he registered the video. We're talking about the original content nuke, right? He registered the original content nuke with the Library of Congress. Am I getting that right? And he did that so that it would be eligible for not just real damages, but statutory damages, right? Or not just actual damages, but statutory damages. Is that real? Is that a real thing? Like he's acting like he's playing like 5-dimensional chess, and it was like I made some content that I knew they'd have to react to, and then I registered it so I could sue them into oblivion or something. Bad Empanada is kind of calling cap on this, right? But I don't know. I don't know enough about the law to be able to render a useful opinion on this issue. Guy Suing, who set YouTube precedent, must know something. Very bold. He has stuff in mind. Well, yeah, he set the precedent for you being able to use like fair use, right? He was known as a advocate for fair use, for his for standing up to the bold guy. What's his name? Matt Haas, when he got sued, right? Ethan didn't settle. He took the court to, he took it all the way, and he actually won, which set a precedent that, that you can criticize a video and it's fair use. He copyrighted both the pod and the content cop. Wait, what? You could sue for more. Davy says yes, but it's stupid risky. Wait, what's the risk? Dan Saltman apparently floated the idea of registering videos to explicitly sue creators months ago. Damn, I've been missing Dan Saltman popping up. What was he like on Destiny show or something? Where do people see Dan Saltman? I don't even see it. Like, I only see it when Dan Saltman makes a video, it pops up for me, but I guess he must have been doing stuff with Destiny. Would Slap stuff be able to protect them from this? According to yours and Chud's son, Queemon. Wait, what did Queemon say? Oh, about Dan Saltman. Yeah, Queemon sometimes got an interesting perspective. Sometimes got some unique knowledge on the situation. Yeah, one look at the suit, and it's no wonder they lost Slap suits. It's atrocious, racist. You're talking about the current suit, right, Rave? He said this in someone's stream. Wait, Dan Saltman said this in someone's stream? Snark was on the money with him doing this. They said he was going to do it with Noah. Yeah, people also thought he would do it with Hasan. And maybe that was the original intent. So it's risky for him to, register it with the Library of Congress? And what do you mean he copyrighted the pod and the content cop, right? The content cop was iDubbbz, right? He copyrighted the podcast countdown and the content nuke with Congress, which allows for more, for statutory damages, right? The podcast countdown? Wait, sorry, what do you mean by that? Did he have like a countdown before he released the content nuke? I forgot about that. He went off this morning on his stream, what Queemon did?
YouTube with the same thumbnail.
Yeah, chat, this is why it's really important, okay? If you're a streamer, get on birth control, all right? You can get it without a prescription at many Thai pharmacies. Just ask them for HRT, and they'll probably give you birth control instead, right? You got to get that birth control, because otherwise, chat, you might spin off another streamer, right? And that's why we have Quimon. Somebody was not careful. Somebody was not careful with her birth control, right? Never forget that Dan Saltman ran, oh yeah, the Tiny Chat thing. Ran a chat service catering to minors and got an investment from Puff Daddy Kid Diddler, allegedly. Damn, a podcast episode prior to the nuke? Okay. I would have been proud of him. I'm always proud of him. We're proud of our boy. Anyway, chat, enough jokes. And I hope people realize that's a joke.
Same title so that they could cannibalize traffic.
Okay, what the fuck? I love the idea of Ethan looking at other people like they're doing something sus when he's doing something that should get him fucking rightly chased off of YouTube.
Some people in chat are saying matching suits aren't nice. Well, in my opinion, it can be matching or it can be contrasted. But when it's too close to the same color, that's when...
I agree with you.
What are we at, 150 now?
Make the unmatching look work, but it was very close, so it's kind of like...
AB's right.
Not here, not there.
It's true. I'm surprised they didn't attack me for that on Snark. This idiot.
It's not your fault.
Fucking suits don't match. Sufficient commentary, or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of some...
I mean, that's how other people react. If it was mine, chat, that shit would be chopped up. That shit would be chopped up like bruschetto. You know what I mean? I'm just like always popping in with a comment. Who's Lamino? Anybody want to? Should I know this person? The copyright beforehand puts him on par with things like boxing events. It's for more damages. It does show premeditation on his part. A countdown on his podcast, which was before the launch. I think it was 160. It's the filing as the works. I didn't understand at the time why Ethan would maliciously viewbot Denim's watching the what? Maliciously viewbot Denim's watching the content nuke, but now wait, did he do that? Do we have information on that? That one I have not heard. Who's calling everyone spineless for supporting this? It's great. Oh my god. Look, this is the one silver lining to fucking abject frothing at the mouth, sweaty ass transphobes like Quimon and Chud Logic, is that they are somehow morally consistent despite their depravity. Lamino does deep dives, but I think he makes his own animations. Waluigi sounds weird. Looks weird. Partial to a powder blue suit myself. Nice. Lamino was a slop tuber who did top 10 lists, but then rebranded, and he was complaining about people watching his content. Isn't that the Cav thing? Ethan plays Cav's pay-per-view. Oh yeah. That was what he got, and he lost that Cav suit. The view count that day spiked extremely unnaturally. I just assumed, chat, that because I remember that day, and Denim's like Hasan refused to react to the content nuke, right? You know, like he was. I think he rightly knew that Ethan wanted him to react to it. I'm not sure if he knew exactly why, right? You know, I mean, the obvious reason would be when you react to a video that's got you taken out of context, you got to painstakingly go through and find where all the bodies are buried, find all of the original clips to show the entirety so that you can show how you were taken out of context. And that's usually nigh impossible, right? But yeah, it could have been you know, maybe he thought that Ethan was trying to copyright claim him, right? It seems like some people had some inkling of what was going on. And so the idea now is that Denim's chat so I assume, chat, that Denims was getting those 50,000 because those are the chatters that wanted to watch Hasan react to Ethan's video, and that Denims reacting to Ethan's video was the closest that they were going to get. That's literally what I thought was going on, but I could be, I may be having to eat crow now, chat. I could have been wrong. How rich is Ethan? That he is he in the millions? Tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, Davy. This could lead to him having like 5 lawsuits that are all just wars of attrition. I think he could beat Denims 1 by 1 or 1-on-1. I was joking that the voice on screen was coming from him. Denims had like 7 to 10 legit viewers in my. I thought that was legit. I honestly thought that I was like, wow, great day for Denims. She's like in the right, you know, and I just thought it was her proximity to Hasan. I mean, it made sense to me, right? That there would be 40 to 50,000 people that want to watch Hasan react to the content nuke. And that if they can't get that, then they'll take it from Denims. Jumped another 30 to 40K viewers instantly. Yo, do you think that has Ethan got like a bot army? I mean, chat, this could be really dangerous, right? I've dealt with people with small bot armies before, and they were, you know, that was some of the worst harassment I've ever gotten, right? And it was literally just bots that they fucking programmed, from what I can tell. Yeah, it almost killed my channel. I'm not even fucking kidding. It was miserable to be in chat with that much harassment. And so chatters kept leaving, right? And even though I was putting out good content, I couldn't build an audience, right? Because my content was like impossible to watch. We had to do all kinds of shit. Do we still have the commands for like Gex? Right? There was even like commands that I made to, you know, to spam a message at chatters and be like, don't put up with this, all right? When you see, you know, when you see people botting us, when you see, you know, people, weird accounts coming in, mass, you know, commenting and saying fucked up shit, right? Spam the fuck out of them. And I gave them a tool where they could just press !Gex and it would print, it would show, it would immediately spam like 50 gecko. I mean, it was supposed to be 100, right? Right? It was supposed to be 100 Gex. Anyway, chat, it would do like 50 geckos, right? And it would, the idea was to crowd out the harassment with spam. That's how we fought off she whose name will not be mentioned. Although if you're a longtime viewer, you probably know exactly who I'm talking about, and her bot army, right?
Someone else's work, or you know, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission, something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now understand, he did, so this happened like back long ago during, this was like a big kind of conversation happening on the internet, and Lamino really nailed it. He made this JFK video. You guys might remember it. It was like an 1.5 hour long JFK documentary, and everybody on Twitch was watching it and re-uploading it, and it was pretty fucked up because, as you can see here, they would do the same exact title, the same thumbnail with them soying out, and then just like dash
he's trying to
reacts or whatever, and they were all doing.
He's trying to make fetch a thing again, right? Ethan, fetch is never going to be a thing. Give up, give up, give up. He's trying to make Reactgate an actual thing instead of just a bunch of fucking Karens saying react harder. I caught it since I was watching Denims after the Palestinian fundraiser last year. Before that, I had no idea about who she was. Had been watching Hasan for years.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Jex Enter the Gecko. The iconic PS1 platforming game with topical references.
Wait, that thing actually looks cool. I kind of like it. It's a Brit. Isn't that the British gecko? Is that what you're talking about? Gex? Oh, we still have Pew Pew. Nice. That still does exist. Yeah, Coffee and Cats, which was a response to Infrared used to do Gorillas and Sons in chat, right? We had Coffee and Cats, and we had 50 Gex that you could spam in order to just dilute the fucking hate, right? That was the only way that we dealt with it, right? Banning them didn't work because they were a botnet. If you ban one bot, 50 more show up, right? The only thing that worked was that, you know, that chatters got involved, right? And the chatters actually started fighting back against the harassment. And that's what, you know, made you-know-who give up and turn tail before she got exposed hardcore and apparently left the internet after that. I haven't even seen the expose, right? I stopped, you know, caring about her as soon as we got her bot raids under control, and didn't really look into you know, what other Twitch streamers were saying about her. But apparently she got caught. I don't know. I think she got like some group chats leaked or something like that showed that she was doing these weird ops on like everyone that she didn't like. What was his interaction with Hasan and Ethan? Yeah, we do have Gex. We do have Gex indeed. Recot X, I was in his chat for Denims, and I was like, why did he have 70,000 viewers? God damn. I thought that Twitch had saved, had fixed its I thought Twitch had fixed its view botting issue like a long time ago. I didn't know that was well, wait, okay, let me explain to you something, chat. So, you know, view botting with bots, I think on any platform is like illegal, right? And people, why would people do it? Because if you have a whole bunch of chatters, then the platform tends to send you more, right? So it's a way that people like fake it until they make it. If they've got a botnet, like you know who, they can make their boring ass stream and their grating ass voice like into you know, they could make the platform send them more viewers, right? To take a like channel that's essentially dead and nobody would watch it anyway, and make it look like it's doing well enough to get new viewers sent in, right? Right, and that shit is illegal as fuck, right? If Twitch catches you doing that, and I think YouTube too, you will get fucking banned for that, right? But the other way that people do it is sometimes they have a website, or sorry, they can pay money to somebody to embed their stream in a website, right? And they'll embed it like as one pixel. So it's like there, but nobody knows it's there, right? But everybody that's on that web page is counting as a viewer because the stream is actually technically embedded on that stream, even though nobody could see it, right? That way of view botting, I think, is legal, or at least last time I checked. You know, that was not. But yeah, I'm sure it's expensive, right? Yo, Joel Sivert, thank you for the resubscribe. Weasels and Jellyfish in chat. Wait, is this that Destiny Orbiter? Oh, sorry, that's chat talking to... Oh my god, so much lore flying back and forth through chat. Joel says, I was specifically referring to who would be aware of Denim's streaming the Nuke with the relevant and important commentary? Yeah, I didn't even know. Chat, like, this feels like the old days. Like, these kind of fucking hijinks, these kind of shenanigans, right? This is the kind of bullshit that used to happen on Twitch all the fucking time, right? I mean, like, the idea that somebody botted Denim's stream in order to, like, I don't know. What do we think the purpose of botting Denim's stream would be? That Empanada released a new Ethan Klein video. I saw it. It's about the skulls, right? No relation at all. Hasan hater. Wait. I was looking at Idab's video collab, and he has 22 million views on that video. Oh, the content cop. Wait, the content cop has 22 million? Is that right? I didn't think the content cop was that good. I don't understand how I managed to navigate Lara Croft mechanics as a kid. What's with the view count on this vid? On what vid? On the Ethan Klein video? Oh, how did they fight back? They fought back, Jane. Jane's asking, how did my chatters fight back against the bot armies that this other streamer sent in to make my stream unviewable? They fought back by spamming, right? Spamming emojis, just like the shaky gurgas that we use in Twitch chat, and also the commands. Like, does it still exist in YouTube? I might have taken them off. Like, it looks like it's still in Twitch, right? But it used to be if you typed !gex in chat, you would summon like a wall of geckos, a wall of gecko emojis. So like, right, the bots were in there like spamming hate, right, trying to make my stream unviewable, and the chatters would just be like, either they'd type !gex or they'd type !pew pew, right? And those commands caused like, emote spam. So what would happen is they'd spam hate to try to make the stream like, like, oh, I don't want to be in here. This is like gross racism and transphobia and, it's just gross fucking shit, right? And so people would dilute it out by spamming emotes, right? And we had commands for that I let everybody in chat use. So chat actually fought back, and they made her give up on what she was trying to do to me. But I heard she messed with some other people. She like Endless Cemetery, I think, got fucked with. I know that whatever was happening in Keffel's chat before Keffels went to the Vosh side of things looked an awful lot like the harassment that I was getting. So yeah, very likely this is just somebody that thought that, because she knew a lot about tech, that she could get away with this shit. But I think she got busted. I think she got exposed. I've never seen the receipts though. Like either that's viewbotting getting turned on, or maybe word very suddenly spreading, some huge follower Twitter or Reddit. Yeah, I mean, it could have been like on oh my god, what's that? Wasn't what are they called? Faux moi? Is it called faux moi or du moi? You know what I'm talking about? Was it du moi that was the really big community that had some negativity about Ethan on it, and so he went ham on them? Didn't understand what motivation for viewbotting would be either, but just today I thought about it. He'd been planning this lawsuit all along. Her view count may have been part of, he wants to, okay, so that's what I was thinking. Yeah, using the view bot, but that's risky. If he did that and then she can prove somehow that she was botted, right, then that kind of I don't know, that puts him in a position where he might get countersued or something. He mentioned her view count a few times on this video today. Faux moi. Wait, was that what it was called? I thought the site was called Du Moi. So yeah, I don't think Denims had a true 50K, maybe like 10 to 20K. Okay, yeah, I assumed that she did. Like either that's viewbotting getting turned. Yeah. I sent you the stats so you can see her view count before, during, and after the stream. Maybe to be able to make it look like she bought that is, yeah. I think I have heard of that kind of strategy, right? And in fact, like one of the ways that I used to get attacked by bots just in general is whenever I'd be on a debate, like after or during the debate, I would have a million like randomly named accounts following me like in an instant, right? And that wasn't a nice thing.
$9.99. This Ethan beef is hilarious to me because this is just the lame modern American version of challenging someone to a duel, and all Ethan wants is satisfaction.
Oh yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, no, he's doing this for clout, not for money, or not to punish people financially. He's doing this for to be seen as harming women's on the internet who many incels hate. Denims said it was probably like 10K. Oh, so Denims thinks that this was that most of those viewers were not real, huh? Interesting. Ethan went through litigation for years. He would not sue for copyright if not warranted. And he knew he would win. Proving it would be tough. That's true. It's a lot of speculation. I think it would require the Twitch staff. Yeah, that's the one thing. I feel like if I could have gotten the Twitch staff involved, we might have actually found out more about the harassment that was going on against me. I feel like OG Prodigy was looking into it too. Measuring chat frequency would be a decent proxy. OG Insta account that preceded the subreddit. Oh, okay, yeah. Fomoi is the OG Instagram account, and then the subreddit is Dumois. Yeah. Gives really big loser energy to sue YouTube channels that make a quarter of the money that you do, or less, yeah. Found Twitch tracker link for her stream that day above. You can see how extreme. Yeah, somebody sent me something in Discord. I'll see if I can pull that up for us. All right. I'm gonna look on Discord while I put this back on.
Doing this format, and it just seemed like this is not okay. Like, this is just straight up not okay, right? This is horrible. But I think people actually got better from that conversation, or at least they're not at least being as
blatant.
Yeah, as blatant. Like, I don't think people do this anymore where they, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But the thing is, I can't sue them for copying any other people's videos, so. It is, yeah, so this is a fan channel of Hasan's, it's true. But it's his content. I don't give a fuck. He's the one that watched it on stream. He made money, he benefited from it. And by the way, he's the one that gives these secondary channels permission to fucking, you know, be his emissaries on YouTube. So this is on him 100% as far as I'm concerned.
I was asking in reference to the thumbnail.
Yeah.
This Lamino guy sounds like the pronunciation thing on Google.
He's got a great voice.
You think he doesn't exist?
He might not exist.
An AI?
Yeah,
it does sound like AI.
You get rid of all your evidence, Dan?
Not all.
Did you microwave your phone?
It's a start. It's a start.
I like that lore that Dan's a snark moderator.
So that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino
The thing is, like, Hasan is without a doubt one of the great offenders of this, and I show that a bit in the video. So
shut up, Ethan. Hasan's the kind of streamer that people wish would watch their video. All right, so what are we looking at here? This is Denim's Twitch tracker. Okay, yeah, Ethan Klein Hasan content Nuke watch seems to be kind of an outlier. Oh my god, I don't know what all the numbers are. It's the watch time or average watch time? Oh no, time of the stream. 16,000, 45,000. Okay, the 45,000 is her top. Wait, it's the 16,000 her average viewers. The 45,000 is her top viewers. 25. Is that how many people like followed? I don't know this website well enough to be able to really, but you can see right here, chat, that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth thing from the bottom is the Nuke watch. Where's the actual Nuke though? Anywho.
It was important for me to highlight him because he is such an offender, and you'll see what I mean
about this phenomenon. I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my
I saw this
video.
already.
A face cam.
sec. Let me skip
And the
that.
corner being played if necessary for permission.
Oh, yeah, I find this really interesting too, because a lot of them were like, "Oh no, I get permission," and he goes, "Not one major reactor has ever asked for permission." Like, would it be that bad of a precedent? Like, let's just get streamers asking for permission at least. Like, that alone would be great. Where it's like the owner of the content actually gets to control the terms of its use. I don't think that most people would be like, "No, don't use my video." Most people would probably be happy for them to watch the video. But it'd be like, credit me properly, maybe rev share me. You know, it's totally up to the owner of the property to decide that. Now, that doesn't apply to fair use. If you're making a fair use of the
Rev share you, chat? Rev share you? Correct me if I'm wrong. But rev sharing somebody would be like, hey, you know the video where I watched about 10 minutes of your video, right? You know that 10-hour live stream. I'm going to give you half of the ad money for that. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? Like, no, that's a ridiculous proposition. Rev sharing?
Of the video.
What an asshole.
If you're adding to it. But if you're reacting to it, like all these people.
He's literally lying Hasan gets permission. Yeah, like he's basically taking all the things that Hasan adopted after ReactGate, right? He took the criticism to heart and he did his reactions differently and acting as if that like never happened. Yeah, Ethan Klein is just, I mean, this is what ContraPoints talks about in her cancellation video, right? This is what people do to Lindsay Ellis. This is what people do to a lot of people. People just like fucking hate these creators, and they will dig up old drama and try to resurface it and try to, you know, go after people with shit that's not even relevant.
We're doing then I think that conversation needs to happen.
Now, when can I ask you to give people a little bit of a walk through what is fair use?
So fair use is basically it defines free speech on how you use copyrighted material. So there's an inherent issue where it's like we have the freedom of speech here in America, but also we also have property rights and IP rights. So it's like, how do we mix these?
Ethan, IP freely all over your shit content. Okay, that's my IP right there. IP freely. I read the whole suit today. It says Miko's headphones. The most insane part is them detailing the 74 pauses Denims did, including 2 minutes and like a 21-second break, 21-second pee break with a 4-page chart. Nice. It sounds like what White Nervosa did to try to take my channel down.
These two worlds. So there's
she was acting like she was going to sue me for a while, chat.
4 tenets of fair use.
I don't think that went very well for her.
Juries consider when trying to conclude if something was used fairly or if it's copyright infringement. So there's 4 tenets, and they're not all equal. The 4 principles of fair use.
Oh, it's free speech.
There's, I'll show you guys here. And I don't want to get too in the weeds. I'm just going to give you a super overview. So there's 4 factors that need to be considered. And now, the 4th one is arguably the most important one. And that's the one that I'm accusing them all of doing. And it's the hardest one to prove, too. So I'll go in order. Purpose and character of the use. This factor considers whether the use is commercial or for non-educational purpose. So what that means is if you're making content that is educational, it has some like public good, right? Something like that. Then you're more likely to be fair, used fairly. So a lot of it has to do with why you're using it, what you're using.
Are you making money from
That's coming in the 4th one, yeah. So they say, is it commercial? Is it nonprofit, educational purpose? Is it transformative or merely a reproduction of the work? So this is also, I would say, 1 in 4 of the most important ones. So this one is about the character of the use, which is also, is it transformative? Is this a new work or is it a reproduction of the original?
I'm sorry. What a fucking asshole to even entertain the idea that Denim's criticizing, tearing to shit your contact spuke. is a reproduction. Is a fucking reproduction of the original, right? That Denims is getting views that should be yours. These should be your fans. These should be your viewers. But instead, they're just confused and they accidentally went to Denims instead. That's such fucking bullshit, Ethan. That's such fucking bullshit. If you click on the day of the 50K stream, you can see the graph. It's interesting. At least that's on what? Twitch tracker? Ethan, the public good is not giving you money, calling out your lies and making fun of. Yeah. From Leftovers H3, next to Frogan's name in the lawsuit, an Arabic proverb is used as a subheading. It translates to, she hit me and wept when she was the first to complain. Reproduction or a substitute is the clause. Yeah. Still waiting for a comparison chart of how these three streamers were targeted. Like, show us why Comrade Casey, Sean, Mike from PA did something substantially different from Frogan. Oh, he can't. He's going to rely on the chat, on the fact chat, that women bad. And especially these women are bad, and that's why they have the hate following, right? That's why they have people that are obsessed with them, right? That's why people can get free fucking views just putting their face on a thumbnail. Does he say? Oh yeah, he does say something about that. You know why XQC and Asman. Yeah, it's bullshit though. It's whatever he says about them. Like it's bullshit, right? They're look. That is one of those situations where they're definitely not criticizing. They're not doing the video for criticism, right? I mean, they're probably just doing it as a solid for Ethan, right? Or just, you know, turd Hasan.
So the next one, 2, is not that important, but it's something to consider. This factor looks at whether the work is factual or creative, as factual works are more likely to be considered fair use. And that makes sense on its face, right? If you're writing a documentary or some kind of scientific paper or something, it's more likely that someone who's using that would be doing an analysis. Whereas if somebody makes a creative work like my video or a movie or something like that, it's going to be a lot harder to make a fair use of a movie, you know. So that makes sense on its face, in my opinion, but it's not that important of one of them. Amount and substantiality of the use, and then this one is important. I would say behind 1 and 4. The factor examines the quality of the copyright work used in relation to the whole work, with smaller portions generally favored for fair use. So this is about using the amount necessary to make your point, right? So when you see a streamer leaving a video playing while they go to the bathroom, that's going to violate this principle. Or if you include like a huge chunk, let's say you watch like 30 minutes of the Avengers, and then afterwards you're like, I have a criticism of this scene here.
Okay, now here's something I do want to say, all right? Ethan's bullshit is pretty transparent. But he's been able to prompt Twitch essentially to harm themselves and to harm their creators. And yeah, you know, the one thing he's been successful at is like hurting people on Twitch, right? He got, you know, it's that's the reason that we're demonetized on Twitch, right? There has been for a long time, and there still is at this point, as far as I can tell, not naming any names, but a culture of watching like unambiguously copyrighted content, movies, shows, etc. on Twitch. That does exist. That is a meta. It's never a meta that I've fucked with. The closest I ever came to fucking with that meta was I think I did I think we watched like an episode of Hee Haw during a subathon, right? which was fun, Chad. I loved it. My Southern accent comes right out when I'm watching Hee Haw, right? And you know, we just had to take a look at that. But yeah, the you know, that does exist, right? So if he actually is successfully puts a laser target on Twitch, and you know, people go looking, they are gonna find people flagrantly violating copyright. I don't know why this is. I don't know how this is. This is something that I have never messed with, because I've always had so many ops, chat, that like, I do not do anything that's against TOS, right? Because I know that at any time, or at least in the past, you know, it was easy to assume that at any time a certain someone is watching, maybe even recording every VOD. Maybe she even has a program which automatically starts recording my VOD the second that I go live, right? And given that scrutiny that I was under, I just stuck to the rules, because I knew there was somebody out there just waiting for me to fuck up, and I didn't want to let her win.
And you barely address like one part of a 30-minute clip. It's like, why did you use all 30 minutes? That was completely unnecessary. So that's what that one's about. And then fourth one, which is the most important and the hardest to prove, effect on the use of the potential market. Now, you'll hear this term a lot. Is it a market replacement for the original work? Does it supplant the audience, the market of the original work? Is it taking away audience? Is it taking away money? Are people consuming this instead of the original? Now, you can...
The real question, and correct me if I'm wrong, Davy, is could this serve as a substitute for the original work? Could this serve as a replacement, right? And if it is a reaction stream with myself, with Denims, with Rogan, with Casey Tron yapping, pausing it to yap, then no, it's fucking not. It's not a good replacement. You do much better. Like I said, the example of a 45-minute long Xander Hall video, right? If you're a Xan fan and you think Xan is based, right? You don't need me yapping for 2 hours and 15 minutes. You want to watch that 45-minute Xander Hall video, and you don't need me. I make the video worse for you. So that's why White Nervosa was unsuccessful in her attempts to take down my channel on YouTube and ultimately, apparently, to sue me or something like that. Right? That's why she was unsuccessful. Because you just cannot fucking make that argument that, like, yes, somebody that wants to watch Xander Hall go be based for 45 minutes is going to watch a femoid try to take him down for 3 hours instead. That's just not going to happen.
Write a biting criticism of something and reduce its market value from a very effective criticism, and that's not copyright infringement, right? So that's where all these other characters kind of come in together. But this, if you are found to be replacing the...
Oh yeah, hey, great point, Taberto. Yeah, the content, when the content nuke was mostly a clip party. Yeah. If he wants to talk about fair use, if he wants to go hard on that shit, look, here's the deal. If you're making commentary, if you're making criticism, it's fucking fair use. If you want to get freaky with that and say, no, it's not, and try to sue somebody anyway, and try to use your fucking millions of dollar bills that you light your, cigars with, right? Then we're going to start talking, then people are going to get freaky with your fucking clip compilations. And look, the law is not settled as far as even can you use a small clip, right? Generally, people don't take you to court over a small clip, right? Even a small clip from a movie, even if you have a clip of Jack Black going, "Chicken jockey, my name is Steve," right? You can put that up as long as it's a tiny little clip, right? And Microsoft Jack Black will not come after you, right? But I feel like if you pissed off Jack Black enough, right? If you were just Jack Black's op, or you're always talking. I don't know. I feel like if you made yourself a target, I feel like they probably could go after you for those little clips. It's just that they don't. Right? Is that what Davi's talking about? The danger to Ethan Klein? Is that, you know, he can take on Denham's one-on-one. Denham's doesn't have a lot of money. Denham's doesn't have a lot of backing, right? But if everybody jumps in on him, right? If everybody who's got the ability and the standing, most importantly, right? Because that's huge legally, right? You got to have standing. If everybody with the standing to take to file litigation against Ethan Klein does so, yeah, I could see. I think that's what Davi was talking about. I'm not entirely sure.
Then you have a lot of burden of proof on the other ones, right? Because this one weighs heavily against the user. It says the factor assesses whether the use harms the market for the original copyrighted work by potentially reducing sales or licensing opportunities. And you'll see in the video, people like Denham saying outright
sales or licensing opportunities, right? So that'd be like movie sales. That's what we're thinking. Sales to, if it's a show, sales to a streaming service, sales to a network. I'm not sure if that would happen, if that would be reduced. Sales or what was the second thing he said?
For the original copyrighted work by potentially reducing sales or licensing opportunities. And you'll see in the video, people like Denham saying outright, she says literally, to quote her, and you'll see it in the video, if you enjoyed not giving Ethan views, give me a sub, give me a subprime, drop a like. She's quite literally defining this. She's saying, I gave you a different venue to consume this video. And also, could you please financially compensate me for it? This is literally why copyright infringement laws exist. This is quintessential violation, you know. So that's an overview, and I'll bring them up as we continue to watch the video. But the one that I'm going after them hardest for is the fourth one, and that's the most important one, and that's the hardest one to prove. And that's the one that I would say, you know, the vast 99% of people who are reacting to stuff, and that includes XQC and Asmongold and all these big reacting channels, are not violating that. I believe that most of these channels are reacting. They're not reacting maliciously, which is what these three did do. And so anyway, we'll get into it.
That none of the major reaction channels. No,
now understandably this
stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now understandably this made a lot of people angry, because why should these content thieves essentially get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening? I mean, people don't like injustice, and this just, we all see this, and no, it's not right. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show to debate me. In which case, I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. Terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? Does that matter? Does that matter to you? Does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because watch me full screen cam, do the fucking warm, do the fucking warm, and watch your prime content.
Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, okay, sure. I spent a long time to find the right sound. I mean, that's content.
I was gonna say, who did the sound design for this?
Me.
Wow.
The sound is so important.
I'm impressed.
You got an echo. Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. That means, yeah, I was fucking around with the filters on the audio. And I was trying to set, I'm really worried, chat, that Ethan is just going to go ham on on anyone that's doing. So I was trying to kind of like fuck up the audio, but what I really need is I need a reverb plugin, right? I think that's the way to alter the audio substantially, right? The same way that people will put a TikTok filter over Ethan's videos to upload them on Reddit, or, you know, alter the voice, right? I don't know, either that or what do you call it? Voice mod? The sound is so important. Well, no, I'm trying not to get sued here, but the problem is if I can't hear what the what the filter is doing, then there's no way I can adjust it. It's just gonna piss off the audience. It's just gonna make it hard to watch for you. So I'm not gonna mess with that. But yeah, we got a kind of a visual filter on here. I would love to have an audio filter as well.
I found a squeaky toy and then I had to time it.
It's a good squeak.
Yeah, no, it was believable. I thought that sound
thought
was
it was
coming from him. I did.
Well, I did my job.
I had a de-esser. That's not in the. I probably have to add that as a plugin, right? I don't think that's in the suite of. What is this suite? It's a really common one. VST plugins, right? I've got a suite of plugins here. Real compression standalone, real control MIDI standalone, real delay standalone, real EQ standalone, real what is FIR standalone, real gate standalone, real JS, real A stream standalone. Oh no, real stream standalone, and real XComp standalone. And yeah, I don't know if any of those will work, but chat's saying a de-esser will substantially change the audio without affecting people's listening experiences. Don't know why I believe Irene couldn't remember 9/11, but as for me, I just was not emotionally mature enough at that age to understand why why this was different than other events, right? Why 9/11 was affecting like my world and people's attitudes for like years and years, rather than every other major news event that just kind of comes in, and then by the next week people have forgotten about it, right?
At least. The ultimate debate bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse.
He's so good
now,
at
ironically,
that.
he is very good at it. And again,
what an entertainer.
Like I said, I kid XQC. Because we did share this great moment.
It's so obvious that it's not about that XQC did the reaction the right way, that XQC is not malicious, and then these other people are evil. The women be getting money, all right, in an evil way. The women, they do be reacting, they do be getting that money, and it's not right. It's not right when they get it. I mean, this is the classic misogyny. Like, right? This is the whole reason that fucking Kira Chats and Lottie Blix got just put on fucking blast from people. And they didn't even know. Like, half of the people thought that Lottie Blix was Kira Chats. Because Lottie's name was on the screen when the clip got taken. It's such fucking classic bullshit.
And I'm sure he'll agree. I think he loves the worm moment as much as all of us. And like again, I would never sue someone like XQC because
check out Tal Vocoder. Nice.
Malicious enough to be like, hey guys, I'm reacting to this video because I don't want you to watch Ethan's video, and can you please also subscribe to me in gratitude of giving you a substitute? Like, it's just the difference could not be more stark. And
in gratitude for absorbing the psychic damage that comes from watching your shit ass video. If you watch it with somebody else saying this is a shit ass video, it is less psychologically damaging, right? You don't take those you don't take that psychic damage quite as hard, right?
I want people to understand that point specifically, because when you go out into the world, you're going to see people saying, I'm targeting small creators, I'm targeting women, I'm targeting pro-Palestine creators, and that could not be so
we got to have our talking points together, right? We got to have our logic. This is Destiny shit. We got to have our logic trees set up, right? If they say this, then you tell them Denims was doing the same thing that XQC was doing. Denims was doing the worm maliciously, right? Denims was saying, yeah, based in a malicious way. I don't fucking know.
That is literally not what's happening. And that's really important for people to understand that. I'm targeting idiots. Right?
It's really important because the truth of the matter is you're a phenomenal hypocrite. And you need Norm Finkelstein to fucking rub your face in the shit stain that you left on the carpet, Ethan. You need Norm Finkelstein to rub your face into that giardia. Right? This guy deserves, like, everywhere he pops up, Norm Finkelstein is there. Mr. Klein, I have a question for you. Mr. Klein. Like, he deserves fucking Norm Finkelstein shadowing him for the rest of his life, debate broing the shit out of him. Anytime he goes outside, there's Norm. There's Norm. There's Norm. Mr. Klein. Or no, he's got to mispronounce his name or something. He's got to call him the wrong name. I forgot that about Norm.
Exactly. There is a commonality there. Malicious idiots. Not even dumb is not even an issue either. It's really just the malice. Got tried to think, but nothing happens.
Could I get that squeak from you?
Sure.
Okay.
Wow.
I like that squeak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ethan, that's a great honor.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Great
high praise.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't create the sound. I downloaded a squeaky toy.
I know. I want to.
And then I pitched it and timed it.
I downloaded a squeaky toy? What does that fucking mean?
I want to incorporate it somehow.
Okay,
I
that'd
like
be great.
it. Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. This debate, and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem
XQC
seems
is
to
next
have
batch.
only.
Wait, this lawsuit, page 75, the lawyer literally put Denims makes a highly transformative use of the nuke? Is this just a bad lawyer, or is it ChatGPT? No, hasn't he brought his lawyer on before? Like I feel like we've seen his lawyer, right?
Gotten worse.
Chat suggesting?
Say what?
XQC is next bachelor?
Oh, he
has a girlfriend apparently. You don't have to sound so disappointed.
Oh, he already. I know he's your type, Olivia, and I hate to just go there again, but no.
I mean, that didn't matter with Steiny, that he had a girlfriend.
Chill.
It very much did matter.
Cutie. Cutie.
Huh?
XQC, but cutie.
XQC,
XQC, but it doesn't work.
He's a little XQT.
He's a little
Comes on the back.
XQ cutie.
Whoa.
With a girlfriend.
With a girlfriend.
Hey.
Taken.
Would you download a squeaky toy? Would you steal a car?
Oh, here, this is a good one.
Do you see him?
This person.
Chad, I need to get a squeaky toy, but I've been told that somehow you can't sell those in Thailand. I've heard that you can't, like, that they're so that would make me think that there's not like a squeaky toy shop. Like in America, if you need a squeaky toy, right, you just head down to the squeaky toy shop, and the squeaky toy experts can show you the squeaky toy that's right for you, and give you all of the accessories, all the lubricants, everything else that you need, right? But in Thailand, I think it's like somehow like against the rules to sell one, which is weird because like Thailand is a much less like hung up country when it comes to sex in general. But yeah, I need to look into that, Chad. I might have to buy a squeaky toy from Vietnam. I don't know.
I actually gave $20 to write this comment. Oh, and it got deleted by the mods. Thanks for the money, dum-dum. I want to read it, though.
What are you referring to?
This guy, Vulnerable Vitali, left a hate dono. Oh, thank you. Love got it.
$20, though.
You can leave the hate donos up. I don't mind taking their money, guys.
I could 3D print one. That's true. Is that safe, though? Are they like... Is the material safe for like internal use?
He said, "You've lost your minds. You generated a community who fights for truth."
Would you watch a person's full video and give no comment while getting money?
Fair use and unbiased reporting. But now you've met the same social activism with genocidal and hateful rhetoric that feeds your own personal bias. And all I have to say is like you're literally not listening to anything I just said.
Who cares, Ethan?
This is about fair use, And it is unbiased. I literally outlined why I'm...
Ethan, go suck a squeaky toy.
Why I'm specifically suing these...
Go deep throat a fucking squeaky toy.
3 people and nobody else. What is this, by the way? This has nothing to do with Gaza, by the way. What is me being genocidal? Okay, you think I'm genocidal? What does that have to do with copyright infringement? Like, bro, your brain is mush. But thank you for the 20. Appreciate that. Imagine leaving a $20 tip to write a hate comment. I would never. That's like, I mean, $20. That's Taco Bell.
New Gucci jacket.
It's like half a Taco Bell.
Yeah,
order.
real. That's like half a taco.
Half a Taco Bell order. No, I won't get that far, but.
Oh, Lena, how much was the order? Just to put it in context.
The Taco Bell order?
Yeah. Do you know how much the Taco Bell order was, Lena? I've heard it's gotten expensive. And
I'm looking it up right now.
And thank you, Vulnerable Vitality, for pitching in on that.
That is sad. Somebody who invariably has way less money than Ethan paying for this asshole's lunch. What the fuck? Ethan, you got your fucking viewers paying for your lunch. That is so fucking pathetic. That is so fucking pathetic. You're giving your crew shit for eating too many Taco Bell tacos, and you got your fucking donors, oh, Ethan, here, let me help you. Like, Ethan is not some fucking poor college student that you have to give money so he can get Uber Eats, all right? Ethan does not need anyone's fucking money. He talks about Hasan getting donations, Denham's getting donations, Frogan's getting donations. You know who shouldn't get donations? Some fucking asshole like that. You can fucking take the ad money, Ethan. That should be fine for you. All right. You don't need it's all people that are poorer. This guy's like a fucking multi-millionaire, chat, and he's got people buying his fucking lunch. What a shithead. What an absolute scum.
$107.
Oh, that's not that bad for
that
many people.
That actually doesn't seem that bad.
No, I don't think a lot of people ordered.
Well, yeah, I didn't get it.
It was like maybe
How many
3 people.
Who did not order? 1, 2.
I ordered, actually.
Oh, did not?
Yeah, 3.
We're raising our hands if we didn't order.
And then we have 2.
Wouldn't it
new
make more
peop-
sense to raise your hands?
Well, we have 2 new people in the back too.
Bad raising hands.
AB. Okay, there is a lot of hands up.
I don't know.
Did you order, Dan? Did you order?
I'm confused. But do I raise or lower if I ordered?
Oh, bad pull.
I think it's a bad pull. The way that you phrased the whole thing.
Well, anyway, 100. Regardless, we had at least 5, 6 people order.
I'm Spartacus!
Taco Bell still got it. Anyway, you have people like Hasan Piker paving the way of fair use.
Wait, I think we're at 180. Chat, is that right?
Hasan gets up to go to the bathroom.
I counted things up again. I think we're at 180.
Disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana.
Oh my god, he's got to pee, chat. He can't sit in an adult diaper for an 8-hour stream and piss and shit in his pants like Ethan does, right? He's somehow he doesn't want to get giardia. Oh, thank you, Hippo Stabber. I like my hair too.
This operation will result in killing hostages in captivity. Will result in the death of the third.
We gotta take something that's not real and make it look real with video editing, right? You're begrudging this man his piss. You are begrudging this man his fucking piss. That's why he is a multimillionaire, true.
Now, if you think that's bad, let me explain something even worse. That's one.
Pause the video when you leave the room? Do you want to you want me to see me? Chat, should I do an experiment right here? Should I leave it like this? Leave the room. Unfortunately, I've already taken a piss. I don't have any more piss to take, so but like leave the room for 5 minutes and see how many of you are left there. See how many of you stick around to watch the jellyfish, right? Should we do a little thought experiment? Or maybe I won't engage in social media self-harm today.
1 month. That is literally all from the month of May from this year. That's fuck.
He peed a lot of times. Hasan peed many, many times. That's true. That's true. He did pee.
That's gross, dude. Just pause the fuck.
All of those examples are news clips.
Video, like. Just
Yeah.
pause the video.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, Hasan is supposed to wear a fucking adult diaper like Ethan does. That's what he's expected to shit and piss in his pants. Ethan uses the bathroom and he has the crew, right? Look, if he was going to treat them fairly, he would figure out how much time he's in the bathroom and he would cut himself out of the pay for that. He would give his crew a bonus for really like running the show while he's in the toilet. Over 8-hour stream. Yeah, you can't piss. You're not allowed to piss. I'm not allowed to. Oh wait, speaking of which, chat. Luckily for me, my kitchen's like right here, so I can just reach for a nice cup of coffee. But for some people, you know, their setup is vastly. This was my setup. Like kitchen was like, you know, in another room. When I lived in Seattle. Is this the content nuke? Unfortunately, Emily Fridge. Yes, this is very much a nothing burger though. And it's pissing me off. It's really pissing me off how disingenuous of an asshole Ethan actually is. Not all of us have bladders that are seasoned retail and hospitality workers. I used to be pretty good at it, chat. I used to not take very many bathroom breaks. But I think I was dehydrated. I think that was why. I think when I was in Seattle, I was usually dehydrated. And yeah, sometimes I would stream for like 6 hours and not take a single bathroom break. I don't know how I fucking managed it, but I sure as fuck can't manage it now, Chad. We've done one bathroom break so far today.
It's not right to do that. It's just not. And we know that. We had a whole conversation.
Ethan wants to bring back the poop sock unironically.
About this already. He knows that it's not right
That's right, Emily French.
And this is all from one fucking.
He's gonna poop sock all of us.
Month.
Yeah, that's right. Streamers on Twitch should be like Amazon drivers. That makes sense.
You and Hasan actually
same employer.
About it.
Yeah, I went back out of curiosity, and it is interesting. I think I did kind of roast him for it. Yeah. But so I'm clean on that.
You shit fuck.
I didn't placate him even back then. And these are all, by the way, this is all, by the way, when he left and kept it playing. And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What
oh my god, that coffee is so good.
The song has a empty chair emoji for chair react.
You're attacking him with a meme, Ethan. You're attacking him with a joke. You're attacking him with a dead criticism from an old scandal that nobody fucking cares about. And with something that there are much worse examples of people that are still streaming with no fucking problem. Tell it to Sniper Wolf, please.
And I think it's even called share react emoji. Like, this is malicious content theft. By the way, the reason I'm not suing Hasan, I'll say this because I see this is already a message too that's dumb. I was never planning on suing Hasan. This was not a trap for Hasan. I asked him to react to it. I would never sue someone if I asked them, because asking someone to watch your content is essentially granting a license. So my intention was never to sue Hasan. And
also, even if you did,
I would not win.
He spent 12 hours watching 45 minutes. I think that's fair use. So I think he more than cleared that.
They're saying this, right? And by the virtue of this, I would be fine too. But you understand what they're trying to do, chat? They're trying to separate these three women who women do not get respect, you know, commensurate with their, I don't know, size, clout, influence, whatever reach you want to say, right? They're taking these three women that have massive hate followings, and they're trying to give you a reason. Oh, we're not criticizing your streamer. Like, your male streamer is fine. Your male streamer is totally fine. The bathroom breaks that he takes are fucking fine. The non-reactions that he gives was like, oh, dude, that's crazy. That's fine. No, that's a real react. That's a real, but these women, just understand they are actually bad. But no, not yours. They're trying to separate them from the herd. That's what he's doing with this, right? And it's all along the lines of who does Ethan Klein hate? Who does Ethan Klein hate? And who does he think he can punish? Who does he think he can hurt to get fucking clout from incels? Because that's who Denims, Denims is like hate watchers are. I mean, that's where they're like Asmongold fans, right? It's incels. It's people that hate women to begin with. A woman getting paid for doing something on the internet, even worse. And if we could make up some shit about her where she's somehow worse than all the other drama slop reaction streamers, then all the better. It was stated intent. Wait, what was stated intent about stealing? That's twisting their words, Hippo Stabber. That's twisting their words, right? Am I supposed to feel bad because some of you watch me because you can see what fucking bullshit Ethan Klein is up to without watching an Ethan Klein video? Should I feel bad about that? Am I malicious somehow because of that? Right? Or is that just like literally who happens to come in as my audience, right? People that would be nothing but hate watchers to Ethan if they watched an Ethan video, people who obviously have the chance, who have had plenty of opportunity to watch this video on H3, and some of you have already watched this on H3. Some of you have already watched the content Nuke on H3 Productions, right? And you're watching me watch this. Am I denying Ethan a second view? If I wasn't reacting to this content, would these people be watching the video twice? I don't fucking think so. And this is all speculative. This is all fucking speculative, right? Whether those people would actually turn into views for him or not is completely fucking speculative. Yeah, get the fuck out of here with that malicious intent shit. I am not buying that. I am not buying that.
That bar.
Exactly. So not only was this not a trap because I gave him a license by asking him, but also Hasan in this case offers the best example of what fair use is. So
yeah, fair use is having a penis, I believe. From what you've shown me so far, we got 3 examples of streamers streaming without a penis. First of all, that should be a fine by itself, right? And then we got 3 examples. Hasan, Asmongold, XQC, they've all got penises. That's on the up and up. That's okay. They did nothing wrong, right? That's what you fucking told me. That's what you're telling me, Ethan. No penis, no react, I guess. I don't know, chat. I don't know.
And so of course I'm not going to sue Hasan.
He did actually watch and talk about it. Like,
yeah.
Unlike the other ones that just did it out of spite to steal views.
And you don't need to turn like an hour-long clip into 5 hours of reaction. You don't need to do that crazy much. But he did and as far as transformation, he transformed it. That was absolutely a full transformation of my work. There's never any question that I was going to sue him, just for the record. Yeah, it's a presumed license, so.
I don't have an issue with that.
It's not.
Speaking of presumed license, chat, does this asshole ever acknowledge the fact that he gave de facto permission for people to, literally re-upload his content? He said, I see Hasan Industrial Complex. I see what you've done for Hasan, and I want that for me. I want that for me. Please grant your blessings to me, Industrial Complex. Please. He said you got licensed to literally re-upload my shit. Literally re-upload my shit. And he never went back on it. He never took that back and said, hey, you know how I said that thing before? I no longer feel that way. Do not, all he's ever said is don't upload his paywalled content. That's all Ethan has ever said in terms of putting any kind of limitation on people reacting to, or even, straight up re-uploading his content, right? Does he ever? I doubt he addresses this.
like that. It's not like that. I'm not. Listen, I'm not out here.
He hates Hasan and wants to wear his skin. Damn.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it. Not in this case, anyway.
I mean, it would probably give him a few extra inches, wouldn't it? I mean, talking about the biceps, Chad. I'm talking about what did you think I was? What did you think Chad, how could you? A few extra inches? You thought I was talking about? No, Chad. Obviously, I was talking about the circumference of his bicep would get a few extra inches. Not anything else. Get your heads out of the gutters.
Irresistible piece of content that I knew that. Let me go back.
Oh my God, this is taking us forever, isn't it? And we still have bonus content. We got at least one item of bonus content. I need to pay attention to this. It looks like it's going to be the North Star Radio. Looks like North Star Radio is ahead right now. We did not get the butterfly this time. It's been a little while, Chad. I'm getting my, feet, Irene. Wait, feet. What is the? Oh yeah, a few extra inches to his feet, to his height. A few extra feet. I'm sorry. That's what Emily French was saying. Is that there might be some extra feet in the difference between Hasan's bicep and Ethan's bicep. I feel like my bicep is close to what Ethan's is.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist? They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it. So the point I'm making is, back during this conversation.
So here's the deal, chat. He captured every large streamer, that he could have wanted reacting to it, right? And now they're like at his mercy. Like, legally speaking, they're at his mercy. But in terms of who does Ethan want to gain clout from, because you can't mistreat somebody if you go after every large streamer that reacts to this. Like, if you go out, especially, you go after your allies, you go after, the Papa Guts of the world and stuff like that, you're going to be really unpopular really quickly, right? So we're going to let them go. Asmongold and XQC, they agree with me. We're going to let them go. Hasan, I don't want to deal with, the fact that, he could hire a comparable legal team to my own. So we let him go, and we see who we're left with. And we got 3 women who have hate followings, right? That's who we're left with. That is who I'm going to performatively abuse for fucking clicks. What a scumbag. What an utter scumbag this guy is.
I had the idea to be like, is there a way to copyright something long form like that? And then, because nobody had ever sued them for that. And the reason is because most people on YouTube don't copyright their work. And you have to copyright your work before you publish it to be eligible for the most important parts of a copyright lawsuit, which is statutory damages and attorney's fees. Without that, it's toothless. So I knew I had to register it ahead of time, and I knew I had to make something long form so that it would challenge them to actually make a fair use of it. It's not like a 5-minute video, right?
Right.
So if you're gonna watch a hour and 40 long minute video, there's a lot.
And if you don't watch all hour and 40 minutes of it, Ethan will say that you're selectively picking the parts that don't make Hasan look bad, or the parts that you can't respond to, right? You're fucked either way. And he has been doing this shit. You're like, right, with the Hasan, when Hasan only reacted to half of his content, Nuke, that was the complaint. Oh my God, why did you only react to half of it? Oh my God, this guy.
On you to justify using the entire thing. I'm not saying you can't. And frankly, I saw some people that watched the whole thing that absolutely, I would say, did transform it. You know what I mean?
He's talking about us, chat. He's talking about us.
They absolutely transformed it. I notice I'm doing the Trump. It's transformed. It's beautiful. It's his own work.
What the hell is going on?
What the hell is going on?
It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular.
Wait, what is the?
Yeah. So
What is the dance that he does where he like jerks off two giant dicks in the air?
You know, because they can't get to you on Twitter or whatever it is. We did not even know about this. Ethan surprised us with it.
Dan
but we
knew.
knew he was cooking.
This is special ops.
Yeah,
Dan
it was
knew.
special ops. Yeah.
Dan knew.
I thought it was about me at first. I was like, fuck, man. That's why I brought him the muffin the other day.
Oh, you were trying to win me over? I was like, that's why I got so angry. I was like, this motherfucker trying to buy me off with a muffin. Yeah, this was and so I was like, it has to be long, it has to be copyrighted ahead of time, and
Can't do it right.
when this idea for the Hasan content nuke came up, I was like, this is perfect. It's super relevant to Twitch. Everybody's going to want to watch it. It's dramatic, it's informative, it's critical, it's highly critical, which means it's a creative work, but also there's a lot. Thank you so much. There's a lot that begs being analyzed. Like you have to analyze and comment on it a lot. There's really no space to do a lazy reaction on that one. And so from the beginning, I gotta say, I'm gonna toot.
Chat, how much are you just like, if you had the powers, like minds, you know, telekinetic powers, I would just love to see that, like, boba tea get dumped down his fucking pants. Just get dump the boba right down his pants.
My horn here. That was pretty diabolical.
What was your psychic powers, chat? Use your psychic powers.
I gotta tell you. And it is part of my, you know, I told you guys too that the rules had changed once these people promoted CPS and justified it. The rules had changed.
Ethan, as somebody who is involved in the network of people that you collectively refer to as your ops, let me let you know, bud, that the rules have changed today. And that's all I've got to say about that.
For me, there was a war waging, a war of decency, a war of lies, a war of immoral, horrific, disgusting behavior. And there was no limit to what these people would do to hurt me and my family. What?
A war of boundaries?
A war of boundaries? Sure, yeah. They crossed every boundary and then some. They went after my kids. And so this is...
They went after your kids, then they said you lied about it. Then when you prove you didn't lie about it, they just justify it. They're like, well, actually, it was justified.
Yeah, yeah.
There's nothing you could say.
But you don't care about those kids, do you, Ethan? The rules have changed. We're not going after your kids. We're going after your comfort. We're going after your peace of mind, Ethan.
No. And the thing is, like, I'm not going to lie. There was times doing this where I was like, maybe it's not worth doing all this. Maybe, you know, it's too much, whatever.
What's going on over there?
Oh, I forgot to shake mine, but I already put the straw in it.
Shake it with the straw. That's what I do.
How? Isn't it going to spill
like
everywhere?
This, look.
Oh, that's true. I can do that.
Honestly, that's what I thought you were supposed to do.
See, I'd use that squeak sound effect right now.
We'll get you that.
Sure.
That's why it's, I think, why it's sealed up so good, so you can shake it. Right?
Yeah, I saw it in a super cringe TikTok once.
You're so smart.
I am so smart? Thank you.
And I don't shake penises.
I don't hear that enough. Not just from you, from everybody.
Is Nuke dropped before the CPS thing? Is that true? I don't know about that.
I'm infinitely smarter than you.
But like when all this was going down, I got like laser focused and I was like, all right, this is it. Game's on. Nothing's.
Game is over. I mean, I don't know, chat. I feel like the best thing that we could do with Ethan is to just turn our heads away from him. Just fucking ignore him. I don't know, chat. like, I don't know. If he's gonna keep on coming after people, like, he is gonna fuck around and find out. But I don't think that people are interested. Like, chat, this, given the amount of, like, smoke there is, right, in this podcast, given the amount of, like, him saying, like, this is a watershed moment, you know, I got the, you know, my secret plan has come together. I made this plan a lot. When I made the content nuke, I was like, if I copyright it, then I can get them to watch it, and then I can sue whoever I want out of there. Because, yeah, the law is not really clear, right, in terms of, like, you know, you got all these principles of, you know, is it transformative? Could it replace the original work? You know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's all kind of subjective. It's all kind of up in the air, and nobody really knows how an actual judge and jury would decide these cases, right? And he's acting like he just like did the master stroke or something. Chat, nobody's watching him. He's got 5K more viewers in the chat at this moment than he had when he was covering just nothing dramatic. No Hasan, no War Room, no anything, right? So the effect of him juicing his stream with drama has shrunk from being like a 4 times the viewers multiplier to being like a, I don't know, what is it, 5, 6, like what, like a 16, you know, plus 16%, right? Is all he's getting right now for covering this great, you know, master stroke that he did with tricking people into reacting to his videos so he could sue them. Nobody fucking cares, Ethan. Nobody's watching. Nobody cares. You have bored even DGG. All right? And you are going to continue to, you and your show are going to continue to circle the drain until they realize that they need to get out while the getting is good. And chat, any of them that are not bound by NDA are going to come out and let us know what was really going behind the scene at H3 all the time. Ethan, your days are on this fucking platform are numbered. I swear to God, bud. I swear to God. They are going to expose you, homie.
Slowing me down. There's no line I won't cross. There's nothing I won't do.
Sorry, chat. That's an H3 reference.
People that have promoted.
Not me being cringe. We all have our skeletons, our closet, cough, wash, Center Hall. But at least the leftovers is ended. I went looking for other Twitch streamers and found Denims, Caroline, and Jay Marianne.
Encouraged and justified CPS coming to my house.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Okay. And frankly, I'm not done. I think it's so
you are done. You just don't know it. Omaiwa mo shindairu.
Funny how you know, I was talking about how I'm going to sue Noah and Denims and all this stuff, and they go, "Oh, it's been 2 weeks. I haven't been sued. He's obviously lying. I'll give all the money back."
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't understand.
This stuff takes time. I mean, how many pages is each of these complaints?
These are monster
It's
complaints.
14
These are
pages!
like ironclad.
It's more than 14.
Because we knew that these were important, that they would be analyzed and read over.
Right.
So it was important for us to make these really, really solid, rock solid, right, complaints. And these are.
Did y'all see the skull box being taken in Ethan's house where clearly... Are you talking about the Bad Empanada video?
It's 14
And I
pages.
do hope, and by the way, they're very funny and entertaining too. You can find them in the description of the main channel video. And I hope these legal channels react to it as well, because it is going to be very entertaining. It really is.
Be careful what you wish for, Ethan. I have a feeling that some of those legal channels, the ones that aren't fucking pedophiles, might tear you to shreds.
Question here in the chat. The nuke came before the CPS call.
March super chatted $6.78. One of his staff is going to end up suing for toxic work environment.
Oh, hell yeah.
WHCIN could.
Ooh, that could have, yeah. So those NDAs, not quite as ironclad as people think. Thank you for the super chat, Marmar.
right? Yes.
Yeah, I was planning before that, but what I meant was sometimes my resolve would waver, where I'm like, this is a big project, it's expensive, I don't know if it's worth it, right?
A lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of time, huge project. I was like, you know, maybe it's just not worth it. It's not worth the stress and all that, the effort it's going to take. But my resolution was crystallized after all of that.
Just like the your sorry, I was gonna make some ridiculous joke there.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Winter is coming.
Bait me.
My resolution was crystallized, just like the minerals in my piss. Sorry.
What, Hila?
Winter is coming.
That's the thing.
Winter is coming, Ethan, and you're going to be no longer relevant in the winter, right? You're going to be less relevant than you were today.
That's the thing they don't understand.
Junior just sent.
Why does he look 50? I don't know. Evil will do some weird shit to people.
A super chat that said, "When y'all got boba? Just now."
Wait, Magic
We said
Boba.
when?
We ordered it, and it came.
I just got here.
All right, so anywho, let's continue.
I don't know what that means.
Junior.
And it's
just so funny to me. When y'all get
immediately
boba?
after.
Where's your boba?
Just now, dude.
Right now, yeah.
Right now, yeah.
It's not he's not asking for a lot of info.
And I'm happy to share.
We can comply.
I got it just now.
But
a
the
few
amount
minutes
of
ago.
question marks is kind of confusing because
Yeah,
he's like very
it's like
surprised.
Is it summer solstice today? Oh, you're right. Well, at least where I am, it is.
How many question marks?
Let's see.
Well,
I think there was at least 5. Oh,
Wow.
6.
Yeah.
Wow,
6
that's-
question marks.
You really want
That's
They
like
really wanted to know.
highly something. Highly confused? Concerned?
The funny thing is, I've been watching these people. They get so mad at me. They hate me, right? After the iDubbbz thing and everything, and I'm thinking to myself this whole time, they have no idea.
You think you hate me now?
They're not even maxed out.
Just wait.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Was published. Now the thing is, but just remember, remember who started this?
Oh, Philly
Who
D
took it
just
too
dropped.
far?
Oh.
Oh, I'm in it.
I haven't seen yet.
Okay, so maybe you should check
Saw
before you
the
announce it.
notification.
You know.
Was that a question or an
Nate's not
announcement?
here to do that.
Somebody
so
asked a valid question here. Totally on Ethan's side, but does that count as entrapment? No, no. Like I said in this video, I didn't.
I will say though that your words today will probably show up in court. If this actually goes to trial in any meaningful way, chat, the shit that Ethan said today, like, does, you know, I think that's admissible too, right? As much as he wants to say that saying things like, thank you for joining us, for watching, you know, not giving views to Ethan, right? As much as he's going to try to claim that that is malicious intent to harm his business, I think that his statement of this fucking evil plan to trick people into reacting to his video, to goad people into reacting to his video so he can sue them, that's not going to sound good in court. And look, once people start to see in court what a petty bitch this man is, right? You know, a jury not liking you, that's pretty damning, Ethan. And I can't imagine a jury consuming a decent amount of your content without coming to hate your guts, because you are a despicable you are an unlikable person. You are a foul, disgusting, Giardia infected person.
Want them, right, to steal the content. It's just that I knew they would do it, and that's why I planned.
It's midsummer.
Just planning, right? If you build a trap, they still need to walk into it, right? But I call it a trap, but honestly, it's the bare minimum that you can do to protect your intellectual property. It's literally just copywriting it.
Did Philly D even just drop?
Now they're just lying about his dropping?
Oh,
No,
he
this
did?
is-
Okay, 2 minutes ago.
This is
he
around
did.
the time when he usually drops. I
Wait,
always
Hasan
look-
is in the thumbnail.
Oh, wait. You know, Gila, let me explain to you why. All right, because Hasan is relevant and H3 is irrelevant. Hasan is relevant to world events now. Hasan has mainstream reach, mainstream name recognition, etc., something that H3 will never fucking have, right? That's why Hasan is in the Philly D drop and your irrelevant ass is not. Your bony fucking ass is nowhere near that drop.
What's the title?
When Karen reads Acquittal, I don't know, really exposed, and how Romans
look at how they're making their crew work as fucking waiters for Hila and Ethan. That's kind of disgusting.
compounds built a global crime empire.
That's not a.
Did he ever have name recognition in MSM? I mean, he got what the fuck is his name? Oh my god, I can't remember the dude's name. Post Malone. He got Post Malone back in the day, right? He did get some pretty big guests at one. Post Malone was big, I guess.
Good title.
What kind of a title
What
is
a
that,
mess.
Philly D?
What a mess.
What? Karen
Oh my
Reed's
God.
Acquittal really exposed, and how romance scam compounds
Oh my God,
built a global crime empire. Yeah.
Hold on, I have an urgent
title is an
super
offense.
chat.
Urgent?
Yeah, Mad Dog King says, I have an open pack of Post Malone Oreos. I just thought the crew should know. I mean, we could buy it from him because I never got to try those.
I'll give you.
Ethan will pay you.
Ethan will give you.
I swear to God, Chad, I haven't watched this before.
Yeah, I would. So reach out to Mad Dog King.
$150.
Mad Dog.
$150.
I didn't say 150.
Oh, okay.
said
Well, I hadn't
50.
hit 10 yet. What's the offer?
Didn't you say 50?
I said
50.
50.
We said 50.
Yeah, 50.
Wait,
Ethan will give you $50 for the pack.
they have an open pack?
Unopened.
Unopened.
I heard open.
I heard open too.
No, unopened. Come on, you
like
guys.
3 left.
This is nasty.
Make
You're
your
right.
offer.
This is horrific. What the hell?
Yo, when'd you get Taco Bell, Dan?
When you get Taco Bell?
6 question marks.
Yo, what?
What? You got Taco Bell?
You fuck with it?
The streets know that we're celebrating today. We got fast delivery.
I always get rushed.
Also, half of us didn't order today.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of
What is this red shit in here? Spicy too.
Pepper.
I think they messed up your order, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
They forgot the taco supreme and gave extra black bean.
Oh, he had the whole thing about that being the only
Oh,
good
my
item.
Beef and 1 black bean.
This one, I guess. Take care.
Knows?
Feliz Cumpleaños.
Yeah, that's not
Cumpleaños? Is you trying to say cumpleaños? Like happy birthday?
Thought about this at every angle for months. It's not entrapment. This is
Well,
this is the
entrapment
result,
is.
this is the result of their
Entrapment would happen during an investigation, during a criminal investigation, right? When the investigators, get the subject of the investigation to do something that they would not have otherwise done, right? That is an illegal act, and then the government, takes them to, charges them on it. That can be considered entrapment, and the charges can be dropped because it was something that the investigation spurred the subject of the investigation to do, not something that the subject would have done on their own free will.
entrapment.
So yeah, no, this isn't entrapment. This, legally speaking, this could not be entrapment.
Is when you
like tricks you into doing it.
Okay, yeah, we know.
I literally just
No, you just
made
published
a
the video.
It's on after telling.
Yeah, 100% AB.
I think there is some sort of legal equivalent that's not regarding law enforcement. But a better example would be like if Ethan was suing Hasan after telling him.
That would be
That would be
a problem.
That would be super.
If I sued Hasan, that would be dumb and a problem, and it would be wrong.
Right.
This is really good.
No, actually, Ethan, you'd have a case because this law is just not settled, right? The same reason that you have a case with Denims, you'd have a case against anybody, right? This isn't settled, right? There's standards, but they're subjective as fuck, and they haven't been, delineated in a way where somebody can look at a potential court case, and say, like, this is a winner, this is a loser, right? It's not very settled law yet. That's why you're able to do this, and you could do this to Hasan too. You won't do it to Hasan because you know that it would make you look petty, and you know that Hasan would be able to match your legal team. He would be able to hire, you'd be able to go almost as hard in the paint as you can, legally, right? So that's why you didn't do it. It's cheaper and easier to sue people that do not have anywhere near your finances.
Yeah, 100% AB.
You're on board?
I like it.
It is good, right?
One of those.
To incite committing a crime, ergo make a Reddit posting.
Even that would be entrapment. Not legit, An opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published.
And this is what I'm saying, chat. This is true, right? In the way that he's thinking about it, right, is revelatory, right? Anybody who reacted to this could be charged. These aren't settled matters, right? What exactly constitutes transformative content is not settled law yet, right? And so, yeah, literally, you it's like you got a net, you reached it into the water, and you pulled out a bunch of streamers, and you said, XQC, we like him, let him out. Asmongold, we like him, let him out. Papa Gut, we like him, let him out. All these other people, they're not as hated as Denims and Frogan and Casey. You left, Hasan, he's got enough money to make it a problem for me. Let's take him out, right? And then you find 3 of the fish that you captured are like hated enough to where you abusing them on the internet will be a vice signal that will go out to the incels around the world and capture 5,000 of them, I guess, into your audience to buffet your flagging numbers, right? That's what this is. When he says captured, we captured, like these major streamers doing this. Yeah, any of those people, potentially, you could probably file a lawsuit against, right? But yeah, a lot of the people, if you did, the internet would fucking band together. And they would fucking have your ass. They would have your ass for brunch, Ethan. But yeah, no, he's selectively done it so that they can play team sports with fucking incels. Team incel over here. Ethan Incel Klein. And he would be an incel, chat, if he hadn't taken that birthright trip.
Now, the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from...
Again, you're alleging collaboration, or what's the word for it? Collaborate? You're alleging... oh my god, chat. Somebody legally, what is this called? Not collaboration, but like if you work together... Coordination. God damn it. What's the fucking word I'm looking for?
The Snark.
Somebody in chat knows.
Everyone. We've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the Nuke without showing support for H3. Now that right there is the acknowledgement of market substitute. They're explicitly saying, guys, we're going to set you up so that you can consume this content without watching, collusion. Yeah. The author of it, right? I mean, it's theft.
Yeah, he hasn't shown any fucking evidence of collusion here.
It's getting
or even coordination or even like communication between Denims and the mods. With the mods of Snark, is that what he's claiming? How do we know he didn't send 5 times her audience size to watch her stream? Well, some of the people in chat have been alleging, and it sounds like it's not just a few people that think that Denim's stream, in fact, it might sound, from the sounds of what chat was saying, maybe Denim's even thinks.
Super chatted $11.79. Happy Juneteenth and happy Swedish Midsummer. We re-straddling some time zones here.
We really are straddling a lot of time zones. I'm glad that, hey, look, like, I'm glad my European audience is, so it's probably a good time for you, right? The word is collusion. That's what I was looking for. You can handle bigger fish. Klein has no power. I don't want to talk about Ethan anymore. I was already, and I even made some, like, you know, just some gestures towards like, you know, this is gonna be the last Ethan Klein, you know, thing that we cover. I do want to fry this fish, right? I do want to see some fucking justice here. But I also don't want for Ethan to be as big a part of my content as he has in the past. That being said, if something notable happens, I will cover it. I don't want him on as many like thumbnails, right? And I don't think that you want him either. I think that a lot of people are tired of him. We didn't get the other Ezra. Yo, Sobi the Bum, thank you for resubscribing with a Prime. Look at that. That puts us up to 190. Look at how this works. 190. Oh my god, 190. And then Joel puts us up to, I believe we're at 202. And that is 2 pieces of bonus content. Oh my god, chat. I gotta get to the bonus content. There's like about an hour left in this in this VOD, right? I wanna kind of finish we also have a Hasan video. Hasan has, you know, commented on this. I don't know if he's watched the video that Ethan put out. I don't know if Denims has. I mean, that would be interesting to get their reactions as well. But it looks like we're probably just gonna have to go straight to we might watch the Hasan video, but other than that, we'll probably go straight to the bonus content, which looks like right now, Ethan Klein roasted by NSR is gonna be maybe the first video. Passport update is in second place, but if I add on, oh shit, is that a tie? For second place, what is 17 plus 5 is, oh no. Passport update is still, yeah, so right now we're in for Comrade Casey's video, which is kind of a long one. Hasan's is short, that's true. Kind of a long one from Comrade Casey this time, and then updates on you know, those of you who've been struggling to get the correct gender markers on your passport. We may have good news for you, all right? It's fairly uncertain though, so pay attention, because you may or may not want to take proactive action on your you know, on your passport, right? And I may want to, you know, on mine. You put my last super chat towards the other Klein, towards Ezra Klein. Okay, so that puts Ezra Klein over the rainbow. 6, is it 17? So yeah, it looks like that's in second place now. The Abundant Stash Con. Oh my god, chat, I've gone for 6 hours so far, and we still got like an hour left of this fucking video.
It's getting you know, a bootleg. It's a bootleg.
What does Ethan Klein think is going to happen when he goes to court and he shows the judge and jury a fucking Reddit thread and says, Your Honor, this proves that the defendant did transformative content on my video in a malicious way? Like, what is he going to say?
And so yeah, it starts here. So the crime, quote unquote crime, it's a civil issue. But the how should I call it? The issue begins here with these moderators who are, and by the way, this is another reason why I just cannot fucking believe that Reddit doesn't react. They've taken down so many snark subreddits for copyright infringement. Here you have the moderators of a subreddit posting links to people for the express purpose of stealing content. And it's just fucking maddening. It's crazy. Well, anyway, these mods are going to get sued now. So just fuck them. Fuck all these people.
To be clear, here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the snark subreddit.
Oh yeah, they go, happy snarking from your respective bunkers. Bunkers.
Oh, because it's a nuke.
Mm.
See, you're even playing into the theme. You love it.
Of course they love it.
And so there's actually pretty...
It's their entertainment.
What's interesting is on this list, only 3 people that I could tell took the bait. Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. Denims was the main chief.
What is he talking about? Comrade Casey doesn't do... Wait, unless... I guess Comrade Casey's on Twitch. Does Comrade Casey react to stuff on Twitch? Is that a thing? I can't imagine that Sean DeBlack didn't react to it. I can't imagine that Mike from PA didn't react to it. I don't know Hallucinogender Rog. Yeah, do not worry. I'm pretty sure reacted to it as well. An uninformed leftist reacts to literally everything. What are you talking about, Ethan? What are you even talking about?
Recipient, like I just said, she had like 30 times her regular viewership. That's a lot of commercialization.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm entitled, if I win, which I will, I'm entitled to all the money she made in association with the copyright theft.
Mm.
So I'm gonna need to see those receipts.
I don't know if this holds up, but this sounds like a good point from GRS. Ethan's video is more akin to when police use a bait car, and it's
Comrade Casey did react,
where they put a car in a spot hoping people will try and carjack it, basically.
Yeah,
and then
they still come. Yeah,
that's not
they come and they commit
You're solving a victimless crime, asshole.
the crime. Right. Yeah, that's a good analogy.
Sean DeBlack had the prediction on this, that it was copyright bait. Did he not cover it because of that? He bitches about raids in that complaint too. Wait, what do you mean by raids? Like Twitch raids?
Yeah.
Like when people in stream and raid into other people's chats in a non-malicious way? Don't people hate the usage of bait cars? Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen stories on those in a long time. Or bait bikes. I remember the bait bike thing. Ethan is upset because he told a shocking story and people had a reaction resembling that. Yeah, the shock of the Giardia story. Yeah.
Well, kind of even less so. It's even less.
What? He's complaining about Twitch raids? How is he complaining about Twitch raids? I mean, he hates that the fact that some of these smaller channels have grown a lot off of his, dying clout.
Because I wanted to make this video to begin
Right,
with.
the bait car just exists Right, the video was being made regardless.
The video was made in good faith about something I was passionate about, and I put a lot of fucking work into it.
Yeah, the only extra step is like registering it, but that's not that out of the ordinary either for some people.
Right.
It's just for some reason not common on YouTube, I guess, because people are so used to like cranking out content. They don't think about doing that.
Yeah, nobody thinks about doing copywriting on YouTube, and I urge people who are making long form, high effort content that they should start copywriting it, because it's.
I feel like Hasan should. No, he won't. He would never do it. He would never do it. He's too honest.
It's very easy to do.
Dumb
It doesn't
question.
cost.
What do you do to copyright a long
You don't even need an
video?
attorney. All you need to do is like go to the Library of Congress website. You pay like a $40 fee, and you have to send them a copy of the work.
Oh, okay.
So there's like a limit. I think.
I want to see the Library of Congress just reject. Be like, what the fuck is this slop? You can't copyright this. What the fuck even is this?
It's like 300 megabyte limit.
Like also, if you copyrighted that video, Chad, do you understand? Okay, so there's something called a brand deal. I haven't done one, but it exists, right? And there's like, people monetize their stream, obviously via ads, obviously via things like super chats, also through affiliate links, right? Like, if I was like, this water bottle, I used to have warm water all the time until I got this water bottle that really keeps your water cold. And if you want them to, click on my affiliate link down below, and you can get one of these cool water bottles with my logo on it, or so. You're like, right? Like that's one way. But there's also a brand deal. Now the thing about brand deals, right, is that is content that you're making, that is promoting a product, right? And you got to be careful when you do those that every single thing that you use is yours to use, right? It's things as simple as the sound on my super chat, right? That's not mine. That belongs to whatever network Tim Allen was on when he did Home Improvement, right? Stuff like that could not be on anything that I produced as a brand for a brand deal, right? I'm kind of thinking it's the same thing as far as copywriting it, right? The idea that Ethan went through, I mean, maybe he did, maybe he's done brand deals and he knows the, like he knows what you need to check on, right? But I would suspect that he hasn't. I don't know how well the copyright stands up on something that you've used where you have broken, where you have violated other people's copyright. I don't know if you can actually, I'm not sure if that'll stand.
Or something. So if it's bigger than that, which it will be, you have to you have to mail them a copy, like a DVD or something.
Megabyte limit? What are we doing?
For uploading.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah. So we had to send them a DVD and shit, like really dumb shit.
Really?
Yeah.
DVD.
Or maybe not a DVD. Maybe it was just like one of these little ones.
8-track.
Yeah, it was a tape deck.
We got a comment.
Miku's Headphones points out he made changes after getting copyrighted. So there's several grounds on which his copywriting of this might not stand up.
OB, I think it's from Israel because it's in shekel. He said, Ethan, go easy on the snarkers for their bad nuke jokes. It's their only social interaction for that week.
Yeah. Pretty much. That's what I meant. The entertainment.
So anyway, of this list of promoted potential infringers, it was Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron that took the bait, quote unquote. And I really have to thank Snark too, because they like I say, they served them up. They built them up. They got them feeling comfortable. Like they made it feel normal, regular. They're like, hey, there's a big subreddit on Reddit. We all want to come watch it with you and not Ethan. That seems totally fine and normal, right? And because they all hate me so much, they don't question. They don't question.
Ethan, they're not your fucking viewers, you dumb jackass. They are not your viewers. Like, look, do you see his strategy is partly predicated on monetizing hate watchers, right? As much as people talk about make your haters your waiters, it doesn't really work in practice. It doesn't really work in practice.
Things that would be like usually reserved for some just common decency, you know. So I think this whole snarking phenomenon was I kung fu'd it a little bit. I kung fu'd the
I believe you're looking for jujitsu there, bud. Could you please never talk about fighting? Could you please never talk about martial arts again, Ethan? Just never, ever, ever, ever. Don't do it. I don't want to hear you talk about a leg kick. I don't want to hear you talk about a calf kick. I don't want to hear you talk about anything. All right, Ethan? Shut the fuck up and stay in your lane. And try to quit infecting your family with Giardia over and over again.
snark. Or jujitsu the snark? What is it when you use the momentum against them?
Jujitsu. I think that's what
I
you're
did a
going
ground
for,
submit on snark.
Oh, insufferable.
Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments.
Sounds like a creaking of an old tank on Trump's birthday.
There's a reason, by the way, when we first started going after the snark like big time, that they all started nuking their accounts.
Right.
Because they realized they were complicit in crimes. If they weren't, they wouldn't have been erasing evidence.
And it's apparently
no, because they're just on fucking Reddit and they were not trying to get fucking dragged through court.
Something that
because they're like normal fucking people, unlike they have a life, unlike you.
We see them do regularly. Like there's always like accounts changing and no history to accounts.
It's pretty insane what goes on Reddit.
Yeah.
Blizzy Woofy makes a great point. He says, "Well, at least Anissa is the happiest she's ever been."
Very true.
That's all we care about.
But I truly am genuinely the happiest I've ever been
No, I believe
in my
you.
life right now. I feel so
God,
free.
this is so boring.
It's great. And that's all that we care about here on Soundbite. You supported our sub either by engaging with us directly or citing our post in their critique of and so also by saying, here's a list of creators who have supported our sub by engaging with us or using our post in their critique.
Oh, so that's why I'm not on there. Yeah, I don't usually like cite snark.
It's also like a
oh my god.
It's a tit for it's a how do you call it?
Really just
Yeah, I feel like it's better for me and for people on whatever subreddits if we maintain somewhat of a distance.
Oh god.
Right?
They're
it's probably better for all parties.
So comfortable that they made it so easy. Like as all this was playing out after the nuke went down and before, we were watching with disbelief because it was like,
right.
It's all happening.
Also, we had some weird stuff happen with this snark. Like somebody like randomly posted a link to my thing and H3 snark, and it got like the thread got locked. So after that, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I don't really particularly want to have anything, like, I don't know who's working on the mod team, right? I don't want to have anything to do with this. Like, it's fucking random too. And there was some, it was something about like, they were like, well, we don't know if it was like, did she put it up there? And it's just like, you could say that about any video, you know that, right? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the person that posted that is actually the creator. But either way, yeah, there's some, you know, obviously it's a subreddit, right? So there's some things that are going to go on any kind of subreddit, especially a subreddit that's made out of, you know, ire for a content creator. There's some stuff that I'm invariably not going to agree with. So it's probably better to be, to have that distance.
Happening. It's a, what do you call it? We're doing another French term.
Please.
Oh Lord, please don't.
Please.
This for that. This for that. This for that.
Peace day versus
quid pro quo. You fucking. Oh my god.
It means this for that.
Quid pro quo, shithead.
This for
tit for tat.
No, not tit for tat. This for that.
That's what I was thinking.
Tits are fun. I don't know.
Tell them you want this for that in Latin. Tell them you want this for that in Latin, then they'll tell you quid pro quo.
Ceci pour cela?
Oh.
I just translated this for that in French, and that's what it said.
He's wanting Latin.
Oh, are you talking about?
He doesn't know the difference between French and Latin.
Robot say it.
Are you talking about Latin? Hoc pro ego?
Quid pro? No, not quid pro.
Quid pro. It is quid pro quo. It's literally that.
French.
That's
Latin, right? Yeah.
Oh well. I mean,
did he say French?
Who cares?
Yeah.
He literally thought quid pro quo was French. If it was French, it would be quid pro quo.
It doesn't matter. Same continent.
Dead ass fucking language.
Ceci pour cela. Ceci pour cela.
He's calling you a sissy, dude.
Ceci pour cela.
I also called you a pussy too.
Ceci pour cela.
Oh shit, you sissy pussy?
Wait, what is that saying? Who called me a sissy puss?
I called you a
Ceci
cat,
pour
dude.
cela.
Sissy and a pussy.
Pour cela.
Yeah, so it's a quid pro quo. It's like, you know, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. So they're deep in collusion here. There's no question about it. Here they're offering these streamers as
Somebody just said, I've seen this being used lately, gaslighting. When a group pushes pushes to bad decisions. So the snark was gaslighting.
Oh shit.
That is so good.
That's really good.
So read the definition again.
It's just the Jordan report said, Ethan, the term is gaslighting when a group pushes people to bad decisions.
So that's what I've been calling snark brain. I feel like.
That's what we've been.
Yeah, I like gaslighting better though. That's very
I think
good.
gaslighting is perfectly embodies it. Like for example, Anissa's.
I think that would perfectly embody it, Chad. If we were in 2021 and shit like Yas Queen was still relevant. If it was 4 or 5 years ago, yes, I think that would fit perfectly. Jesus Christ, you fucking
that she's gonna come
like look, chat. Like I like lots of chuggy stuff myself. All right, but there's somewhere that I draw the line. It's when we say Yas Queen in fucking 2025. All right, that's too much for me.
I can start streaming.
I can't eat, pray, love, and queef enough for that, chat.
And I'm like, oh, she thinks people actually. She's so getting love from snark. She thinks people actually care about her.
Yeah.
She's being gaslit by the snark.
Obviously Jewish.
And all these people were gaslit into, brazen copyright infringement.
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No, that's no.
Jewish.
That's a Ian thing. Stinky breath, weirdo, mango juice drinking stinky breath.
Yeah, he should be streaming on Facebook. That's correct.
Worst thing, like that gives you a bad breath
Yeah,
in
you
its
can
own.
feel that it's nasty. She
It's
goes,
so
"You have
gross.
Is it because it's so sweet? Mango juice. Chat, I never get mango juice, right? Because most of the time I just want to eat a mango. Right? And sometimes a mango's too much, so I get the turmeric mango, which is like crunchy and less sweet. It's a little bit more sour, right? So I get that. But yeah, if I'm gonna do anything with a mango at all, it's probably gonna be put it into a smoothie, right? Mangoes are pretty good in smoothies. But they're also really good on their own. It's hard for me to argue myself into taking, but to turn it into juice, to take that delicious mango fiber out of that, no, I do not accept that mango juice. Where are you getting mango juice? The only place I would drink mango juice, maybe, it probably would be too sweet too, right? I could see mango. I think there's a mango juice in the mall, not far from me, that has it's got butterfly pea tea, butterfly pea blossom tea, the blue stuff mixed with the mango juice, and it's called fairy tale. It's called a fairy tale, and like that looks pretty good. Although it may be a smoothie too. I didn't really look at it super close, but yeah, there's like a juice smoothie place not too far from me. Mango juice, yeah, it would be pretty, yeah, because even if you like even if you filter out the pulp, like, right, some of that pulp is gonna, I don't know. You're right. It would be a thick juice. Dried mango slices. Oh, fuck yeah. Dried mango slices are great. Oh my God, chat. I don't know what to do. Look, tomorrow I leave for Vietnam. All right. Supposedly tomorrow. But I don't have to leave until like I don't have to, probably like 1 o'clock p.m. is the time that I will cut things off and right, like I could probably stream a little bit in the morning is what I'm saying tomorrow. If I wake up early and but that's gonna mean mangosteen. I haven't tried it yet. Completely unrelated to mangoes. Yeah, mangosteen's actually similar. It's similar to the rambutan in that like it's like a there's like a casing, there's like a what do you call this, like a cover, there's like a outside of it, and then you cut it open and then there's a little jelly kind of fruit inside and also a seed. But I haven't tried it yet. Yeah, I've tried rambutan, lychee, and longan, and they are all delicious. I have not tried mangosteen yet.
She goes, your breath is so bad.
Anyway, chat, we got to do something, right? Because you gotta love a nice ripe mango. I'm getting to know different types of mangoes here, and it's quite amazing, right? Nam dolk or not. Wait, what is it called? Not. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember this type of mango that's really delicious. I don't want to run out of time here, chat. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to come on and finish the rest of the Ethan thing tomorrow.
Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein.
That is the video, right?
Pathetic, immoral, desperate man, 40-year-old, still doing like this. There's also some drama. Apparently there's a second content nuke that is, I guess, the hit the timelines, and I make some interesting. I'm in the content nuke apparently, but it's not a content nuke alone. It's also a lawsuit. It turns out Ethan's initial content nuke, by his own estimation, by his own statements, was actually a trick, was a trap. He wanted to basically sue everyone that watches the content nuke, and he's Mr. Copyright Infringement is trying to litigate the resentment that people feel towards him once again, which I think is very weird. And he is he's launched a lawsuit against Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron. Now, a lot of people watched his content nuke. I don't know why he only sued those people. I mean, I watched his content nuke as well, his context nuke. But here's the I don't know. This is so stupid. I don't know what to say about it. But here's the Dick Sardanox thing I saw from it.
That I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist? They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would.
It's that I needed them to steal my video.
Watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an
The femoids, they do be reacting.
opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even.
They do be reacting. They do be getting donations. And they do be eating on stream. All things that would be perfectly fine for a male streamer to do, but somehow when it's the femoids that are doing it, it is not okay, Chad. It is not okay.
I didn't do any of those things, which I feel like is a major failure of a trap. He begged me to watch it for months. He cried on camera that I just refused to watch it. And then I even told
we got one. Wait, we got one here in Norway around this time, which is just called a Pakistani mango. Oh, a type of mango, which is orange and a lot softer. Oh, I didn't know that there was good mangoes in Europe. Like, right, I've gotten good mangoes in do what you got to do. Look, I'm just gonna do what I gotta do to like try to get as much of this covered before I leave. I'm just realizing that if I stream too long, I won't be able to wake up early tomorrow. Obviously, I also need to pack a little bit. I'm gonna try to take my laptop and give you some kind of stream. The audio quality, I need to get like a secondary mic, I think, right? Because the audio quality, you know, if it's the mic on my laptop, the audio quality is terrible. That's the one thing I hate doing. Like I don't love giving you a bad image with a shitty webcam, but I really hate giving you bad audio. But chat, you might have one day of bad audio. Just letting you know that I'll leave tomorrow. I'll probably do a stream early, but it will be a short stream, right? And it will end fairly early. Then I'm gonna go to Thailand, spend the night there, and then come back. Yeah. So potentially, tomorrow's stream will be from here, and then Sunday stream could, if it ends up working, if I end up actually doing it, if the Wi-Fi is okay and everything is working in the hotel and stuff, right? You'll have a stream from me on tomorrow's Saturday for me, Friday for you. So you'll have a stream from me on Saturday as well. And then that afternoon I go back to Thailand, go to sleep, and so we might not miss any streams actually. Don't quote me on that. I'll do what I can. I know I've missed a lot of streams this month already, and I just had a problem of like, being like ultra indecisive about content slash a perfectionist when it comes to thumbnails and things like that. But I hopefully I've gotten myself over that, because that's a silly thing for me to do. I kind of freaked out because my income had gone down, and it is down. Like in June is down from May, and July is down from, or although July is pretty much tracking with June, right? But I think a lot of that is my own doing, right? I and I think we're gonna be okay. I want to keep doing political content. Obviously, if it's not monetary, if it's not sustainable in a monetary way, I can't do that. Look, as long as you people keep on showing up for political streams and streams about protests and streams about world events and everything else that I'm covering, and you're not just like locked into like we only come to you for Ethan Klein. If that's your attitude, then I'm kind of cooked, right? And I might as well hang things up right now and become a travel channel, right? But I don't think that's how things are going to go. I think you've got my back. I think I can do a trust fall and not completely eat shit on the floor. So, that's where we're going from now, right? I'm sorry I got like a little upset yesterday. And if I gave like, the impression that, I was thinking about quitting, I was probably being a little too melodramatic, probably being a little bit hormonal as well. I'm had some hormonal fluctuations as of recently. Now that I'm on actual, now that I'm not on the Thai birth control. So you're in Thailand. You're going to Vietnam. Yeah. It'd be nice too if I could somehow do. I would love to do like a like a walking stream. I just don't know if people. The last time, chat, that I did a like a vertical stream on my phone, I didn't have very many people watching, and I really didn't have like much support at all. So it kind of makes me not want to do that sort of thing. It kind of makes me feel like people don't value that. But when I first got to Thailand, that was the stream that I gave you first, right? Because I hadn't gotten my stuff unpacked and set up and everything, and so I just pulled out my phone on my bed to let everybody know that I was okay. And it was kind of a very mid sort of stream, right? That just like I couldn't get people interested in for whatever. It was also on shorts too, so that complicates things too. But I do have the selfie stick. It'd be really cool to do just like a little walk and talk in Vietnam. I just don't know if people, I want to do stuff that people appreciate, right? And I've noticed that when I don't do my normal React content, that I tend to get less appreciation overall for the stream. And I'm not trying to give you something that you don't appreciate. So yeah, let me know what you think would be good. As far, I might even do a poll, right? For, do you want a political stream on my laptop with shitty audio, or do you want a walking around Vietnam stream, like kind of an IRL stream, right? Which one sounds better to you? I might just ask you via poll. But yeah, let's get through this Hasan content, then we'll do I'll give you as much of the bonus content as I can, right? You picked 2 very long videos, but I'll give you some North Star Radio and some, what is the other one? Oh, the Ezra, oh my God, the Ezra Klein shit. That shit is wild.
I told him I'd watch it alongside him if necessary. Your prediction on this one, even as a joke, on the money as usual. I even suspected that he might do some.
Am I going to meet Luna Oi? Look, I don't want to impose on anybody. All right. I knew Luna a long time ago. I rated into her. She rated into me back on Twitch and stuff like that. I haven't heard from her in forever. And I don't really know why that is. I know that we had some mutual friends that really turned on me. And I don't know if it's a, factor of, that she heard some bullshit about me, or if it's just, just a thing where it's like, oh yeah, I didn't see you or whatever. Right. But obviously, I would love to do, I would love to do content with non-compete. That being said, I don't want to, I don't want to impose on them, or what is it called? I don't want to put them on the spot, right? Where it's like, you got to, Like, I don't know, chat. I don't know. You know, if any, yeah, I would totally do content with them. I don't know if they'd be interested in doing content with me, but I feel like they could show me and I have very limited time, right? But I think that they could show me Vietnam like hardly anyone else would. And I do think that we're probably, I'll probably be in the same area from what I've heard as they are. So yeah, I don't know. I'm open to it. I just don't know. I don't know where we stand. I haven't talked to Luna and EJ in a really long time, and I definitely never got to talk to a puppet, which is what I was hoping. I was hoping to get to talk to a puppet, chat. Do they do the puppet? Yeah, the puppet thing. I think I remember them saying it's like a pain in the ass. It's like a huge pain in the ass.
Nonsensical bullshit like this.
Oh my God, did people leave the Twitch stream? Did people think I was ending the stream just because I was talking about housekeeping? Well, that's their loss.
And then I ended up watching it months later to fundraise, and it's a 8-hour reaction for even half of the content Nuke. So I guess that kind of failed. So now he's just going after people who he perceives as defenseless, smaller content creators that he can possibly litigate to try to secure a litigation victory after he got a shit pushed in by a billionaire that he defamed, Brian Kavanaugh. And
Brian Kavanaugh?
So now he's just like desperate to get away.
Oh, also Marmar. Sorry,
in his favor.
Yeah, chat, if I ever don't read your super chat,
Masterful gambit from the
like
start.
at me.
I don't even know if this was like a,
Because that's, I swear to God, that's not on purpose.
on the one hand, why would you admit
Ooh, a Thai wildlife stream?
you wanted people to go react to your video?
Interesting. Yeah, look, when I first got here, I turned on the TV to see what Thai TV would be like, and there were guys like picking up snakes, right? There was a cobra and a boa constrictor and like some other kind of snake that I think was poisonous, right? And there were these people that were like snake handling like experts. They could grab a snake by the tail and pick it up and it wouldn't bite them, right? Which was amazing. But yeah, that's the kind of wildlife that we have out here in Thailand. Elephants, famously as well. Sometimes monkeys are, like not in the city, of course, right? But you get outside of the city and you do see some pretty wild wildlife, and even though like insects or wait, I guess a scorpion's not an insect, and a scorpion is an arachnid, right? Yeah, I mean, like you got like scorpions and stuff like that.
You said you wanted people to go react to your
shit pushed in is so gross. Yeah.
Video. You said anyone and everyone can even, make money off of your videos in the past when we had a podcast together, only to then turn around and be like, actually, I got you. You reacted to my video and therefore you're done. He claims you're watching it was fair use, unlike those he's suing. But yeah, I don't know. I thought about not responding to this, but it's so silly that he was like, he's openly admitting that he was baiting me into a lawsuit and then it didn't work. So now he's just like going after other people that reacted to it as well. He wanted everyone to watch it. He wanted.
Estella says, I watch an IRL stream, by the way, been streaming very late for me. Yeah, sorry about that. I wake up, chat, around the time that the sun goes down in the United States. So that's why it's been getting late for you. I could do and if I want to do like a morning stream, right? Which I usually don't do because, I'd be competing with Majority Report and a lot of people. We got a lot of MR watchers in chat, right? I don't want to make you choose necessarily. And then usually the Vanguard comes after that, right? But yeah, like I could do like if I do a stream in the evening, it'll be early morning for you. If I do a stream in the morning, it's like late, it's, evening to late night. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, Estella. And sorry that I've been flipping on. Yeah, that's another thing that'll make your numbers go down, right? If you switch the time that you're streaming, which I kind of unintentionally fell into, right? So yeah, I'm going to try to freak out less about stuff. You said a few times today that you're getting on a plane to Thailand, which confused me until I realized you were going to Vietnam. Yeah. I'm gonna go. I mean, it's gonna be a very quick trip to just check out Hanoi a little bit, like for one day, and then right back. Yeah, because I didn't plan it early enough, and the plane ticket ended up being a lot more expensive because I did it last minute. That's why I can't afford to stay in like a hotel there. But the hotels aren't bad. Wake up early on the East Coast of the U.S. So I come in after 3 hours of Irene's beginning. Oh, okay, yeah, because I stream so late. Yeah, so for the East Coast, it's like an early morning stream for part of it anyway. I'll send you a video of Highland cows in return for some cool walking and wildlife stream. I'll do what I can. I don't know if I can get out into the wildlife. I need a guide, Chad. If I'm actually going to go out into wildlife, I need a guide, right? I need somebody to be like, that is a cobra, stay the fuck back, you know? That is a scorpion, stay the fuck away. You know, I need somebody to give me that. Like they're going to hear the rumbling and be like, no, an elephant's coming. An elephant's coming here. Climb up in the tree because here comes the elephant. Right. I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff out here that I just got no experience with at all. Right. So I definitely need a guide if I'm going to do any sort of like outdoorsy stuff. Ethan Klein sent me a doxing threat by email to make me stop posting about him. Are you fucking serious? I haven't gotten shit from him. And we did look at the name of the, you know, some of the streams that he was looking at, right? And it was a list that my channel would fit very easily on, right? Very similar channels to mine, you know, related channels, channels that do some of the same kind of content, right? So yeah, and I think the reason that I wasn't on there is because I never like reached out and talked to Snark, even after they mistakenly deleted some random person's post. That, I mean, it kind of did put me off. It kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. I don't hate Snark. You know, it's a whole group of people. It's hard to like hate, and I don't know anything about these people. Sometimes we've, you know, used videos that they have surfaced, right? They, you know, there's definitely some good work that's going on there. I'm sure I don't agree with everything that everyone does on there, but yeah, just the fact that they reacted like that to just a random person like posting my video on Reddit, they freaked out. So I'm just kind of like, you know what? We don't need to, and it's probably good. It's probably good for my channel and for the subreddit that we not, you know, associate, because Ethan loves to use that shit. You can see how he's trying to weaponize that against Dynamis right now.
More eyeballs to see this video. He wanted as many eyeballs to see this video, so much so that he like tanked his Twitch channel because he was playing it 24/7. And now that more eyeballs actually saw it, he's upset.
Better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entire.
You said you suspected this was his plan? Oh my God, I just realized what Ethan's plan was all along. I was suspecting that he was going to probably try to like hit me with a DMCA while I was watching it live so he could be like, haha, I fucked you over or something. But it turns out he wants me to myself. He wants me to endure.
Oh yeah, the LA thing was really frustrating, right? Because all of my LA streams started at night, and the image that is being portrayed of the LA protest is very much, you know, what happens at night. You're never seeing what the actual protests are like. You're seeing, you know, if something gets lit on fire at night or something like that, right? So I even had to do things like take a VOD from AP showing the protest and like roll it back to show people, like, for real, this is what the protest is actually like during the day. This is what the protest is like most of the time. What you're seeing from the media is a distortion, is a cherry-picked version of what's going on there. And it's cherry-picked in a way to, yes, you know, drive clicks and emotion and all the rest, right? But also to make the protest look bad. One of my foundational memories was going to Thailand at like 9 years old and hearing my parents talk about the place where you could choose a snake to eat and get served its blood with vodka. Yeah, wow. People do like a wide variety of meat. Like the one thing that's impressed me about Thailand, I don't eat meat, right? but they use like, you know, everything, yeah, including like blood and stuff like that in their cuisine. Like there was so I saw somebody eating a curry with like congealed blood as as like instead of tofu, right? It's like congealed blood. But yeah, I mean that's you know, they're using all the parts of the animal. Yeah, and including the snake. I hadn't heard about the snake thing though. But yeah, it's a lot of really bespoke cuisine out here for sure. Seems like his lawyer has many ethics complaints. Really? I have a weekend project now. You do Mika's headphones. Let me know how that turns out. I wake up early on the East Coast in the US, so I come in after about 3 hours of Irene's beginning stream. So yeah, I'm getting some feedback here. I mean, chat, if I go to bed like at 7:30 at night, theoretically, assuming that I don't wake up in the middle of the night and decide to like look at YouTube videos, but theoretically, I could start streaming. Let's see, how does this work? So 5 o'clock in the morning for me is 5 o'clock in the morning for me is 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the West Coast, 6 o'clock on the East Coast, right? So that would be like a normal prime time. Didn't Andrew Zimmerman go on there on Bizarre Foods? Yeah, Anthony Bourdain also has some episodes in Thailand. God, there's a lot of Uncle Roger recently came to Thailand to collaborate with Mark. Does anybody know Mark Wiens? The guy with he's got a shirt and in Thai it says, "If it's not spicy, I'm not eating it," right? In Thai it says this across. It's got a picture of a hot pepper and he's like, "If it's not spicy, I'm not eating it," right? And you know, he's a big food YouTuber and you know, kind of hosted Uncle Roger when he came out here and showed him all the cool things to eat. Yeah, there's like a lot of OTR. If we're talking about food channels based in Thailand, I highly recommend OTR History and Food, right? And it's exactly what it says. It's food through the lens of history. It's food with a historical eye to like where it came from and to the culture, to the history. It's amazing. It's one of my favorite things that I found. I love those OTR videos, right? It's where I finally understood like what the vegan you know, in influence on Thailand actually is, right? And it's not vegan, it's J, which actually goes a few steps beyond vegan, but I didn't really understand where that whole thing had, you know, like here in Thailand, when I want to eat when I want to eat like it's sometimes hard to find vegan stuff, and then I started finding these J restaurants. It's like you know, this symbol in Thai that I've come to recognize, right? And I didn't really know where these restaurants had come from until I watched OTR. So yeah, highly recommended. Specifically the Cobra Eating Place.
Some of the most bottom of the barrel, washed in 2014 ass commentary and editing, so that if I go through a 4-minute segment of this, I will probably end up myself or just simply die. As a matter of fact, I'm not even like kill myself physically, but just die from the pure horror. Hassani absolutely did not make the nuke with this in mind. He's just acting now. He thinks he's in a way that a villain would act. Yeah, it's kind of sad.
It does give supervillain, yeah.
It's sad to try and like it's sad in so many.
Wait, did I say supervillain? Chat, is Lex Luthor a supervillain, or it almost gives like a villain that's wants to be a supervillain, but actually he's just a regular dude. You know what I'm talking about? The kind of villain. He's just a regular guy. Maybe he's really rich. He doesn't have superpowers, but he wishes that he was a supervillain. He wishes he could do more harm. That's what Ethan. That's what Ethan feels like these days.
It's sad in so many different ways. The reason why it's sad in so many different ways is because, like, then okay, the content nuke was actually bullshit. Like, you don't actually think I'm a terrorist. You just slandered your Muslim former podcast co-host a terrorist for what? This trap that you could launch against potentially him and all these other content creators who watch it. Like, that was your brilliant plan. Like, the terrorism stuff.
Yeah, actually, Miku's headphones, that does comport with what I've heard about the Ethan's lawyer.
Nothing.
I think you're right about that.
Thanks. The demands for deplatforming that are baked into the video. Very strange stuff. But I guess the slander doesn't end there, because in the Denims lawsuit, I'm compared to the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Al-Husseini meets Adolf Hitler, November 28th, 1941. Al-Husseini with his close friend Heinrich Himmler. In the wake of October 7th, Hasan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini...
Yo, these dudes are straight up evil. I gotta say, Ethan and his lawyer, they're just like evil guys. That's what the fuck they are, right? This trying to blame... Have you heard about the story about the Mufti? They tried to blame Germany's anti-Semitism on people in I guess what it would have been at the time in the Ottoman Empire, or just like slightly after the Ottoman Empire, right? They try to say that Hitler had no idea to be anti-Semitic, and then like Muslims, like he talked to Muslims and they were like, oh yeah, you got to watch out for these Jews. And he was like, oh, I should be anti-Semitic. Thank you for teaching me this. Muslim person who I totally don't look at as a subhuman, despite everything we know about fucking Hitler and his views on race, right? Somehow, like, you know, he was cool with the Mufti, right?
Hasan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader of the Palestinian cause. Like al-Husseini, Hasan used his massive...
Like, chat, if you're not white to Hitler, you kind of, like, look, there's only one... If you're Indian, maybe, right? You might be okay, right? Because he's got the whole Aryan thing, you know, right? It's somehow, somehow he has a less negative view of Indian people. But in general, chat, Hitler did not like non-white people. I don't know who needs to know this. Apparently Ethan Klein and his lawyer do.
Platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hasan and al-Husseini is that al-Husseini worked with the Nazis and advocated for the annihilation of the Jews, while Hasan advocates for the annihilation of all Zionists. Since the vast majority of Jews in the United States say caring about Israel is essential or important, this would necessarily include the vast majority of Jews, even if they support the Palestinian cause and vehemently condemn the actions of the Israeli government.
Oh yeah, Netanyahu's son and Netanyahu have also boosted this lie. Yeah, Netanyahu's son is like a fucking groiper, isn't he?
Of Zionism is a political ideology. Okay? And I don't think I've ever said we must annihilate... I'm not even going to finish that because he's going to clip this out of context and then use it in his next lawsuit probably. But what a ridiculous lawsuit. He just had to do a little bit of he just had to add a little bit of defamation in there as well. Just sneak in some defamation for no reason. Like, what the I agree with the bottom line of this video. When someone reacts to a video without any reaction shouldn't happen. Maybe I'm insane. No, but that's the reason why he's trying to use this as a form of attack, so that people like you who have this opinion, he knows that he can't litigate this issue on the basis of his support for Israel, okay? So now he's trying to litigate this issue on the basis of react content, which is more in line with the normal kind of drama that he engages with, and that a lot of onlookers, such as yourself, will go, well, I kind of agree with that. He made this YouTube video. He has every right to fucking sue people.
I kind of agree with that. After all, Sniper Wolf is a bitch.
Copyright. The only intelligent part about this is redirecting his animosity to a better playing field. Asmongold's reaction got millions of views and he barely said anything in the reaction. Yeah, I suspect that Asmongold's reaction was
based.
I mean, not as transformative.
And look, that's what Ethan was complaining about in the thumbnails, right? That's Asmongold's thumbnail, I'm assuming. And it's just it's just him superimposed on the content nuke or on part of the content nuke thumbnail.
But certainly complimentary, which is precisely the reason why he doesn't have an issue with that. Interesting stuff. Here is what I was talking about in I think when we had the podcast together, even back then.
Oh, I want to say a little show note. Okay. Here's to all the industrial entrepreneuring spirits out there. I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
I guess you
Is that what you
could.
mean?
That's not what I mean.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not what I mean. No.
Gotcha.
You can't make a fake H3 podcast. Although you probably could actually, because I don't think anyone would mistake it.
I mean, if it's a parody, you can do whatever
I
you
don't
want.
think anyone would mistake it. So
I made a few fake H3 thumbnails in my time.
Our IP is open. I got inspired by Hasan. He has the Hasan Industrial Complex. So I want the Ethan Industrial Complex. I think it's a good idea. I like it.
I've seen what you've done for Hasan, and I want that for myself. I want that for me.
And it's actually crazy how like many people are seemingly making a decent living.
Yeah, I mean, this is a desperate attempt to grab on to any sort of controversy and drama. I'm sure that me reacting to it is actually playing into exactly what he wanted to do. But the reason why I wanted to talk about this is specifically so that you guys go and show support to Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron. Because obviously he has a ton of money and he's going to use the money that he has to bully other content creators who don't have a ton of money and try to win some kind of public opinion battle. That is partially the reason why he went after Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. These are people who get insane lines of attack, and most people don't choose to defend them. I don't think he actually wanted the smoke, which is precisely the reason why he didn't try to do this for me or any other content creators who reacted to his context puke, which by the way was his wishes. That was his desire. His desire from the start was for everyone and anyone to watch this so that everyone could know about the dangers of me being a terrorist. He said it in the context nuke on numerous occasions. But like I said, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because we should show support to the content creators he is unjustifiably attacking. And that's it. Malicious lawsuit is the name of the game. It's so funny in this video. He says XQC and Asmon he wants to be cool with, and yet XQC had him have that whole debate where he did the worm. Yeah, I mean, Ethan Klein is very similar to Donald Trump in many ways. Donald Trump will let bygones be bygones as long as you offer fealty or as long as he can use.
I have been saying this about Ethan for months now, that he is strangely similar to Donald Trump.
You. Ethan sees Asmongold and XQC as allies. Ethan sees a bunch of neo-Nazis as reliable allies because they all despise me. And that's precisely the reason why he's perfectly fine with aligning with them and working with them because he operates on the enemy of my enemy is my friend attitude. Pathetic, immoral, desperate man. A 40-year-old still doing shit like this. I think he's beyond upset that the nuke failed in every way. The main goal of stopping Hasan's infiltration of mainstream media was a massive failure. The goal to deplatform and make smaller creators featured in the video lose viewers backfired tremendously. Every small streamer that was featured has reached unprecedented levels of success after the video. That too. That probably pisses him off. So I think he's trying to he's trying to throw money at the problem and frivolous lawsuits. I don't know what the goal here is. Breaking React content. And
honestly, chat, the only thing that's kind of cutting through as far as a way to, because I realized what I've done, right? Because I've moved, I streamed at vastly different times. I've got vastly different audiences who are awake at different times. And, like at the moment, my current streaming schedule is making me miss a bunch of the people that were watching my streams when I was in Seattle or when I, was waking up really early when I first moved here, right? I think the only thing that's really going to be a solution to that long term, and this is on me, is if I start putting out videos, right? Because that's the great equalizer, right? Everybody in every time zone, even if they miss my stream, they can see my videos. I have not had time to put out videos in the past, but I got to figure out a way to make that happen. Even if it is, I thought about this, right? Maybe hiring a local editor, I mean, I don't like the idea of like, cause I can't afford, what I think would be an appropriate payment for an editor. That being said, cost of living is a lot lower here in Thailand. I could probably afford to pay a Thai editor. It would have to be somebody who at least, had, it's a strange thing to ask though. like, hey, could you edit these videos that are about politics and meta politics and drama and internet beefs, right? Stuff that you're not necessarily, I don't know, right? You want to get an editor that's, you want to give an editor some kind of content that they're somewhat familiar with, that they, right, rather than something that's just totally out of left field. But I gotta figure out something. Right? Even if it's just maybe a simple system of cutting clips, maybe doing segments different so there's less editing that goes into. Yeah, I got to figure out something. So that's the only thing that's going to satisfy all of these different time zones, right? Is if I put out if I put out like video content in addition to my streams.
In general, after saving fair use, Ethan Klein will now kill fair use.
Clips channel?
One man's conquest.
I've had a few people express interest in that, and I'm open to that. Obviously, as long as you don't misuse my content or, cut it in a way that's misrepresentative of what I'm saying, I am totally good with that. But, we've had people that expressed interest and then didn't maybe, or at least haven't up till now, like gotten it, gotten to the part of like, haven't completed that project, right? And yeah, Hasan's shit works because he's so big that, there's a ton of people to cut content for him. I wouldn't necessarily assume that, that's has the same perks for a creator such as myself as it does for Hasan. But honestly, find what is the most profitable time to stream. I will catch up with the VODs.
Conquest to initially
adding timestamps can help.
A precedent that saved fair use. That basically.
Well, no, actually, I see what you're saying, Estella, and it's better than nothing. And it definitely, if you made it to the VOD, timestamps make it easy to consume the part of the VOD that you're interested in. And yeah, if you just want to watch one or two segments or something like that, then it makes it easy. The only thing about that though is that YouTube. Here's the big conundrum, chat. I am not bitching at like chatters for not watching my stream because it's about politics, because I honestly don't think that's what's going on, right? I think most of the time what's going on is YouTube not serving my videos that are about politics because it's only connected you and me through like Ethan Klein or TYT or Vosh or Destiny or some kind of drama, right? And it's kind of like, I don't know if they're gonna, YouTube is serving you up the thumbnails that it thinks you're gonna watch, right? And if it looks at my thumbnail and says, this is about Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson, I haven't seen this person watch her for Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson, then it's just not going to show you that, right? And I will have streamed, and the stream will be there, but you will never see it. You will never see it, right? So that's the problem that I'm trying to get over, and that something like making clips might actually help. If I did an American English teacher editor, who needs a side gig, I think they'd have to have a work permit, right? If I'm fighting somebody who's not a citizen, right? But yeah, you're right. If they're a teacher, if they're teaching Thai then they would probably have a work permit, so they'd probably be able to do stuff like that. I do like the politics stuff. It's what got me into live content. Yeah. Well, I mean, like for me, it's all kind of it's always been an intersection of drama and politics, right? My breakout videos were the discussion that I had with Destiny about whether Demon Mama, this is a very dramatic video, right? The question was whether Demon Mama deserves to be chased off the internet. That was how Destiny felt, right? About Demon Mama. And I was just like, I don't see, look, I was being really honest, right? She does rub me the wrong way. She is incredibly up her own ass and sometimes insufferable, but so is Vosh, so is Xander Hall, Destiny, so are you, right? What about Demon Mama? She's just a debate lord, right? That was my whole thing. Is she's doing the same thing that you're doing, right? So Destiny came on, tried to argue with me that, that Demon Mama, somebody needs to stop Demon Mama, right? And I'm just like, what are you talking about, right? How is she any worse than you? How is she any worse than Vosh, right? She's not, right? And then the second time to try to talk to Destiny about cancel culture, which he thinks is a real thing, and it victimizes guys like him and poor white man getting fucking social consequences for saying fucked up shit, right? And I was trying to explain to him who the real victims of cancel culture are, what real cancel culture is, and that, whatever, he's kind of pushback he's getting, it's nothing compared to the scapegoating that actually marginalized people get. And he literally fucker played the piano. Fucker played the piano while I was trying to talk to him about that, right? Just absolutely. So those were my two breakout videos, right? And then the Dylan Burns thing. And so which was a question about platforming that Dylan did not think that he needed to brush up on before coming on my stream. Little did he know that he was going to embarrass himself. And he did embarrass himself. He did show that the Emperor had no clothes on my stream. And then he was rude to me on top of that. I was willing to kind of let it go and try to help him save face and shit like that, because since he is a big content creator and I wasn't trying to like fucking ruin the guy, I thought there was one thing that he needed to do better about, right? But, that was it. And then he tried to end my fucking channel. Right. So it's always been, and like when I was doing that, I was covering, all right, let's go deeper into this question. People are like, why are you doing drama? Because this motherfucker is smearing me all over the internet. And when he does that, somehow that's not drama, but me, addressing the accusations is somehow, right? So it's a very frustrating thing. What is considered drama and what is not. But yeah, it's always been a mishmash for me. And I honestly think that's how content works better, if it's got a little bit of that edge to it where, it's exciting in an interpersonal way too. So yeah, I'm not necessarily against that. I don't want to be married to like the Ethan Klein content or to any content. And I don't want to find myself stuck talking about like purely personality questions like the, Trisha Paytas tweeted out to, you know what I mean? I don't want to ever find myself just covering the gossip talk, right?
Folded this new era of content creation without fear of frivolous lawsuits is now going to turn back into, please, can this be the last coverage? Yes. It will absolutely be the last coverage. The funniest part is all these clip farming accounts are cheering this on, not understanding they're the worst offenders.
So he's saying that, and I think that's a good idea, right? Turning your back on Ethan Klein. I mean, he may have to eat those words. It may be worth it for him to go back on that and, at some point cover something. But he's saying he does not want to cover Ethan Klein anymore. I kind of am in the same boat. I will cover things when they're relevant, but I want to de-emphasize that a little bit in my content, right? And so you're definitely going to see, if nothing else, Ethan drop off of a lot of the thumbnails, because there's only so many times that I can show Ethan making crazy faces. And
yeah, what happened with the Noah Samson lawsuit? Chicken out of that one. Didn't want the
oh yeah, I like I've Had It. I really like I've Had It. I've Had It podcast. That's a good that's a good channel.
Smoke. Exactly. I personally don't understand how so many spineless fucking drama content creators are like throwing their hat in the ring. Yeah, it's just drama. These people, 3 women are gonna have their lives ruined because of
the other content creator that I found out about it fairly recently. What's her name? Brittany. Oh my God, what is her name? I can't remember. I think she's done videos with Jesse Dolomore before. Brittany. Why can't I remember her last name? But she's really cool too. She's got a lot. She does a lot of good work on Brittany Simon is kind of cool. No, it's not Brittany Broski. It's Brittany. She does like content about unhoused, like, right, about like housing for all and the housing first movement. They had a trans congresswoman on the other day. They IHIP did. They put out, is it McBride? They put out more content than anybody I've ever seen. They just had multiple chat rooms going. Oh, interesting. On the stream? I don't know how that works. Is it Brittany Page? Maybe it's Brittany Page. Yeah, that sounds right. Anyway, chat, that's Hasan's take on the whole Ethan Klein thing. With that being said, chat, I owe you some serious.
Just Trump appears to be coming around to the very tantalizing idea of bombing.
No, don't do it. No, it's not even that, chat. The latest The latest discussion on Trump is him considering tactical nukes and shit like that. All right, so there's this. And then what was the other thing that we're doing? What is the other thing that we're doing? It is North Star Radio. North Star Radio. It's so good. Here it is. All right, so I'm letting you know up front, right? This is bonus content. You have earned this bonus content. However, due to my time limitations of having to get on a plane tomorrow afternoon, or probably like an hour before this, tomorrow I will be getting on a plane. Around this time tomorrow, I think. Yeah, I'll be getting on a plane to Vietnam. So that's why I am short on time. That's why these reacts to this bonus content are going to be a little short. Again, chat, apologies. I'll try to finish up as much of the content that I can tomorrow morning, if I can get to bed at a decent time and wake up early and try to do a little short stream early morning for me, which will be evening for you, and I'll try to make it up to you on that side. But if not, chat, I'll probably have to, again, I don't foresee myself missing any streaming days. I might miss Saturday. It'll be Saturday for you, Saturday night for you in America. Saturday might, but I'm gonna bring my laptop, and hopefully I'll be able to stream from the hotel. In fact, I might try to, just show you a lot. I might try to do a phone stream and maybe a laptop stream.
Then this dovetails into something really interesting. This dude, Comrade Casey, 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 Comrade Casey. Like he's a slick editor. Comrade Casey, Comrade Casey, Comrade Casey. He made a video about the end of Leftovers. I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as him. I generally don't like watching videos like this because it's usually depressing. And it seems to have like a neutral title, but I think everybody noticed as they were watching through it, even Hasan, I think, commented on it, that this video is a little fucking weird.
Pretty much the core of the video is that you became like a debate pervert.
900,000 Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. So that's my boy North Star Radio, who is a hidden snark user / obsessive freak making content that is biased against me. And also apparently he hates Jewish people. China sucks. Russia, bullshit. Cuba, overrated. Venezuela, hole. I'm gonna Joseph McCarthy you.
Ethan, I've been sitting on this for a long time. I knew the day would come, and you knew it too. Back on September 11th, 2024, while the nation mourned, you began a journey. Or rather, I sent you on that journey. I uploaded a video that didn't just critique you, it defined you. I laid out point by point how you'd gotten debate pilled without understanding a single concept beyond liberal good, conservative bad. You tried to be a political commentator without doing the reading, without even understanding a single word leaving your mouth.
In Cyprus we have Turkish Cypriots and we have Greek Cypriots. In Ukraine there are people that they are a lot more pro-Russian, closest to the Donbas region, and also closest to Kiev, they are more pro-Ukrainians. You know that there are a bit of press, actually, the Ukrainians that live closer to the Russian borders, because they are forced to have the language of Ukrainian. Everyone speaks Russian there.
There were some pro-Russian sympathizers in Ukraine. I think it's exaggerated how many, but ever since the invasion, that has shifted. Let me finish my point. This whole notion that there's like a ton of Russian supporters in Ukraine, I think is not correct. Okay. Let's do the poll like this.
Stop funding Ukraine or keep funding Ukraine?
Yes, should we let Ukraine fall to Russian tyranny? But that's accurate.
Not like that.
But that's accurate.
No, but this is, but I told you a lot of the people on the sites that they are occupied now, they don't hate Russians.
I feel like that's hearsay.
Should we keep funding the war? Yes or no?
Should we let Ukraine fall to Russian tyranny?
And in your hubris, you turn those debates inward. You got accustomed to easy wins.
Do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like concrete facts? I find that when you talk about, and I've watched a lot of your videos, you say, I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
I try. I would say I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
So why should I engage in a conversation with you at all if women are just emotional?
You're a woman.
Talking to a man about this? Don't you feel a little slutty when you walk around with your big biceps out and shit?
I only put on this shirt so that I could show you guys that I work out.
That's a little fucking slutty, bro. Are you looking for validation from people in chat?
I'm just trying to flex on you guys.
But why?
I'm trying to show you guys what's up.
No, but like you think that it's funny. You think you're being funny, but you actually just totally undermined everything you said. I have a theory for you.
I'm ready.
I think you actually fake having Tourette's. Yeah, I think you actually don't have it.
What did you think I had?
Well, let me just break it down. I think this is kind of a funny thing. I doubt this is what happened, but maybe you just called someone the N-word on the bus, and then you're like, oh, no, I have Tourette's.
And I've always said this, I always respect people who enter into the arena. And, we've had a lot of debates on this show, which is different from like a Change My Mind where we sit down and have conversations. But my old Brazilian jiu-jitsu coach always said, if you come a switch, we go switch. You go spicy, we're going to do a little spicy. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare. I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy.
When you go on these tangents, you go on a rampage, you just ramble and ramble.
Without making
a concise point or a question. Is it you're done with that shit?
Can we talk like adults now or not?
I think this conversation has kind of been exhausted.
People would rather watch me full screen cam do the fucking worm than watch your prime.
Bro,
Oh no, this one's actually a little
do a
rotten.
week of no reaction content.
Yeah,
And
no
see how
wonder
many
it squirted.
you get. Oh, he's crying in the
This
corner.
one's halfway to alcohol.
Beating racists and idiots so effortlessly that you started to believe you could out-debate anyone, even your own podcast co-host.
Golly, last week was the capitalism versus socialism week. But I have to tell you, I'm ready to. I want to talk about it more tomorrow because I've been thinking a lot about it.
Great.
Ooh.
Well, that's what Thursday is for, right?
That's what Hasan's there for.
I myself am pretty ignorant on the methods of governing and histories and all that. So I do think this conversation of, I'm not even going to say capitalism because that seems to trigger people. I'm just going to say social democracy. I was actually invigorated by the conversation in that I don't know what I'm talking about. And so I've been thinking about our conversation a lot, and I've been educating myself a lot. I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and I feel like I've done a lot of research in the week.
What did you do? What did you read? What kind of research did you do?
I had a very in-depth conversation with ChatGPT.
But the moment you faced real pushback, real evidence in the face of your feelings-based arguments, your confidence crumbled. 3 debates, 3 disasters.
If the employee is extremely satisfied, and they feel well provided for, I mean, in a sense, it's like, who are you to tell him he's being exploited? I don't see what's so great and humanizing about hiring a janitor for 0.00015% of the company.
What do you? I don't understand. That's not what I said. You just.
China's not that far from fascism.
It's the same with.
It's like
if
right
China's
there.
not that far from fascism. America is literally 10x the Nazi Germany fascism.
I disagree. China's closer. Because they have they have the one.
They built a military, but they haven't even
That's not
fucking
the only
used
thing I
it.
said. I don't think Chinese fascism is better or worse than American fascism. What? Why is that funny?
What's worse, the violence towards the civilians in apartheid South Africa or the violence of the apartheid regime? You would say the violence of the apartheid regime, right?
I don't know. Did they mass murder 1,500 civilians? This doesn't seem like a small rally, frankly. There's a lot of people out here.
There was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay.
Israel was fighting to defend itself before America gave a fuck about the region. The Jews were fighting to defend themselves and their new place in that area from the very beginning, with no help from anybody.
That's not. I mean, that's not.
What a load of shit.
Shipping in weapons.
Have you lived through daily suicide bombs in cafes and bus stops? Or
As a matter of fact, I have. I grew up in Turkey, but that's a different point.
I'm gonna go find a group of black people say the Confederate flag isn't racist. I'm gonna go find.
Ethan, please stop. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
You're,
Don't
no,
do that.
you're being ridiculous. This
No,
point is
Ethan,
fucking
you're making a
absurd, bro.
conflation that makes you look
However many Jews you can
horrible.
put in
Why
a
don't
room
you
to
see
agree with
this?
you means fucking nothing. If you don't want to hear the perspective.
So yeah, chat right there. You know, that's Hasan using his knowledge of audiences, using his knowledge of the general audience that watches him, that watches Ethan, and the audience that would watch, you know, him and Ethan together on the podcast. And you know, it's almost like you could see Hasan be like, no. And Ethan is like, oh my God, I made a really good point. Hasan got triggered. But in actuality, Hasan is worried about Ethan. Hasan is recognizing that what Ethan is saying right there is so obnoxious that he is, you know, he's driving people away from his audience. Ethan's just the fool dancing on the hill the whole fucking time. Hasan's like trying to save him, right? And he takes that as hostility.
Empathize at all with people that find it offensive, then conversing is kind of pointless. And you know I'm not a fucking radical Jew. I'm not even a religious Jew.
No,
I
know.
I have no stake in the game. And this is coming from.
You got your feelings hurt so badly that rather than admit defeat, you dragged the entire show and your friendship down with you. A self-inflicted rage quit. the first phase of your downfall.
Yeah, he was feeding the thing that would try to eat him.
Me right at every single step.
So you have these terrorists that went, and this, I don't know.
Yeah, Israelis are simply now reduced to Jews. I mean, yeah, he says he doesn't conflate Israelis with Jews, but he does. Like, he literally uses like polls about how many Jewish people feel like some sort of attachment to Israel as like so therefore these people are Zionists, right? And so therefore being anti-Zionist means that you hate 80% of the Jews, and so you're actually anti-Semitic, right? If it goes over 65%, then it's I don't know, right? And that just gets you into a really fucked up place where you are unable to criticize morally objectionable shit because it is ratified by a certain percentage of a population. No, Ethan, that is the bastardized Ben Shapiro version of intersectionality that you are trying to use on leftists that you look at just as stereotypically as Ben Shapiro would.
What, like the IDF, just to give them like a plausible road into dealing with that situation, like what does the IDF do from the Israeli perspective?
So today, I'm here to walk you through your crash out. The one I warned about, the one I caused, and the one you were never going to escape.
All I need, my friends. It's so good to see you again. Happy Friday to all of my
Happy Friday
to all my beloved audience members, to my crew, to my beautiful wife, to my dogs. TGIF.
Your crash out began fittingly on 9/11, a day of disaster. It started when Twitter user WowMao posted about Osama bin Laden, sparking a conversation about how history is understood, or at least how it should be. But you, as always, couldn't handle complexity.
I want to talk about my beef with bin Laden. Now, I made the brave assertion on Instagram, and again, this stems from these TikTok people who are like simping for bin Laden because he was anti-American. Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that? Or do they believe he hated that they can vote or something? Well, can you imagine? People started lining up to die on this hill of defending bin Laden.
I quote retweeted the thread with a simple observation. Ethan Klein.
So yeah, these are basic like truisms of the war on terror. Like you'd hear this kind of shit everywhere, right? They hate us for our freedoms. They're jealous of our freedoms. They are mad that we are happy. They are mad that we are free. And, when you grow up hearing that shit, and then it's connected to like this failure of a war, it's not hard to figure out that it's bullshit. It's not hard to figure out that no, there was other stuff going on, right? Bin Laden, obviously not a good guy, but that it's not just about bin Laden. It's about bin Laden being able to motivate people to do his will, to go on those planes in the first place. How does that happen? And it happens through United States intervention in the Middle East and the blowback that comes from that, right? Having bases in Saudi Arabia was seen by some Muslims, but by, especially Wahhabis like this as a, as befouling the Holy Lands, right? And, this was something that America didn't need to be involved in, right? So it was in fact, bin Laden, lest we forget, CIA asset to fight off the Soviets. That's where he got his training. That's where he got his start, right? So this is America's foreign policy blunders of the past coming back to bite it in the ass. That's what happened on 9/11. It was so predictable that George W. Bush was warned about it in a memo saying bin Laden determined to strike in America, right? And, there you go, right? So, but Ethan is repeating this like, no, but don't you know the true fact that they hate us for our freedoms? Don't you know the true fact? And everybody else is like, Ethan, like we know that's fucking bullshit. It's like somebody being like, but don't you know the world is flat? Don't you know? Haven't you seen a map? It's flat. It's flat. There's an ocean on each side with a sea serpent, and it falls off into the void after that. Don't you know? And everybody's like, no, it's not fucking flat, you dipshit. I've been on a plane. I've been on a space shuttle, right? You know, there's all kinds of confirmation that it is not. He goes, you know, it's flat. It's definitely flat. And they definitely hate us for our freedoms. He's such a dumb. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to be ableist about it.
Never heard of historical analysis.
So the first thing I saw was this dude named Comrade Casey. Comrade Casey says, Ethan Klein has never heard of historical analysis. We can analyze it all we want. That's his literal words. Like, he's just like, I hate
your chat got stuck.
I want to people who have freedoms, who aren't following Sharia law all the time. And they're like, well, what did he really mean by that?
That was the first time you mentioned me. A moment so small it should have passed unnoticed. But for you, it was the spark that lit the fuse.
Comrade Casey, you bitch-ass weirdo. You look like a weirdo, and I don't hate mustaches, but man, that's a weirdo mustache.
From there, you did what you always do when confronted with a conversation you can't control. You spiraled. You convinced yourself that every socialist engaging in that discussion, every single one, was somehow defending Osama bin Laden, that we were all pro-terrorism. You even circled back to one of your favorite targets, Frogan, because she had the nerve to participate in the conversation like an adult.
Chat, I'm so proud of myself for getting through all of this Rambutan without cutting myself. Look at that shit. Look at that, chat. That was 2 kilograms of Rambutan before I got a hold of it. Braying jackass is a good insult.
Then comes everybody's favorite Hasan moderator, 2-time rising star, Frogan. So here I am saying, actually, Osama bin Laden bad. And her response was, this motherfucker never shuts up. Oh my God. This is the girl who was on in Hasan's Discord saying Ethan hates Arabs because I unfollowed her on Twitter. Tankies falling over themselves to defend Osama bin Laden should tell you all you need to know about their movement. You can like give historical analysis, but this guy is literally saying like, wow, are you dumb that he hated us for our freedoms? And it's like, well, he did. I said, this is a Hasan mod telling me, a Jewish man, to shut the fuck up because I dare to say Osama bin Laden was bad.
No, I'm just really proud of myself, right? Because like, you know, like in actuality, like don't do this shit. Don't do what I was doing. Don't cut your fruit. Don't cut anything like that, right? It's like, I feel like it's fairly safe, you know, for me. I feel like I've done it enough that I'm not going to hurt myself. But yeah, there was a few moments there where the fruit just wasn't cutting and I was like pressing on it. And I was like, this is how you cut your thumb. This is a great way to cut your thumb, right? So yeah, you know, you should probably put it on like a cutting board and just like do a little saw job and then pop it open like that. That's the safer way to do it. But I don't know. I gotta eat like a badass somehow.
And hated Jews. Please understand this is why Leftovers ended and that her voice is not fringe within his community. You know, it's one thing to tell me in private, like, you know, just so you know, like she's just this way and I know that she doesn't mean it and all this kinds of stuff. But like, it's another thing to publicly continue to platform her.
Boner locks is a affront to locks,
and also not to address a massive portion of your audience that is just straight up fucking anti-Semitic.
And while you raged, I released my video, Why the H3 Leftovers podcast will never return. A clear, methodical breakdown of why your show had collapsed, why it couldn't return, why your ego and refusal to self-reflect had poisoned everything.
It's a pretty good thumbnail.
Everything you touched. But it wasn't until
I really like my fake H3 thumbnail that I did for the debate between Hasan and I did it like Leftovers episode number 62. I thought mine was really good, but yeah, no, his thumbnails are on point.
One fateful day, when Ethan Klein and the H3 podcast decided to dive into the deep end of the online sphere of political commentary. That day was the beginning of the end for Steven Crowder.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a
nightmare.
They certainly got Steven Crowder to admit to quite a bit, like running away from past debates with Sam Cedar.
You're so clever. I had no idea that you were taking your show off early last time, coming in today.
He admitted that he followed the show last week.
We got him.
He admitted that he watched the show last week.
We got him.
Early.
Dude, we played him so hard because he literally was following. He saw that you went live, dude.
Chat, why do it in my brain I still think of Fat Ethan as a different guy? And I'm like, I like this guy. I like this guy.
Got him.
Oh my God, we nailed him.
But most of the debate was pretty anticlimactic.
I have a general
This is a
rule.
great opportunity.
I don't start a debate based with people on a lie. And how about you get
sabotaging?
How about you get
Steven,
to a
show
30th
yourself,
of the
you
audience
coward.
share?
Steven, show yourself. Don't show your co-host.
Ethan, you should show
Steven,
yourself.
Ethan, how can you respect yourself as a man, brother?
Steven, you are such a coward. Stop showing your little leprechaun co-host who comes out dressed like your sidekick.
Come on, Ethan, why do you have to bring on a
Show
guy who
Steven!
Despite the debate's disorderly nature, it sparked something in the mind of Ethan, a yearning, a craving. He had one tiny droplet of debate pervertry, and he couldn't go back.
Wait, what are these kind of movies called? This is like a whole genre. You know what I'm talking about? It's like somebody's running, and it's always like that they're getting away from shit just in time. Like they're running, like all these, like, you know, dogs are chasing them down, or buffalo are about to stampede them, and then there's like a hot air balloon right there, and they get in the balloon and they take off just before the buffalo get them, right? And then the hot air balloon goes up and it gets punctured by a zeppelin, and like the Kaiser's in the zeppelin is like, aha, I got you. And then somehow there's a building right there, and they get off and they just walk into the an open window in the building, right? And then in the building's on fire now, and they gotta, like, you know, somehow slide down a fire escape or something. You know what I'm talking about? There's a genre of movies. Yeah, like I think are they silent? A lot of times it was a female protagonist too. A lot of times it was a woman, you know, that's and the whole thing is every second of the moment you're like, she's about to get killed, and then she gets away. And it's like, oh no, she's gonna get killed by that now, and then she gets away, right? It's like a whole genre. Yeah, it's kind of like Mr. Magoo, but there's a genre, I think, from the silent movie. Yeah, or like you had trains, you know, getting just out of the way of a train just in time.
To say the least. The anger you'd worked up over Bin Laden just days earlier spilled over into your comments about me. Guaranteed.
Like this shit. I think this is like, look, dangerous stuff is.
Talk about you? Well, don't watch, because I'm going to. How's that feel, Casey? I'm talking to you right now. Comrade Casey, we're not comrades anymore. I'm coming for all your commie thought. I am coming for China. China sucks. Russia, bullshit. Cuba, overrated. Venezuela, shithole. It's a shame that the democratically elected leader had to go into hiding because of their socialist dictator. Sucks how that always happens. Doesn't it, Comrade Casey?
More likely what happens is that the duly elected leader is cooed or killed by the United States so they can put in their fucking Chicago boy assholes.
That's right, Casey.
Yeah, Skinny Ethan is the devil.
It always happens. Every time.
On the very next episode of your podcast, you covered 2 blatant examples of anti-Semitism, but then pivoted to stalking my Reddit history.
Speaking of anti-Semitism, there's a little bit going around. I gotta say, I'm grateful to the subreddit who is
Slapstick Chase Comedies? Is that what they're called?
actually hearing me when I've been speaking about this recently, because I feel like nobody wants to hear it. And I feel supported by the community, which is nice. Somebody got this on the hood of their car. Every single aspect of the media is Jewish. But then this dev tells into something really interesting. This dude, Comrade Casey, he made a video about the end.
Let me dovetail into Comrade Casey with the anti-Semitism
of leftovers. And you guys are gonna love this because it just keeps happening. It's really something. First of all, shout out to whoever did the ops on this. So anyway, this guy who made this video that's like super weird and biased towards Hasan and is like
mega commie tanky. This guy who runs North Star Radio, Comrade Casey, they found his Reddit account. He's a big Hasan fan and clearly developed a deep hatred for Ethan and Hila since October 7th. In his video, at 7 minutes 50 seconds, he mentions he has already been radicalized by Hasan in 2019 and 2020. It seems to me that this guy is the exact sort of awful person Ethan was talking about that is within Hasan's community. Instead of facing and reflecting on that criticism, he goes on to spotlight
Adric1312 backup, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
This guy's obsessive hatred to his audience. So here's this fucking guy. Ever since November 23, he's been calling Ethan a Zionist, scumbag, genocide, denying IDF simp, Israel defender, amongst many other parasocial insane things. I made an Imager album of his H3 snark posts in chronological order and sprinkled in a few of his cringy main subreddit posts too along with it. Once again, I have a policy. If you're gonna post to snark with your face, I'd like to know who you are.
You labeled me an anti-Semite, not because of anything I'd said, and certainly not because of anything in the video itself. You never watched the video, never addressed a single point I made.
I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as him. I generally don't like watching videos like this because it's usually depressing.
But because you needed a scapegoat, someone to
thank you for the gift sub, Joel.
Absorb the blame you could never accept.
Ethan is a scumbag, genocide-denying IDF simp Israel defender. And don't try to tell me I only think that because he's Jewish. Nobody mentioned that, bro. You brought that up. I think that because he's a genocide-denying IDF simp Israel defender. He says, this sub fell off, man. It used to be about hating Ethan and supporting the crew. Motherfucker, I still watch H3 and subscribe, and I'm still a member because I love the crew. Zach is annoying, though. Now, interestingly, this man loves everybody on the crew except Zach.
How you doing, comrade?
Now, again, I didn't bring up Judaism. That was something he brought up, but
I love how Zach can't figure out that it might not have to do with him being Jewish, and it might have everything to do with his caustic personality, and that Comrade Casey is far from the only person who is rubbed the wrong way by Zach.
Me and Zach have in common.
That's a good point.
That the other crew members don't
I
have.
wonder what that could be.
Circumcised?
We are circumcised.
That's
we
true.
both have been
Although
bar
AB's circumcised. I know that.
We both have been bar mitzvahed.
Oh, shit.
Oh, maybe it's just people that have bar mitzvahs, yeah.
Oh, I know. We're Jewish. Oh.
A few reasons, he said. It's ugly. They employ too many people for their size, and they produce far too many new pieces. Hila is cringe. Hila is also
Jewish.
She's Jewish.
Yeah. Watch out for those Z's, Casey. And my name's Zach, so I got like a double Z.
You're Z, the Z man.
Wait, what is? Watch out for those Z's. Like what? Zionists?
I mean, gee whiz. Hold on, I need a minute. This one left me speechless. At a certain point, violence is the only reasonable response to oppression. Fika, you gonna do about it? And he puts a Hamas headband on love.
Yeah, I still stand by that one.
So that's my boy North Star Radio, who is a hidden snark user / obsessive freak who is making content that is biased against me. And also
biased against me.
That was the day my master plan began. The day you chose, publicly and proudly, to take on the role of defending the genocidal Israeli state and began smearing anyone who challenged you as a bigot. The day you set yourself on the path I had already laid out. That was phase 1 of your crash out.
A lot of people have been saying that I'm...
Anyway, chat, that's phase 1. We're gonna have to switch gears. I hate to do this, but this is Welcome Pack. This is the Ezra Klein, like, DashCon.
Probably going to lose. There's an inverse correlation between what you guys all find appealing and what the median voter finds appealing. And as long as we recognize that.
Oh, here we go. It's about the groups.
Very blunt. They could face. What we have to do is we have to be smart about it. They could face tough races. It doesn't mean that they will. If we run candidates who don't know how to talk to the other side, being very blunt, if we run candidates that...
The thing is that the candidates in the middle, which you're assuming, well, they're closer to Republicans, so they must know how to talk to the other side. These are the candidates that are losing. These are the candidates that have been losing since the early 80s, right? And these are the candidates that are so inauthentic. That's what drives people crazy about the Democratic Party in general, is the inauthenticity of it all, right? They're all like, oh, do you like trans rights? I will run on trans rights. I will make my whole thing. I will drape myself in a diversity LGBT flag. Oh, wait, no, do you not like trans rights? I will say that women's sports need to be preserved for women. In other words, not trans people. You'll flip on a fucking dime. That's what's so inauthentic about you assholes, right? You use us to virtue signal, and then you throw us under the fucking bus. We don't like you. Normal Americans, whatever the fuck that means, do not like you. The working class sure as fuck doesn't like your PMC coded ass. And if you wanna win, if you want to see more wins for the left, then get the fuck out of politics.
DC finds appealing, we're probably going to lose. There's an inverse correlation between what you guys all find.
If we do what?
If we run candidates that DC finds appealing.
That DC finds appealing. What does he mean by that?
We're probably going to lose. There's an inverse correlation between what you guys all find appealing and what the median voter finds appealing. And as long as we recognize that.
Yeah, we all suck. Yeah. All our ideas are really bad, and we should run on the exact opposite of those ideas, because Americans won't see straight through that inauthenticity. Oh my God. So yeah, chat, if you want to understand like where the bodies are hidden in the abundance movement, we all know that it's a cover for neoliberalism. We all know that these are like the worst kind of Democrats. These are the Joe Manchin Democrats. In fact, I think one of these assholes even showed up in like a Joe Manchin shirt or something like that. And tried to do like a take Meister, try to like trigger people. Oh, Joe Manchin, does this make you mad? I love Joe Manchin. I love Kristen Sinema, right? But these are...
A lot of you may say you find some...
The groups, that's the code word, right? When they're saying group, they mean trans people, black people, Hispanic people, like Latino people. They mean like, any fucking group that is, that has a history of voting for Democrats, right? When they say they want to throw the groups under the bus, what they're trying to say is that they want to throw their voters under the bus, right? And the people that do the most for them, that keep them viable as a party, are the people that they disdain. That's what this groups thing is about.
Some of Jared Golden's votes to be annoying for a Democrat. Well, guess what? The choice isn't between Jared Golden and AOC. The choice is between Jared Golden and Paul LePage. So who would you rather have? And the choice is very clear, because the blue dogs, the moderate caucuses, tend to overperform the most. So pick people in that vein. Pick people who know how to talk to the other side, because the most controversial idea in politics continues to be that people...
Pick people who will block any positive policy objective that you actually have. Joe Manchin. That's who he wants us to pick people like. Joe Manchin, right? Kristen Sinema. These are the reasons that we don't have legislation that might have actually saved the Biden administration, because of these fucking assholes. All right, I'm going to do something, chat. I'm going to see like groups, okay? We're going to look at all the mention of group. All right, so here we go. Start here.
We'll talk about groups that win and other groups, and how to learn from overperformers. When we started,
okay, so they got this idea, overperforming. It's called the war score. What they do is they make up a bunch of bullshit that is supposed to gauge what your expected performance for a Democrat in a certain seat would be. It is fudged to, it's completely blinkered. It is completely, fudged, right? It's just a bunch of, we're going to correct for this, and then we're going to correct for this. And it's not, they just make up a bullshit algorithm, right? To assign a war score, right? Which is a score that's not like, how did you do? Did you win or lose? It is not even, you're like, how did you do? Did you perform better or worse than the presidential candidate? It is, did you perform better or worse than our algorithm, our bullshit algorithm says that a average Democrat would in that seat, right? That's what the war score is. I forget what it actually talks about. What is this? Red to blue war groups overperformers. Blue to red, New York going blue to red. Big ideas, big idea. Wait, I don't know what that's there for. And then vision, dogs, data. I guess that's speaking of data from Star Wars, Star Trek. Sorry, Star Trek. And Alyssa Slotkin, CIA, asset, Alyssa Slotkin. All right, that's
most. And we looked and we saw Joe Manchin, we saw Jared Golden, and we said, sure.
Overperformers.
There must be confidence.
We made up, in other words, we reverse engineered a score with which we could look at Joe Manchin and Alyssa Slotkin and all these shitty Democrats that nobody fucking wants and see them as overperformers somehow.
We can go to learn about this. There must be places where this most important of skills is honed and developed, like the other ecosystems in our political landscape. But unfortunately, we found that it wasn't just neglect. It wasn't just that there wasn't enough investment in
the groups that win, other groups. Here's another mention of groups.
All of them. So I know we'll get the voice of God calling him up, but we are so excited to kick off with war, to go to groups, to learn from these overperformers. We have 3 New Dems that were in the top 5. The big ideas in the blue to red.
Big structural Bailey.
New York. You guys probably heard of Abundance at some point. And then a vision moving forward. Blue Dogs, the data from David Shore, Senator Slotkin. We were so.
Wait, the data from David Shore? Oh, no, they're not talking. I thought. Somebody mentioned this before, and I thought they were talking about data from Star Trek. The data, data from David Shore. All right, let's hear the next mention of groups.
People who know that you're not trying to win over the activist group on X that retweets and posts 50 times a day.
Look, it's not identical to, the average American, all right? It's not identical to the voter base, but they are people, and the fact that they hate your shit represents something, represents how inauthentic you are. And it's not just people on X that find this abundant shit to be utterly inauthentic. Go another mention of groups.
It depends what the groups think. And why? Is that a good way? Is that a good way to think about it?
Oh God, this is Matt Iglesias, chat. Okay, wait, no, we gotta, oh, I wish they had cut this up better. Right? Oh, wait, here we go. Welcome to Matt Iglesias. All right, so do we know this guy? This is Matt Iglesias.
Welcoming to the stage, Matthew Iglesias.
Spelled YGLEL, CIAS, I think. Right? He's a blogger. One of the most punchable faces in the entire history of the human species.
See who's the main character on Blue Sky.
It's a lot.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get these slides.
So chat, this guy, Matt Iglesias, wrote a book about, I think it was called 1 Billion Americans. Anybody ever heard of it? 1 Billion Americans, right? Now, people accuse the far left of having a, I don't know, just a knee-jerk approval, knee-jerk positive disposition towards immigration, a phobia of walls, or like border enforcement or anything like that, and they just want to get all the immigrants in because supposedly somehow magically, even without a pathway to citizenship, these people will become citizens and they'll be able to vote, right? Even though that's not happening, right? So Matt Iglesias was one of these guys, and he wrote a book about 1 billion Americans. How are you going to get 1 billion Americans? Okay, first of all, why do you need 1 billion Americans? You need 1 billion Americans to fight China. China's got 1 billion Chinese. We need 1 billion Americans. How do you get 1 billion Americans? You get 1 billion Americans by open borders, which is what the far left was accused of supporting, despite the fact that Bernie, the avatar of the far left, right, is actually got some pretty reactionary views when it comes to immigration, right? So that the actual far left, somewhat mixed in terms of its take on immigration. Shithead centrist libs at the time, like Matt Iglesias, is like, yeah, let's throw open the door. We got to get 1 billion Americans, right? And then he turns around and blames the left for the perception that the Democrats just wanted, yeah, come on in, everybody, come on in. Oh, you're you're a mass murderer, you're Charles Manson, you're Hannibal Lecter, come on in anyway, we need 1 billion Americans, right? What does it matter if you eat a few, right? It's just like ridiculous shit. So this guy, just had a stupid idea. I gotta say, it's just a stupid idea, right? I am pro-immigration because I don't think anyone is illegal. I think people, should have the right to move. If they don't like the country that they're in, they should have the right to move somewhere else. And a lot of times the reason that people immigrate to the United States is because we fucked up their country. Their country is not livable because of United States foreign policy, and they end up coming here, right? But that doesn't mean that I have some silly ass, like, let's get 1 billion Americans, like, idea, like Matt Iglesias. But he literally rocked that. He literally sold that, right? If you want to say that the idea of maximalism when it comes to immigration existed in the Democratic Party, it existed under this asshole. And now he's going to turn around and say, yeah, immigration's really been biting us on the butt. If those far leftists didn't say abolish ICE, we'd be doing much better. Even though abolish ICE looks like a very based view, considering what ICE is doing right now. ICE never should have been, like the Patriot Act never should have been passed in the first place. ICE should not exist, right? But yeah, just to give you an idea of the hypocrisy that we're going to see here at Welcome Fest. And if you want to see more about Matthew Iglesias, look up Chapo. I think on their Chapo Trap House channel, they've got like a super cut that's like every segment they've ever done on Matt Iglesias, right? And you really start to see, same thing with Ezra Klein. You want to know about Ezra Klein? You want to know about Matt Iglesias? You want to know where these people come from? You want to know what their history was? You want to see the lore of them, right? Chapo Trap House is got all of that shit, right? I think Cory Booker's really weird. He never mentioned Gaza once during 5-hour filibuster. But tell me if I'm wrong to think it's weird. But he created a Jewish fraternity and he's not even Jewish. I'd never heard that before. Wow. He's also vegan, right? Not really representing us vegans very well. Or I mean, some cases yes, some cases no. Open borders would be good and should be implemented. Well, I mean, like this goes like beyond open borders. Like I don't even know what Iglesias. He's just trying to have a weird idea that pops off, really. And like I said, these people are inauthentic, inauthentic as fuck. I mean, my whole thing, chat, is first of all, better foreign policy that doesn't fuck up Venezuela, that doesn't fuck up Honduras, that doesn't make these places unlivable so people feel the need to relocate to the United States, right? Second part of the plan, an actual pathway to citizenship. Make it possible. Fix fucking immigration. And the Democrats don't do this when they're in power, and the Republicans don't do this when they're in power. And fixing immigration would give Republicans a lot less undocumented people to morally panic about, right? So, I mean, like those two things in and of themselves are key. Yeah, if we get nuke hurricanes, why don't we even have nukes? Good point.
Okay, yeah. So the question is like, why do Democrats make bad decisions? There are many reasons.
You're Matt Iglesias. You are the reason. You are part of the reason because they listen to assholes like you.
But these are some things that people have told me over the past 5 years, talking to staffers who work for the top people in the Democratic Party. Just a few kind of illustrative examples. Does this thing work?
It hates you. Even the clicker hates you, Matt.
Okay. So why didn't a permitting reform get done? The enviros killed it. That is what happened. So I was speaking to Schumer staffers early in the Biden administration. I'm asking, would Democrats be open to standalone immigration bills? And they told me, well, it depends what the groups think. And why? Is that
it depends what the groups think. Who are these groups and why are we listening to them?
No. So early also in the Biden administration, they were taking a lot of heat from Republicans who were saying, there's this crisis at the border, and people from the White House reached out to me. They wanted me to try to explain to the public that these day one executive orders that the president issued weren't actually responsible for the crisis that was happening. And so I asked them, okay, fair enough, but why did you issue those orders? And they said, well, we wanted to throw the advocates a bone.
Again, remember, this is the guy that wanted 1 billion Americans, right? And he wanted 1 billion Americans through immigration. And now he's going to pretend that it's the groups. The groups made me do it. The groups brainwashed me. The groups, I don't know, fucking possessed me.
Why wasn't there a crime plan from the Biden administration while crime was soaring? Well, they worked on it. They tried to put some things together, but, we had to clear it with the criminal justice reform advocates.
A crime plan, right? There was a crime plan that Democrats did agree on, briefly in 2020, and that was to take the overly bloated police budgets and put some of that money towards things that would make a better environment, to maybe reduce the amount of crime that happen and criminals that happen in the first place, right? There was a plan. It would have worked. It wasn't followed because the Democrats are fucking allergic to this shit. And just like the Republicans, they hate the American people. They distrust the American people, and they look at the American people as criminals. They see the United States having the largest percentage of its population at the time. Honduras has beaten us since, has superseded us since then, but the largest percentage of its population incarcerated, and they say that's a good start. Let's incarcerate more to make us even safer. It doesn't make us safer. It makes innocent people go to jail. It creates and it perpetuates crime, right? Where do you think somebody that did some minor embezzlement or something like that you send them to jail for a long time, and what do? They hang out with people that do crimes, and they learn to do other crimes, and they learn to do crimes better, and they learn to get away with the crimes, right? This is not a good system that we have. This is not working, right? We have an absurd amount of people incarcerated, more than fucking, authoritarian surveillance states in some cases. And yet, we still, have, the violent crime in the U.S. Again, we go back to guns. It's just, they love slave labor and the prison industrial complex. True. Yeah.
First, so they couldn't quite come up with anything that really worked. This one, I think, in some ways was the worst. I asked the question because there'd been reported, I think, a lot in the international press that sanctions enforcement, they were trying to balance, the economic harms of higher oil prices with the foreign policy benefits. Tighter sanctions on Russia, Iran, Venezuela. At the same time, though, they were raising drilling fees on domestic oil and gas. And I was talking to someone who worked on economic policy. He said, it's true, this isn't completely coherent, but climate groups don't lobby on sanctions. So we gave them something domestically rather than internationally. It's really irresponsible way to do things.
Again, you're repeating Trump, narratives, right? Under Biden, the United States produced more oil than ever before. Biden used the strategic reserve to break OPEC when they tried to raise prices. Biden used the strategic oil reserves, surprisingly strategically, And yet you're just reinforcing and reifying, you know, Trump's fucking narrative, right? At some point, chat, we got to ask ourselves, what's wrong with Trump? Why don't we like Trump? Is it because he is an odious person with a bad personality? Is it because he's rude? Is it because he's uncouth? Or is it his policies that we hate, right? Because if it's the policies that we hate, then we got to start noticing that assholes like this have a lot of the same narratives and ultimately a lot of the same policy prescriptions as Trump. Their solution to Democrats losing is that, well, Trump won and the Democrats lost. Why don't we be more like Trump? Because they just want to win. And they don't see that policy is the field on which you win. The policy you enact determines winning or losing. And they don't fucking get that. They don't fucking get that. All it is like, let's put a Democrat in office and oops, it's Joe Manchin. Oops, it's Kristen Sinema. Oops, all Joe Manchin's mansions, and we get either no policy or terrible policy passed, and the American people pass over the Democrats in the next election. Surprise, surprise, to quote a Sam Cedar drop. Is that what that is? What is surprise, surprise? Where did Sam get that?
This generates a lot of very substantive policy vulnerabilities that we have across here. We had prolonged school closures during COVID. We had paralysis.
Again, stuff that you backed and now are mysteriously against and want to blame the max leftists for, right? And you're talking about that we went overboard on COVID? We went overboard on COVID? Like countries like Vietnam and Thailand actually flattened the curve, actually implemented like real lockdowns and real measures to, you know, keep people, to keep people, to make sure they have enough money to lock down and shelter in place, right? And the whole world had done that. And if you didn't have, you know, shit-eating states like Florida, fucking spreading COVID all over the place, then this might not be an endemic right now. There might be 600,000 people, chat, is the estimates of how many people died because of Trump's policies, because of Trump's mismanagement of the U.S. under COVID. But this guy thinks that we went too hard on COVID. We should have let grandma, look, grandma died, grandpa died, but if only we'd let your aunt and your uncle die too, then we'd all be so much better off, right? Nobody would have had to miss their gym day. Nobody would have had to skip leg day. God damn.
Analysis on the women's sports issues. We have late-term, candidates running on late-term abortions in red states. We have refusal to discuss record oil and gas production that happened in the United States. And this is also bad substantive policy, to be clear. I mean, it's not just a question of being opportunistic. Biden was...
Wait, what is he talking about? Biden talked about that stuff all the time. So he's finally gotten to the fact that, yeah, we did have record oil production in the United States, right? But he's forgotten that that was also a big part of the Biden and then Kamala campaign. I don't know where he thinks that they were embarrassed about it and they didn't mention it. It's because of the groups. The groups wouldn't let me brag about my oil production. They didn't care. They don't care about the fucking groups. They don't care about the pro-Palestinian movement. They do not care about environmentalists, despite the fact that we're all going to fucking die from climate change. This world is going to become uninhabitable. We're going to you think that immigration is, there's a lot of immigration now. Just wait until all of the equatorial countries become uninhabitable. Just wait until people start fighting wars over water. But no, let's go ahead. This is a fucking ostrich tactic. You've got your head buried in the sand, dude. You're not watching what's going on in the material reality because you're too worried about how much you're irked by the groups. And did Biden throw the groups a bone? Maybe that's why he lost. No, he lost because of dumb, useless fucks like this guy, Matthew Iglesias. And with that, chat, we are almost at 9 hours. I would love to give you more. It hurts me to cut it off at this point. There's so much more I could say about Welcome Pack. Maybe we'll get to it tomorrow. Maybe we'll get to it when I get back from Thailand, when I get back to Thailand from Vietnam. But oh my God, chat, I keep on reading you into the same people. Do you all want to see some Dune? There's a new Dune game out. I kind of think that maybe chat's interested in this. I'm going to start the raid. We got you, nocommentchick. Thank you. I'm going to start the raid into Sips here. I am also going to, it's been a long time. Sips is from the Yogscast, if you don't know. Let me once again thank my Patreons. I really, like, you people rock. We had a few new people sign up, so I'm going to reload this thing to make sure that I can shout you all out. Hopefully I can do it before the Twitch raid goes through. This is, I massively appreciate people who support me on Patreon. If you support me at the $5 level or higher, you get a fancy shout out. Let me do those shouts out now, all right? Shouts out go to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moinoip. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Hammer Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K., to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that being done, chat, I will send you on into Sips' channel. It's been really cool. There's so much more I want to say. As much as Ethan Klein, Drama Goblins, I love the political end of your stream. We'll do maybe a little bit more on the Ethan Klein because I didn't finish stuff earlier. But that will be, I'll talk about it. I just want to make it less of a focus, right? And I want to make it really clear what this channel is about. And I'm glad that people are here for it. I threw you a Patreon sub. Hey, thank you, Joel. That's really nice of you. I really do appreciate that. There we go. Why not start the raid after the shoutouts? Because you would have all left. That shoutouts indicate that I'm ending stream. When I indicate that I'm ending stream, people leave. That makes the raid smaller. That's the reason. Hope that helps. Anyway, much love, everyone. Have a good morning, night, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. And I will try to be on early for a stream tomorrow. I'll also be ending the stream really early because I got to get on a plane to Vietnam. And hopefully we'll do a couple of streams, maybe an IRL stream, maybe a laptop stream from my from Vietnam, and tell you what I think about it. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will see